Chapter 1 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nurhan Sayyid, Doha. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H. P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Pen and the Inkstand. In a poet's room, where his inkstand stood on the table, the remark was once made, "It is wonderful what can be brought out of an inkstand. What will come next? It is indeed wonderful." "Yes, certainly," said the inkstand to the pen, and to the other articles that stood on the table. "That's what I always say. It is wonderful and extraordinary what a number of things come out of me. It's quite incredible, and I really don't know what is coming next when that man dips his pen into me. One drop out of me is enough for half a page of paper, and what cannot half a page contain? From me, all the works of a poet are produced, all those imaginary characters whom people fancy they have known or met, all the deep feeling, the humor, and the vivid pictures of nature. I myself don't understand how it is, for I am not acquainted with nature, but it is certainly in me. From me have gone forth to the world those wonderful descriptions of troops of charming maidens, and of brave knights on prancing steeds, of the halt and the blind, and I know not what more, for I assure you I never think of these things." "There you are right," said the pen, "for you don't think at all. If you did, you would see that you can only provide the means. You give the fluid that I may place upon the paper what dwells in me, and what I wish to bring to light. It is the pen that writes, no man doubts that, and indeed, most people understand as much about poetry as an old inkstand." "You have had very little experience," replied the inkstand. "You have hardly been in service a week, and you are already half worn out. Do you imagine you are a poet? You are only a servant, and before you came, I had many like you, some of the Gauze family, and others of English manufacture. I know a quill pen as well as I know a steel one. I had both sorts in my service, and I shall have many more when he comes, the man who performs the mechanical part, and writes down what he obtains from me. I should like to know what will be the next thing he gets out of me." "Inkpot!" exclaimed the pen contemptuously. Late in the evening, the poet came home. He had been to a concert, and had been quite enchanted with the admirable performance of a famous violin player whom he had heard there. The performer had produced from his instrument a richness of tone that sometimes sounded like twinkling water drops or rolling pearls, sometimes like the birds twittering in chorus, and then rising and swelling in sound like the wind through the fir trees. The poet felt as if his own heart were weeping, but in tones of melody like the sound of a woman's voice. It seemed not only the strings, but every part of the instrument from which these sounds were produced. It was a wonderful performance and a difficult piece, and yet the bow seemed to glide across the strings so easily that it was as if anyone could do it who tried. Even the violin and the bow appeared to perform independently of their master who guided them. It was as if soul and spirit had been breathed into the instrument, so the audience forgot the performer in the beautiful sounds he produced. Not so the poet. He remembered him, and named him, and wrote down his thoughts on the subject. How foolish it would be for the violin and the bow to boast of their performance, and yet we men often commit that folly. The poet, the artist, the man of science in his laboratory, the general, we all do it, and yet we are only the instruments which the Almighty uses. To him alone the honor is due. We have nothing of ourselves of which we should be proud. Yes, this is what the poet wrote down. He wrote it in the form of a parable, and called it the master and the instruments. "This is what you have got, madam," said the pen to the inkstand when the two were alone again. "Did you hear him read aloud what I had written down?" "Yes, what I gave you to write," retorted the inkstand. "That was a cut at you because of your conceit. To think that you could not understand that you were being quizzed. I gave you a cut from within me. Surely I must know my own satire." "Ink pitcher," cried the pen. "Writing stick," retorted the inkstand, and each of them felt satisfied that he had given a good answer. It is pleasing to be convinced that you have settled the matter by your reply. It is something to make you sleep well, and they both slept well upon it. But the poet did not sleep. Thoughts rose up within him like the tones of the violin, falling like pearls, or rushing like the strong wind through the forest. He understood his own heart in these thoughts. They were as a ray from the mind of the great master of all minds. To him be all the honor. End of The Pen and the Inkstand. Recording by Nurhani Said, Doha.
Chapter 2 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shakira Searle. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Farmyard Cock and the Weathercock. There were two cocks, one on the dunghill, the other on the roof. They were both arrogant, but which of the two rendered most service? Tell us your opinion. We'll keep to ours just the same, though. The poultry yard was divided by some planks from another yard in which there was a dunghill, and on the dunghill lay and grew a large cucumber, which was conscious of being a hotbed plant. "One is born to that," said the cucumber to itself. "Not all can be born cucumbers. There must be other things too. The hens, the ducks, and all the animals in the next yard are creatures too. Now I have a great opinion of the yard cock on the plank. He is certainly of much more importance than the weathercock, who is placed so high and can't even creak, much less crow. The latter has neither hens nor chicks, and only thinks of himself and perspires verdigris. No, the yard cock is really a cock. His step is a dance, his crowing is music, and wherever he goes, one knows what a trumpeter is like. If he would only come in here, even if he ate me up, stump, stalk and all, and I had to dissolve in his body, it would be a happy death," said the cucumber. In the night, there was a terrible storm. The hens, chicks, and even the cock sought shelter. The wind tore down the planks between the 2 yards with a crash. The tiles came tumbling down, but the weathercock sat firm. He did not even turn around, for he could not. And yet he was young and freshly cast, but prudent and sedate. He had been born old, and did not at all resemble the birds flying in the air, the sparrows and the swallows. No, he despised them, these mean little piping birds, these common whistlers. He admitted that the pigeons, large and white and shining like mother of pearl, looked like a kind of weathercock. But they were fat and stupid, and all their thoughts and endeavours were directed to filling themselves with food. And besides, they were tiresome things to converse with. The birds of passage had also paid the weathercock a visit, and told him of foreign countries, of airy caravans, and robber stories that made one's hair stand on end. All this was new and interesting, that is, for the first time. But afterwards, as the weathercock found out, they repeated themselves and always told the same stories, and that's very tedious. And there was no one with whom one could associate, for one and all were stale and small-minded. "The world is no good," he said. "Everything in it is so stupid." The weathercock was puffed up, and that quality would have made him interesting in the eyes of the cucumber if it had known it. But it had eyes only for the yard cock, who was now in the yard with it. The wind had blown the planks, but the storm was over. "What do you think of that crowing?" said the yard cock to the hens and chickens. "It was a little rough. It wanted elegance." And the hens and chickens came up on the dunghill, and the cock strutted about like a lord. "Garden plant," he said to the cucumber, and in that one word his deep learning showed itself, and it forgot that he was pecking at her and eating it up. A happy death. The hens and chickens came, for where one runs, the others run too. They clucked and chirped, and looked at the cock, and were proud that he was of their kind. "Cock-a-doodle-doo," he crowed. "The chickens will grow up into great hens at once, if I cry it out in the poultry yard of the world." And the hens and chicks clucked and chirped, and the cock announced a great piece of news. can lay an egg. And do you know what's in that egg? A basilisk. No one can stand the sight of such a thing. People know that, and now you know it too. You know what is in me, and what a champion of all cocks I am. With that, the yard cock flapped his wings, made his comb swell up, and crowed again. And they all shuddered, the hens and the little chicks. But they were very proud that one of their number was such a champion of all cocks. They clucked and chirped till the weathercock heard. He heard it, but he did not stir. Everything is very stupid, the weathercock said to himself. The yard cock lays no eggs, and I am too lazy to do so. If I liked, I could lay a wind egg. But the world is not worth even a wind egg. Everything is so stupid. I don't want to sit here any longer. With that, the weathercock broke off. But he did not kill the yard cock, although the hens said that had been his intention. And what is the moral? Better to crow than to be puffed up and break off. End of The Farmyard Cock and the Weathercock. Recording by Shakira Song.
Chapter 3 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nurhanis Sayyid, Doha. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.B. Paul, 1812 to 1888. Beauty of form and beauty of mind. There was once a sculptor named Alfred, who, having won the large gold medal and obtained a traveling scholarship, went to Italy, and then came back to his native land. He was young at that time. Indeed, he is young still, although he is 10 years older than he was then. On his return, he went to visit one of the little towns in the island of Zealand. The whole town knew who the stranger was, and one of the richest men in the place gave a party in his honor, and all who were of any consequence or who possessed some property were invited. It was quite an event, and all the town knew of it, so that it was not necessary to announce it by beat of drum. Apprentice boys, children of the poor, and even the poor people themselves, stood before the house, watching the lighted windows, and the watchman might easily fancy he was giving a party also. There were so many people in the streets. There was quite an air of festivity about it, and the house was full of it, for Mr. Alfred the sculptor was there. He talked and told anecdotes, and everyone listened to him with pleasure, not unmingled with awe, but none felt so much respect for him as did the elderly widow of a naval officer. She seemed, so far as Mr. Alfred was concerned, to be like a piece of fresh blotting paper that absorbed all he said and asks for more. She was very appreciative, and incredibly ignorant, a kind of female Gaspar Hauser. "I should like to see Rome," she said. "It must be a lovely city, or so many foreigners would not be constantly arriving there. Now, do give me a description of Rome. How does the city look when you enter in at the gate?" "I cannot very well describe it," said the sculptor, "but you enter on a large open space, in the center of which stands an obelisk, which is 1,000 years old." "An organist!" exclaimed the lady, who had never heard the word obelisk. Several of the guests could scarcely forbear laughing, and the sculptor would have had some difficulty in keeping his countenance. But the smile on his lips faded away, for he caught sight of a pair of dark blue eyes close by the side of the inquisitive lady. They belonged to her daughter, and surely no one who had such a daughter could be silly. The mother was like a fountain of questions, and the daughter, who listened but never spoke, might have passed for the beautiful maid of the fountain. How charming she was! She was a study for the sculptor to contemplate, but not to converse with, for she did not speak, or at least very seldom. "Has the Pope a great family?" inquired the lady. The young man answered considerately, as if the question had been a different one. "No, he does not come from a great family." "That is not what I asked," persisted the widow. "I mean, has he a wife and children?" "The Pope is not allowed to marry," replied the gentleman. "I don't like that," was the lady's remark. She certainly might have asked more sensible questions, but if she had not been allowed to say just what she liked, would her daughter have been there, leaning so gracefully on her shoulder, and looking straight before her, with a smile that was almost mournful on her face? Mr. Alfred again spoke of Italy, and the glorious colors in Italian scenery, the purple hills, the deep blue of the Mediterranean, the azure of southern skies, whose brightness and glory could only be surpassed in the north by the deep blue eyes of a maiden. And he said this with a peculiar intonation, but she, who should have understood his meaning, looked quite unconscious of it, which was also charming. "Beautiful Italy!" sighed some of the guests. "Oh, to travel there!" exclaimed others. "Charming, charming!" echoed from every voice. "I may perhaps win $100,000 in the lottery," said the naval officer's widow. "And if I do, we will travel, I and my daughter, and you, Mr. Alfred, must be our guide. We can all three travel together, with one or two more of our good friends." And she nodded in such a friendly way at the company that each imagined himself to be the favored person who was to accompany them to Italy. "Yes, we must go," she continued, "but not to those parts where there are robbers. We will keep to Rome. In the public roads one is always safe." The daughter sighed very gently, and how much there may be in a sigh, or attributed to it, the young man attributed a great deal of meaning to this sigh. Those deep blue eyes, which had been lit up this evening in honor of him, must conceal treasures, treasures of heart and mind, richer than all the glories of Rome. And so, when he left the party that night, he had lost it completely to the young lady. The house of the naval officer's widow was the one most constantly visited by Mr. Alfred the sculptor. It was soon understood that his visits were not intended for the lady, though they were the persons who kept up the conversation. He came for the sake of the daughter. They called her Kayla. Her name was really Karen Melena, and these two names had been contracted into one name, Kayla. She was really beautiful, but some said she was rather dull, and slept late of a morning. "She has been accustomed to that," her mother said. "She is a beauty, and they are always easily tired. She does sleep rather late, but that makes her eyes so clear. What powers seem to lie in the depths of those dark eyes!" The young man felt the truth of the proverb, "Still waters run deep," and his heart had sunk into their depths. He often talked of his adventures, and the mamma was as simple and eager in her questions as on the first evening they met. It was a pleasure to hear Alfred describe anything. He showed them colored plates of Naples, and spoke of excursions to Mount Vesuvius, and the eruptions of fire from it. The naval officer's widow had never heard of them before. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "So that is a burning mountain. But is it not very dangerous to the people who live near it?" "Whole cities have been destroyed," he replied. "For instance, Herculaneum and Pompeii." "Oh, the poor people! And you saw all that with your own eyes?" "No, I did not see any of the eruptions which are represented in those pictures, but I will show you a sketch of my own, which represents an eruption I once saw." He placed a pencil sketch on the table, and mamma, who had been overpowered with the appearance of the colored plates, threw a glance at the pale drawing and cried in astonishment, "What? Did you see it throw up white fire?" For a moment, Alfred's respect for Kayla's mamma underwent a sudden shock, and lessened considerably, but dazzled by the light which surrounded Kayla, he soon found it quite natural that the old lady should have no eye for color. After all, it was of very little consequence, for Kayla's mamma had the best of all possessions, namely Kayla herself. Alfred and Kayla were betrothed, which was a very natural result, and the betrothal was announced in the newspaper of the little town. Mamma purchased 30 copies of the paper, that she might cut out the paragraph and send it to friends and acquaintances. The betrothed pair were very happy, and the mother was happy too. She said it seemed like connecting herself with Thorwaldsen. "You are a true successor of Thorwaldsen," she said to Alfred, and it seemed to him as if in this instant mamma had said a clever thing. Kayla was silent, but her eyes shone, her lips smiled, every movement was graceful. In fact, she was beautiful. That cannot be repeated too often. Alfred decided to take a bust of Kayla as well as of her mother. They sat to him accordingly, and saw how he molded and formed the soft clay with his fingers. "I suppose it is only on our account that you perform this commonplace work yourself, instead of leaving it to your servant to do all that sticking together." "It is really necessary that I should mold the clay myself," he replied. "Ah, yes, you are always so polite," said mamma with a smile, and Kayla silently pressed his hand, all soiled as it was with the clay. Then he unfolded to them both the beauties of nature in all her works. He pointed out to them how in the scale of creation, inanimate matter was inferior to animate nature, the plant above the mineral, the animal above the plant, and man above them all. He strove to show them how the beauty of the mind could be displayed in the outward form, and that it was the sculptor's task to seize upon that beauty of expression and produce it in his works. Kayla stood silent, but nodded in approbation of what he said, while Mamma-in-law made the following confession. "It is difficult to follow you, but I go hobbling along after you with my thoughts. Though what you say makes my head whirl round and round, still I contrive to lay hold on some of it." Kayla's beauty had a firm hold on Alfred. It filled his soul and held a mastery over him. Beauty beamed from Kayla's every feature, glittered in her eyes, lurked in the corner of her mouth, and pervaded every movement of her agile fingers. Alfred the sculptor saw this. He spoke only to her, thought only of her, and the two became one. And so it may be said she spoke much, for he was always talking to her, and he and she were one. Such was the betrothal, and then came the wedding, with bridesmaids and wedding presents all duly mentioned in the wedding speech. Mamma-in-law had set up Thorwaldsen's bust at the end of the table, attired in a dressing gown. It was her fancy that he should be a guest. Songs were sung, and cheers given, for it was a gay wedding, and they were a handsome pair. "Pygmalion loved his Galatea," said one of the songs. "Ah, this is some of your mythologies," said Mamma-in-law. Next day the youthful pair started for Copenhagen, where they were to live. Mamma-in-law accompanied them to attend to the coursework, as she always called the domestic arrangements. Kayla looked like a doll in a doll's house, for everything was bright and new, and so fine. There they sat, all three, and as for Alfred, a proverb may describe his position. He looked like a swan amongst the geese. The magic of form had enchanted him. He had looked at the casket without caring to inquire what it contained, and that omission often brings the greatest unhappiness into married life. The casket may be injured, the gilding may fall off, and then the purchaser regrets his bargain. In a large party it is very disagreeable to find a button giving way, with no studs at hand to fall back upon, but it is worse still in a large company to be conscious that your wife and mother-in-law are talking nonsense, and that you cannot depend upon yourself to produce a little ready wit to carry off the stupidity of the whole affair. The young married couple often sat hand in hand. He would talk, but she could only now and then let fall a word in the same melodious voice, the same bell-like tones. It was a mental relief when Sophie, one of her friends, came to pay them a visit. Sophie was not pretty. She was, however, quite free from any physical deformity, although Kayla used to say she was a little crooked, but no eye save an intimate acquaintance would have noticed it. She was a very sensible girl, yet it never occurred to her that she might be a dangerous person in such a house. Her appearance created a new atmosphere in the doll's house, and air was really required, they all owned that. They felt the want of a change of air, and consequently the young couple and their mother travelled to Italy. "Thank heaven we are at home again within our own four walls," said Mamma-in-law and daughter both, on their return after a year's absence. "There is no real pleasure in travelling," said Mamma. "To tell the truth, it's very wearisome. I beg pardon for saying so. I was soon very tired of it, although I had my children with me. And besides, it's very expensive work travelling, very expensive. And all those galleries one is expected to see, and the quantity of things you are obliged to run after. It must be done for very shame. You are sure to be asked when you come back if you have seen everything, and will most likely be told that you've omitted to see what was best worth seeing of all. I got tired at last of those endless Madonnas. I began to think I was turning into a Madonna myself." "And then the living, Mamma," said Kayla. "Yes, indeed," she replied. "No such a thing as a respectable meat soup. Their cookery is miserable stuff." The journey had also tired Kayla, but she was always fatigued, that was the worst of it. So they sent for Sophie, and she was taken into the house to reside with them, and her presence there was a great advantage. Mamma-in-law acknowledged that Sophie was not only a clever housewife, but well informed and accomplished, though that could hardly be expected in a person of her limited means. She was also a generous-hearted, faithful girl. She showed that thoroughly when Kayla lay sick, fading away. When the casket is everything, the casket should be strong, or else all is over. And all was over with the casket, for Kayla died. She was beautiful, said her mother. She was quite different from the beauties they call antiques, for they are so damaged. A beauty ought to be perfect, and Kayla was a perfect beauty. Alfred wept, and Mamma wept, and they both wore mourning. The black dress suited Mamma very well, and she wore mourning the longest. She had also to experience another grief in seeing Alfred marry again, marry Sophie, who was nothing at all to look at. "He's gone to the very extreme," said Mamma-in-law. He has gone from the most beautiful to the ugliest, and has forgotten his first wife. Men have no constancy. My husband was a very different man, but then he died before me. Pygmalion loved his Galatea, was in the song they sung at my first wedding, said Alfred. I once fell in love with a beautiful statue which awoke to life in my arms, but the kindred soul, which is a gift from heaven, and the angel who can feel and sympathize with and elevate us, I have not found in one till now. You came, Sophie, not in the glory of outward beauty, though you are even fairer than is necessary. The chief thing still remains. You came to teach the sculptor that his work is but dust and clay only, an outward form made of a material that decays, and that what we should seek to obtain is the ethereal essence of mind and spirit. Poor Kayla, our life was but as a meeting by the wayside, in yonder world, where we shall know each other from a union of mind, we shall be but mere acquaintances. That was not a loving speech, said Sophie, nor spoken like a Christian. In a future state, where there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage, but where, as you say, souls are attracted to each other by sympathy, there everything beautiful develops itself, and is raised to a higher state of existence. Her soul will acquire such completeness that it may harmonize with yours, even more than mine, and you will then once more utter your first rapturous exclaim of your love. Beautiful, most beautiful. End of Beauty of Form and Beauty of Mind. Recording by Nurhan Sayyid, Doha.
Section 4 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Putzig, Boston. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865 by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul. A Story from the Sandhills. This journey in thought, then, to sunny Spain. It is warm and beautiful there. The fiery pomegranate flowers peep from among dark laurels. A cool, refreshing breeze from the mountains blows over the orange gardens, over the Moorish halls with their golden cupolas and colored walls. Children go through the streets in procession with candles and waving banners, and the sky, lofty and clear with its glittering stars, rises above them. Sound of singing and castanets can be heard, and youths and maidens dance upon a flowering acacia trees, while even the beggar sits upon a block of marble, refreshing himself with a juicy melon, and dreamily enjoying life. It all seems like a beautiful dream. Here dwelt a newly married couple who completely gave themselves up to the charm of life. Indeed, they possessed every good thing they could desire, health and happiness, riches and honor. We are as happy as human beings can be, said the young couple from the depths of their hearts. They had, indeed, only one step higher to mount on the ladder of happiness. They hoped that God would give them a child, a son like them in form and spirit. The happy little one was to be welcomed with rejoicing, to be cared for with love and tenderness, and enjoy every advantage of wealth and luxury that a rich and influential family can give. So the days went by like a joyous festival. Life is a gracious gift from God, almost too great a gift for us to appreciate, said the young wife. Yet they say that the fullness of joy, forever and ever, can only be found in the future life. I cannot realize it. The thought arises, perhaps, from the arrogance of men, said the husband. It seems a great pride to believe that we shall live forever, that we shall be as gods. Were not these the words of the serpent, the father of lies? Surely you do not doubt the existence of a future life, exclaimed the young wife. It seemed as if one of the first shadows passed over her sunny thoughts. Faith realizes it, and the priests tell us so, replied her husband. But amid all my happiness I feel that it is arrogant to demand a continuation of it, another life after this. Has not so much been given to us in this world that we ought to be, we must be, contented with it? Yes, it has been given to us, said the young wife, but this life is nothing more than one long scene of trial and hardship for many thousands. How many have been cast into this world only to endure poverty, shame, illness, and misfortune? If there were no future life, Everything here would be too unequally divided, and God would not be the personification of justice. The beggar there, said the husband, has joys of his own which seem to him great, and cause him as much pleasure as a king would find in the magnificence of his palace. And then, do you not think that the beast of burden, which suffers blows and hunger, and works itself to death, suffers just as much from its miserable fate? The dumb creature might demand a future life also, and declare the law unjust that excludes it from the advantages of the higher creation. Christ said, "In my Father's house are many mansions," she answered. "Heaven is as boundless as the love of our Creator. The dumb animal is also his creature. And I firmly believe that no life will be lost, but each will receive as much happiness as he can enjoy, which will be sufficient for him." "This world is sufficient for me," said the husband, throwing his arm around his beautiful, sweet-tempered wife. He sat by her side on the open balcony, smoking a cigarette in the cool air, which was loaded with the sweet scent of carnations and orange blossoms. Sounds of music and the clatter of castanets came from the road beneath. The stars shone above them, and two eyes full of affection, those of his wife, looked upon him with the expression of undying love. "Such a moment," he said, "makes it worth while to be born, to die, and to be annihilated." He smiled. The young wife raised her hand in gentle reproof, and the shadow passed away from her mind, and they were happy, quite happy. Everything seemed to work together for their good. They advanced in honor, in prosperity, and in happiness. A change came, certainly, but it was only a change of place, and not of circumstances. The young man was sent by his sovereign as an ambassador to the Russian court. This was an office of high dignity, but his birth and his acquirements entitled him to the honor. He possessed a large fortune, and his wife had brought him wealth equal to his own, for she was the daughter of a rich and respected merchant. One of the merchant's largest and finest ships was to be sent that year to Stockholm, and it was arranged that the dear young couple, the daughter and the son-in-law, should travel in it to St. Petersburg. All the arrangements on board were princely, and silk and luxury on every side. In an old war song called "The King of England's Son," it says, "Farewell," he said, and sailed away, and many recollect that day. The ropes were of silk, the anchor of gold, and everywhere riches and wealth untold. These words would aptly describe the vessel from Spain, for here was the same luxury, and the same parting thought naturally arose. God grant that we once more may meet in sweet unclouded peace and joy. There was a favorable wind blowing as they left the Spanish coast, and it would be but a short journey, for they hoped to reach their destination in a few weeks. But when they came out upon the wide ocean, the wind dropped, the sea became smooth and shining, and the stars shone brightly. Many festive evenings were spent on board. At last the travelers began to wish for wind, for a favorable breeze, but their wish was useless. Not a breath of air stirred, or if it did arise, it was contrary. Weeks passed by in this way, 2 whole months, and then at length a fair wind blew from the southwest. The ship sailed on the high seas between Scotland and Jutland. Then the wind increased, just as it did in the old song of the King of England's son. Mid storm and wind and pelting hail, their efforts were of no avail. The golden anchor forth they threw, towards Denmark the west wind blew. This all happened a long time ago. King Christian VII, who sat on the Danish throne, was still a young man. Much has happened since then, much has been altered or changed. Sea and moorland have been turned into green meadows, stretches of heather have become arable land, and in the shelter of the peasants' cottages, apple trees and rose bushes grow, though they certainly require much care, as the sharp west wind blows upon them. In West Jutland, one may go back in thought to the old times, farther back than the days when Christian VII ruled. The purple heather still extends for miles, with its barrows and aerial spectacles, intersected with sandy, uneven roads, just as it did then, towards the west. Where broad streams run into the bays are marshes and meadows encircled by lofty sandy hills, which, like a chain of Alps, raise their pointed summits near the sea. They are only broken by high ridges of clay, from which the sea, year by year, bites out great mouthfuls, so that the overhanging banks fall down as if by the shock of an earthquake. Thus it is there today, and thus it was long ago, when the happy pair were sailing in the beautiful ship. It was a Sunday towards the end of September. The sun was shining, and the chiming of the church bells in the bay of Neeson was carried along by the breeze like a chain of sounds. The churches there are almost entirely built of hewn blocks of stone, each like a piece of rock. The North Sea might foam over them, and they would not be disturbed. Nearly all of them are without steeples, and the bells are hung outside between two beams. The service was over, and the congregation passed out into the churchyard, where not a tree or bush was to be seen. No flowers were planted there, and they had not placed a single wreath upon any of the graves. It is just the same now. Rough mounds show where the dead have been buried, and rank grass tossed by the wind grows thickly over the whole churchyard. Here and there a grave has a sort of monument, a block of half-decayed wood, rudely cut in the shape of a coffin. The blocks are brought from the forest of West Jutland, but the forest is the sea itself, and the inhabitants find beams and planks and fragments which the waves have cast upon the beach. One of these blocks has been placed by loving hands on a child's grave, and one of the women who's come out of the church walked up to it. She stood there, her eyes resting on the weather-beaten memorial, and a few minutes afterward her husband joined her. They were both silent, but he took her hand, and they walked together across the purple heath, over moor and meadow towards the sandhills. For a long time they went on without speaking. "It was a good sermon today," the man said. "If we had not God to trust in, we should have nothing." "Yes," replied the woman. "He sends joy and sorrow, and he has a right to send them. Tomorrow our little son would have been 5 years old if we had been permitted to keep him." "It's no use fretting, wife," said the man. "The boy is well provided for. He is where we hope and pray to go to." They say nothing more, but walk out towards their houses among the sandhills. All at once, in front of one of the houses, where the seagrass did not keep the sand down with its twining roots, what seemed to be a column of smoke rose up. A gust of wind rushed between the hills, hurling the particles of sand high into the air. Another gust, and the strings of fish hung up to dry flapped and beat violently against the walls of the cottage. Then everything was quiet once more, and the sun shone with renewed heat. The man and his wife went into the cottage. They had soon taken off their Sunday clothes and come out again, hurrying over the sand dunes, which stood there like great waves of sand, suddenly arrested in their course, while the sand weeds and dune grass, with its bluish stalks, spread a changing color over them. A few neighbors came out and helped each other draw the boats higher up on the beach. The wind now blew more keenly. It was chilly and cold, and when they went back over the sand hills, sand and little sharp stones blew into their faces. The waves rose high, crested with white foam, and the wind cut off their crests, scattering the foam far and wide. Evening came. There was a swelling roar in the air, a wailing or moaning like the voices of despairing spirits, that sounded above the thunder of the waves. The fisherman's little cottage was on the very margin, and the sand rattled against the window panes. Every now and then a violent gust of wind shook the house to its foundation. It was dark, but about midnight the moon would rise. Later on the air became clearer, but the storm swept over the perturbed sea with undiminished fury. The fisher folk had long since gone to bed, but in such weather there was no chance of closing an eye. Presently there was a tapping at the window. The door was opened, and a voice said, "There's a large ship stranded on the farthest reef." In a moment the fisher people sprung from their beds and hastily dressed themselves. The moon had risen, and it was light enough to make the surrounding objects visible to those who could open their eyes in the blinding clouds of sand. The violence of the wind was terrible, and it was only possible to pass among the sandhills if one crept forward between the gusts. The salt spray flew up from the sea like down, and the ocean foamed like a roaring cataract towards the beach. Only a practiced eye could discern the vessel out in the offing. She was a fine brig, and the waves now lifted her over the reef, 3 or 4 cables' length out of the usual channel. She drove towards the shore, struck on the second reef, and remained fixed. It was impossible to render assistance. The sea rushed in on the vessel, making a clean breach over her. Those on shore thought they heard cries for help from those on board, and could plainly distinguish the busy but useless efforts made by the stranded sailors. Now a wave came rolling onward. It fell with enormous force on the bowsprit, tearing it from the vessel, and the stern was lifted high above the water. 2 people were seen to embrace and plunge together into the sea, and the next moment one of the largest waves that rolled towards the sand hills threw a body on the beach. It was a woman. The sailors said that she was quite dead, but the women thought they saw signs of life in her. So the stranger was carried across the sand hills to the fisherman's cottage. How beautiful and fair she was! She must be a great lady, they said. They laid her upon the humble bed. There was not a yard of linen on it, only a woolen coverlet to keep the occupant warm. Life returned to her, but she was delirious, and knew nothing of what had happened or where she was, and it was better so, for everything she loved and valued lay buried in the sea. The same thing happened to her ship as to the one spoken of in the song about the King of England's son. Alas, how terrible to see the gallant bark sink rapidly! Fragments of the wreck and pieces of wood were washed ashore. They were all that remained of the vessel. The wind still blew violently on the coast. For a few moments the strange lady seemed to rest, but she awoke in pain and uttered cries of anguish and fear. She opened her wonderfully beautiful eyes and spoke a few words, but nobody understood her. And lo, as a reward for the sorrow and suffering she had undergone, she held in her arms a newborn babe. The child was to have rested upon a magnificent couch, draped with silken curtains, in a luxurious home. It was to have been welcomed with joy to a life rich in all the good things of this world, and now heaven had ordained that it should be born in this humble retreat, that it should not even receive a kiss from its mother. For when the fisherman's wife laid the child upon the mother's bosom, it rested upon a heart that beat no more. She was dead. The child that was to have been reared amid wealth and luxury was cast into the world, washed by the sea among the sand hills to share the fate and hardships of the poor. Here we are reminded again of the song about the King of England's son, for in it mention is made of the custom prevalent at the time, when knights and squires plundered those who had been saved from shipwreck. The ship had been stranded some distance south of Neeson Bay, and the cruel, inhuman days when, as we have just said, the inhabitants of Jutland treated the shipwrecked people so crudely were past long ago. Affectionate sympathy and self-sacrifice for the unfortunate existed then, just as it does in our own time in many a bright example. The dying mother and the unfortunate child would have found kindness and help wherever they had been cast by the winds, but nowhere would it have been more sincere than in the cottage of the poor fisherman's wife, who had stood only the day before beside her child's grave, who would have been 5 years old that day if God had spared it to her. No one knew who the dead stranger was. They could not even form a conjecture. The fragments of wreckage gave no clue to the matter. No tidings reached Spain of the fate of the daughter and son-in-law. They did not arrive at their destination, and violent storms had raged during the past weeks. At last the verdict was given. Foundered at sea, all lost. But in the fisherman's cottage among the sand hills near Husby, there lived a little scion of the rich Spanish family. Where heaven sends food for 2, a third can manage to find a meal, and in the depths of the sea there is many a dish of fish for the hungry. They called the boy Jorgen. It certainly must be a Jewish child, its skin so dark, the people said. It might be an Italian or a Spaniard, remarked the clergyman. But to the fisherman's wife those nations seemed all the same, and she consoled herself with the thought that the boy was baptized as a Christian. The boy throve, the noble blood in his veins was warm, and he became strong on his homely fare. He grew apace in the humble cottage, and the Danish dialect spoken by the West Utes became his language. The pomegranate seed from Spain became a hardy plant on the coast of West Jutland. Thus, many circumstances alter the course of a man's life. To this home he clung with deep-rooted affection. He was to experience cold and hunger and the misfortunes and hardships that surround the poor, but he also tasted of their joys. Childhood has bright days for everyone, and the memory of them shines through the whole afterlife. The boy had many sources of pleasure and enjoyment. The coast for miles and miles was full of playthings, for it was a mosaic of pebbles, some red as coral or yellow as amber, and others again white and rounded like birds' eggs, and smooth and prepared by the sea. Even the bleached fishes and skeletons, the water plants dried by the wind, and seaweed white and shining, long linen-like bands waving between the stones, all these seemed made to give pleasure and occupation to the boy's thoughts, and he had an intelligent mind. Many great talents lay dormant in him. How readily he remembered stories and songs that he heard, and how dexterous he was with his fingers. With stones and mussel shells he could put together pictures and ships with which one could decorate the room, and he could make wonderful things from a stick, his foster mother said, although he was still so young and little. He had a sweet voice, and every melody seemed to flow naturally from his lips, and in his heart were hidden chords, which might have sounded far out into the world if he had been placed anywhere else than in the fisherman's hut by the North Sea. One day another ship was wrecked on the coast, and among other things a chest filled with valuable flower bulbs was washed ashore. Some were put into saucepans and cooked, for they were thought to be fit to eat, and others lay shriveled in the sand. They did not accomplish their purpose or unfold their magnificent colors. Would Jorgen fail better? The flower bulbs had soon played their part, but he had years and years of apprenticeship before him. Neither he nor his friends noticed in what a monotonous, uniform way one day followed another, for there was always plenty to do and see. The ocean itself was a great lesson book, and it unfolded a new leaf each day of calm or storm, the crested wave or the smooth surface. The visits to the church were festive occasions, but among the fisherman's house one was especially looked forward to. This was, in fact, the visit of the brother of Jorgen's foster mother, the eel breeder from Fjaltring, near Bovbjerg. He came twice a year in a cart, painted red with blue and white tulips upon it, and full of eels. It was covered and locked like a box. 2 dun oxen drew it, and Jorgen was allowed to guide them. The eel breeder was a witty fellow, a merry guest, and brought a measure of brandy with him. They all received a small glassful or a cupful if there were not enough glasses. Even Jorgen had about a thimbleful, that he might digest the fat eel. As the eel breeder said, he always told one story over and over again, and if his hearers laughed he would immediately repeat it to them. Jorgen, while still a boy, and also when he was older, used phrases from the eel breeder's story on various occasions, so it will be as well for us to listen to it. It runs thus. The eels went into the bay, and the young ones begged leave to go a little farther out. Don't go too far, said their mother. The ugly eel spearer might come and snap you all up. But they went too far, and of 8 daughters only 3 came back to the mother, and these wept and said, We only went a little way out, and the ugly eel spearer came immediately and stabbed 5 of our sisters to death. They'll come back again, said the mother eel. Oh no, exclaimed the daughters, for he skinned them, cut them in 2, and fried them. Oh, they'll come back again, the mother eel persisted. No, replied the daughters, for he ate them up. They'll come back again, repeated the mother eel. But he drank brandy after them, said the daughters. Ah, then they'll never come back, said the mother, and she burst out crying. It's the brandy that buries the eels. And therefore, said the eel breeder in conclusion, it is always the proper thing to drink brandy after eating eels. This story was the tinsel thread, the most humorous recollection of Jorgen's life. He also wanted to go a little further out and up the bay, that is to say, out into the world in a ship. But his mother said, like the eel-breeder, "There are so many bad people, eel-spearers." He wished to go a little way past the sand-hills, out into the dunes, and at last he did. 4 happy days, the brightest of all his childhood, fell into his lot, and the whole beauty and splendor of Jutland, all the happiness and sunshine of his home were concentrated in these. He went to a festival, but it was a burial feast. A rich relation of the fisherman's family had died. The farm was situated far eastward in the country and a little towards the north. Jorgen's foster parents were there, and he also went with them from the dunes over heath and moor, where the Skemura takes its course through the green meadows and contains many eels. The mother eels live there with their daughters, who are caught up and eaten by wicked people. But do not men sometimes act quite cruelly towards their own fellow men? Was not the knight Sir Bugh murdered by wicked people? And though he was well spoken of, did he not also wish to kill the architect who built the castle for him, with its thick walls and tower, at the point where the Skemura falls into the bay? Jorgen and his parents now stood there. The wall and ramparts still remained, and red crumbling fragments lay scattered around. Here it was that Sir Bugh, after the architect had left him, said to one of his men, "Go after him and say, 'Master, the tower shakes.' If he turns round, kill him, and take away the money I paid him. But if he does not turn round, let him go in peace." The man did as he was told. The architect did not turn round, but called back, "The tower does not shake in the least, but one day a man will come from the west in a blue cloak, and he will cause it to shake." And so indeed it happened, 100 years later, for the North Sea broke in and cast down the tower. But Predbjorn Glidenstjern, the man who possessed the castle, built a new castle higher up at the end of the meadow, and that one is standing to this day, and is called Nor-Vosburg. Jorgen and his foster parents went past this castle. They had told him its story during the long winter evenings, and now he sat in the stately edifice with its double moat and trees and bushes. The wall covered with ferns rose within the moat, but the lofty lime trees were the most beautiful of all. They grew to the highest windows, and the air was full of their sweet fragrance. In the northwest corner of the garden stood a great bush full of blossom, like winter snow amid the summer's green. It was a juniper bush, the first that Jorgen had ever seen in bloom. He never forgot it, nor the lime trees. The child's soul treasured up these memories of beauty and fragrance to gladden the old man. From Nor-Vosburg, where the juniper blossomed, the journey became more pleasant, for they met some other people who were also going to the funeral and were riding in wagons. Our travelers had to sit all together on a little box at the back of the wagon, but even this they thought was better than walking, so they continued their journey across the rugged heath. The oxen which drew the wagon stopped every now and then, where a patch of fresh grass appeared amid the heather. The sun shone with considerable heat, and it was wonderful to behold how in the far distance something like smoke seemed to be rising. Yet this smoke was clearer than the air. It was transparent, and looked like rays of light rolling and dancing afar over the heath. "That is Lokeman driving his sheep," said someone. And this was enough to excite Jorgen's imagination. He felt as if they were now about to enter fairyland, though everything was still real. How quiet it was! The heath stretched far and wide about them like a beautiful carpet. The heather was in blossom, and the juniper bushes and fresh oak saplings rose like bouquets from the earth, an inviting place for a frolic, if it had not been for the number of poisonous adders of which the travelers spoke. They also mentioned the place had formerly been infested with wolves, and the district was still called Wolfsborg for that reason. The old man who was driving the oxen told them that in the lifetime of his father the horses had many a hard battle with the wild beasts that were now exterminated. One morning, when he himself had gone out to bring in the horses, he'd found one of them standing with its forefeet on a wolf it had killed, but the savage animal had torn and lacerated the brave horse's legs. The journey over the heath and deep sand was only too quickly at an end. They stopped before the house of mourning, where they found plenty of guests within and without. Wagon after wagon stood side by side, while the horses and oxen had been turned out to graze on the scanty pasture. Great sand hills like those at home by the North Sea rose behind the house and extended far and wide. How had they come here, so many miles inland? They were as large and high as those on the coast, and the wind had carried them there. There was also a legend attached to them. Psalms were sung, and a few of the old people shed tears. With this exception, the guests were cheerful enough. It seemed to Jorgen that there was plenty to eat and drink. There were eels of the fattest, requiring brandy to bury them, as the eel breeder said, and certainly they did not forget to carry out his maxim here. Jorgen went in and out the house, and on the third day he felt as much at home as he did in the fisherman's cottage among the sand hills, where he had passed his early days. Here on the heath were riches unknown to him until now, for flowers, blackberries, and bilberries were to be found in profusion, so large and sweet that when they were crushed beneath the tread of passers-by, the heather was stained with their red juice. Here was a barrow, and yonder another. Then columns of smoke rose into the still air. It was a heath fire, they told him. How brightly it blazed in the dark evening. The fourth day came, and the funeral festivities were at an end. They were to go back from the land dunes to the sand dunes. Ours are better, said the old fisherman, Jorgen's foster father. These have no strength. And they spoke of the way in which the sand dunes had come inland, and it seemed very easy to understand. This is how they explained it. A dead body had been found on the coast, and the peasants buried it in the churchyard. From that time the sand began to fly about, and the sea broke in with violence. A wise man in the district advised them to open the grave and see if the buried man was not lying sucking his thumb, for if so he must be a sailor, and the sea would not rest until it had got him back. The grave was opened, and he really was found with his thumb in his mouth, so they laid him upon a cart, and harnessed 2 oxen to it, and the oxen ran off with the sailor over heath and moor to the ocean, as if they had been stung by an adder. Then the sand ceased to fly inland, but the hills that had been piled up still remained. All this Jorgen listened to and treasured up in his memory of the happiest days of his childhood, the days of the burial feast. How delightful it was to see fresh places and to mix with strangers, and he was to go still further, for he was not yet 14 years old when he went out in a ship to see the world. He encountered bad weather, heavy seas, unkindness, and hard men. Such were his experiences, for he became ship's boy. Cold nights, bad living, and blows had to be endured. Then he felt his noble Spanish blood boil within him, and bitter, angry words rose to his lips, but he gulped them down. It was better, although he felt as the eel must feel when it is skinned, cut up, and put into the frying pan. "I shall get over it," said a voice within him. He saw the Spanish coast, the native land of his parents. He even saw the town where they had lived in joy and prosperity, but he knew nothing of his home or his relations, and his relations knew just as little about him. The poor ship boy was not permitted to land, but on the last day of their stay he managed to get ashore. There were several purchases to be made, and he was sent to carry them on board. Jorgen stood there in his shabby clothes, which looked as if they had been washed in the ditch and dried in the chimney. He, who had always dwelt among the sand hills, now saw a great city for the first time. How lofty the houses seemed, and what a number of people there were in the streets, some pushing this way, some that, a perfect maelstrom of citizens and peasants, monks and soldiers, the jingling of bells on the trappings of asses and mules, the chiming of church bells, calling, shouting, hammering, and knocking, all going on at once. Every trade was located in the basement of the houses or on their side thoroughfares, and the sun shone with such heat, and the air was so close, that one seemed to be in an oven full of beetles, cockchafers, bees, and flies, all humming and buzzing together. Jorgen scarcely knew where he was, or which way he went. Then he saw just in front of him the great doorway of a cathedral. The lights were gleaming in the dark aisles, and the fragrance of incense was wafted towards him. Even the poorest beggar ventured up the steps into the sanctuary. Jorgen followed the sailor he was with into the church, and stood in the sacred edifice. Colored pictures gleamed from their golden backgrounds, and on the altar stood the figure of the Virgin with the child Jesus, surrounded by lights and flowers. Priests in festive robes were chanting, and choir boys in dazzling attire swung silver censers. What splendor and magnificence he saw there! It streamed in upon his soul and overpowered him. The church and the faith of his parents surrounded him, and touched a chord in his heart that caused his eyes to overflow with tears. They went from the church to the marketplace. Here a quantity of provisions were given him to carry. The way to the harbor was long and weary, and overcome with various emotions, he rested for a few moments before a splendid house, with marble pillars, statues, and broad steps. Here he rested his burden against the wall. Then a porter in livery came out, lifted up a silver-headed cane, and drove him away. Him, the grandson of that house, but no one knew that, and he just as little as anyone. Then he went on board again, and once more encountered rough words and blows, much work and little sleep. Such was his experience of life. They say it is good to suffer in one's young days, if age brings something to make up for it. His period of service on board the ship came to an end, and the vessel lay once more at Rinkjobing in Jutland. He came ashore and went home to the sand dunes near Husby, but his foster mother had died during his absence. A hard winter followed this summer. Snowstorms swept over land and sea, and there was difficulty in getting from one place to another. How unequally things are distributed in this world. Here there was bitter cold and snowstorms, while in Spain there was burning sunshine and oppressive heat. Yet, when a clear frosty day came, and Jorgen saw the swans flying in numbers from the sea toward the land across the Nor-Vosburg, it seemed to him that people could hardly breathe more freely here. In imagination he saw the heath blossom become purple with rich, juicy berries, and the elder bushes and lime trees of Nor-Vosburg in flower. He made up his mind to go there again. Spring came, and the fishing began. Jorgen was now an active helper in this, for he had grown during the last year, and was quick at work. He was full of life, and knew how to swim, to tread water, and to turn over and tumble in the strong tide. They often warned him to beware of the sharks, which seize the best swimmer, draw him down, and devour him, but such was not to be Jorgen's fate. At a neighbor's house in the dunes there was a boy named Martin, with whom Jorgen was on very friendly terms, and they both took service in the same ship to Norway, and also went together to Holland. They never had a quarrel, but a person can be easily excited to quarrel when he is naturally hot-tempered, for he often shows it in many ways, and this is just what Jorgen did one day when they fell out about the merest trifle. They were sitting behind the cabin door eating from a dealt plate which they had placed between them. Jorgen held his pocket-knife in his hand and raised it towards Martin, and at the same time became ashy pale, and his eyes had an ugly look. Martin only said, Ah, you are one of that sort, are you? Fond of using the knife." The words were scarcely spoken when Jorgen's hand sank down. He did not answer a syllable, but went on eating, and afterwards returned to his work. When they were resting again, he walked up to Martin and said, "Hit me in the face. I deserve it. But sometimes I feel as if I had a pot in me that boils over." "There, let the thing rest," replied Martin. And after that they were almost better friends than ever. When afterwards they returned to the dunes and began telling their adventures, this was among the rest. Martin said that Jorgen was certainly passionate, but a good fellow after all. They were both young and healthy, well grown and strong, but Jorgen was the cleverer of the two. In Norway the peasants go into the mountains and take the cattle to find pasture. On the west coast of Jutland, huts have been erected among the sand hills. They are built of pieces of wreck and thatched with turf and heather. There are sleeping places round the walls, and here the fishermen live and sleep during the early spring. Every fisherman has a female helper, or manager, as she is called, who baits his hooks and prepares warm beer for him when he comes ashore, and gets dinner cooked and ready for him by the time he comes back to the hut tired and hungry. Besides this, the managers bring up fish from the boats, cut them open, prepare them, and generally have a great deal to do. Jürgen, his father, and several other fishermen and their managers inhabited the same hut. Martin lived in the next one. One of the girls, whose name was Elsa, had known Jürgen from childhood. They were glad to see each other, and were of the same opinion on many points, but in appearance they were entirely opposite, for he was dark, and she was pale and fair, and had flaxen hair, and eyes as blue as the sea in sunshine. End of Part 1 of A Story from the Sand Hills. Recording by Alan Putzig, March 2015, Boston.
Section 5 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibraryVox.org. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul. A Story from the Sandhills, Part 2. As they were walking together one day, Jürgen held her hand very firmly in his, and she said to him, "Jürgen, I have something I want to say to you. Let me be your manager, for you are like a brother to me. But Martin, whose housekeeper I am, he is my lover. But you need not tell this to the others." It seemed to Jürgen as if the loose sand was giving way under his feet. He did not speak a word, but nodded his head, and that meant yes. It was all that was necessary, but he suddenly felt in his heart that he hated Martin, and the more he thought, the more he felt convinced that Martin had stolen away from him the only being he ever loved, and this was Elsa. He had never thought of Elsa in this way before, but now it all became plain to him. When the sea is rather rough, and the fishermen are coming home in their great boats, it is wonderful to see how they cross the reefs. One of them stands upright in the bow of the boat, and the others watch him sitting with the oars in their hands. Outside the reef it looks as if the boat was not approaching land, but going back to sea. Then the man who's standing up gives them the signal that the great wave is coming, which is to float them across the reef. The boat is lifted high into the air, so that the keel is seen from the shore. The next moment nothing can be seen. Mast, keel, and people are all hidden. It seems as though the sea had devoured them, but in a few moments they emerge like a great sea animal climbing up the waves, and the oars move as if the creature had legs. The second and third reef are passed in the same manner. Then the fishermen jump into the water and push the boat towards the shore. Every wave helps them, and at length they have it drawn up beyond the reach of the breakers. A wrong order given in front of the reef, the slightest hesitation, and the boat would be lost. Then it would all be over with me and Martin too. This thought passed through Jürgen's mind one day, whilst they were out at sea, where his foster-father had been taken suddenly ill. The fever had seized him. There were only a few oar strokes from the reef, and Jürgen sprang from his seat and stood up in the boat. "Father, let me come," he said, and he glanced at Martin and across the waves. Every oar bent with the exertions of the rower as the great wave came towards them, and he saw his father's pale face, and dared not obey the evil impulse that had shot through his brain. The boat came safely across the reef to land, but the evil thought remained in his heart, and roused up every little fibre of bitterness which he remembered between himself and Martin since they had known each other. But he could not wave the fibres together, nor did he endeavour to do so. He felt that Martin had robbed him, and this was enough to make him hate his former friend. Several of the fishermen saw this, but Martin did not. He remained as obliging and talkative as ever. In fact, he talked rather too much. Jürgen's foster-father took to his bed, and it became his deathbed, for he died a week afterwards, and now Jürgen was heir to the little house behind the sandhills. It was small, certainly, but still it was something, and Martin had nothing of the kind. "You will not go to sea again, Jürgen, I suppose," observed one of the fishermen. "You will always stay with us now." But this was not Jürgen's intention. He wanted to see something of the world. The eel breeder of Fjöldring had an uncle at Old Skagen, who was a fisherman, but also a prosperous merchant with ships upon the sea. He was said to be a good old man, and it would not be a bad thing to enter his service. Old Skagen lies in the extreme north of Jutland, as far away from the Husby Dunes as one can travel in that country, and this is just what pleased Jürgen, for he did not want to remain till the wedding of Martin and Elsa, which would take place in a week or two. The old fisherman said it was foolish to go away, for now that Jürgen had a home, Elsa would very likely be inclined to take him instead of Martin. Jürgen gave such a vague answer that it was not easy to make out what he meant. The old man brought Elsa to him, and she said, "You have a home now, you ought to think of that." And Jürgen thought of many things. The sea has heavy waves, but there are heavier waves in the human heart. Many thoughts, strong and weak, rushed through Jürgen's brain, and he said to Elsa, "If Martin had a house like mine, which of us would you rather have? But Martin has no house and cannot get one. Suppose he had one. Well, then I would certainly take mine, for that is what my heart tells me. But one cannot live upon love." Jürgen turned these things over in his mind all night. Something was working within him. He hardly knew what it was, but it was even stronger than his love for Elsa. And so he went to Martin's, and what he said and did there was well considered. He let the house to Martin on most liberal terms, saying that he wished to go to sea again because he loved it, and Elsa kissed him when she heard of it, for she loved Martin best. Jürgen proposed to start early in the morning, and on the evening before his departure, when it was already getting rather late, he felt a wish to visit Martin once more. He started, and among the dunes met the old fisherman, who was angry at his leaving the place. The old man made jokes about Martin, and he declared there must be some magic about that fellow, of whom the girls were so fond. Jürgen did not pay any attention to his remarks, but said goodbye to the old man, and went on towards the house where Martin dwelt. He heard loud talking inside. Martin was not alone, and this made Jürgen waver in his determination, for he did not want to see Elsa again. On second thoughts, he decided that it was better not to hear any more thanks from Martin, and so he turned back. On the following morning, before the sun rose, he fastened his knapsack on his back, took his wooden provision box in his hand, and went away among the sandhills towards the coast path. This way was more pleasant than the heavy sand road, and besides it was shorter, and he intended to go first to Fjordring, near Bovbeer, where the eel breeder lived, to whom he had promised a visit. The sea lay before him, clear and blue, and the mussel shells and pebbles, the playthings of his childhood, crunched over his feet. While he thus walked on, his nose suddenly began to bleed. It was a trifling occurrence, but trifles sometimes are of great importance. A few large drops of blood fell upon one of his sleeves. He wiped them off and stopped the bleeding, and it seemed to him as if this had cleared and lightened his brain. The sea kale bloomed here and there in the sand as he passed. He broke off a spray and stuck it in his hat. He determined to be merry and light-hearted, for he was going out into the wide world. A little way out, beyond the bay, as the young eels had said, "Beware of bad people who will catch you, and skin you, and put you in the frying pan." He repeated this in his mind, and smiled, for he thought he should find his way through the world. Good courage is a strong weapon. The sun was high in the heavens when he approached the narrow entrance to Nissan Bay. He looked back and saw a couple of horsemen galloping a long distance behind him, and there were other people with them, but this did not concern him. The ferry boat was on the opposite side of the bay. Jürgen called to the ferryman, and the latter came over with his boat. Jürgen stepped in, but before he had got halfway across, the men whom he had seen riding so hastily came up, hailed the ferryman, and commanded him to return in the name of the law. Jürgen did not understand the reason of this, but he thought it would be best to turn back, and therefore he himself took an oar and returned. As soon as the boat touched the shore, the men sprang on board, and before he was aware of it, they had bound his hands with a rope. "This wicked deed will cost you your life," they said. "It is a good thing we have caught you." He was accused of nothing less than murder. Martin had been found dead, with his throat cut. One of the fishermen, late on the previous evening, had met with Jürgen going towards Martin's house. This was not the first time Jürgen had raised his knife against Martin, so they felt sure that he was the murderer. The prison was in a town at a great distance, and the wind was contrary for going there by sea, but it would not take half an hour to get across the bay, and another quarter of an hour would bring them to Nursery, the great castle with ramparts and moat. One of Jürgen's captors was a fisherman, a brother of the keeper of the castle, and he said it might be managed that Jürgen should be placed for the present in the dungeon at Vosburg, where Long Marta the gypsy had been shut up till her execution. They paid no attention to Jürgen's defence. The few drops of blood on his shirt sleeve bore heavy witness against him, but he was conscious of his innocence, and as there was no chance of clearing himself at present, he submitted to his fate. The party landed just at the place where Sir Booga's castle had stood, and where Jurgen had walked with his foster parents after the burial feast, during the 4 happiest days of his childhood. He was led by the well-known path over the meadow to Vosper. Once more the elders were in bloom, and the lofty lime trees gave forth sweet fragrance, and it seemed as if it were but yesterday that he had last seen the spot. In each of the 2 wings of the castle there was a staircase which led to a place below the entrance, from whence there is access to a low vaulted cellar. In this dungeon Long Marta had been imprisoned, and from here she was led away to the scaffold. She had eaten the hearts of 5 children, and had imagined that if she could obtain 2 more, she would be able to fly and make herself invisible. In the middle of the roof of the cellar there was a little narrow air hole, but no window. The flowering lime trees could not breathe refreshing fragrance into that abode, where everything was dark and mouldy. There was only a rough bench in the cell, but a good conscience is a soft pillow, and therefore Jurgen could sleep well. The thick oaken door was locked and secured on the outside by an iron bar, but a goblin of superstition can creep through a keyhole into a baron's castle just as easily as it can into a fisherman's cottage. And why should he not creep in here, where Jurgen sat thinking of Long Marta and her wicked deeds? Her last thoughts on the night before her execution had filled this place, and the magic that tradition asserted to have been practiced here in Sir Svan Wedel's time came into Jurgen's mind and made him shudder. But a sunbeam, a refreshing thought from without, penetrated his heart even here. It was the remembrance of the flowering elder and the sweet-smelling lime trees. He was not left there long. They took him away to the town of Rinkeby, where he was imprisoned with equal severity. Those times were not like ours. The common people were treated harshly, and it was just after the days when the farms were converted into knights' estates, when coachmen and servants were often made magistrates, and had power to sentence a poor man, for a small offence, to lose his property and to corporeal punishment. Judges of this kind were still to be found, and in Jutland, so far from the capital and from the enlightened, well-meaning head of the government, the law was still very loosely administered sometimes. The smallest grievance Jurgen could expect was that his case should be delayed. His dwelling was cold and comfortless, and how long would he be obliged to bear all this? It seemed his fate to suffer misfortune and sorrow innocently. He now had plenty of time to reflect on the difference of fortune on earth, and to wonder why this fate had been allotted to him. Yet he felt sure that all would be made clear in the next life, the existence that awaits us when this life is over. His faith had grown strong in the poor fisherman's cottage. The light which had never shone into his father's mind, in all the richness and the sunshine of Spain, was sent to him to be his comfort in poverty and distress, a sign of that mercy of God which never fails. The spring storms began to blow. The rolling and moaning of the North Sea could be heard for miles inland when the wind was blowing, and then it sounded like the rushing of 1,000 wagons over a hard road with a mine underneath. Jurgen heard these sounds in his prison, and it was a relief to him. No music could have touched his heart as did these sounds of the sea, the rolling sea, the boundless sea, in which a man can be borne across the world before the wind, carrying his own house with him wherever he goes, just as the snail carries its home even into a strange country. He listened eagerly to its deep murmur, and then the thought arose, free, free, how happy to be free, even barefooted and in ragged clothes. Sometimes when such thoughts crossed his mind, the fiery nature rose within him, and he beat the wall with his clenched fists. Weeks, months, a whole year had gone by, when Niels the thief, called also a horse-dealer, was arrested, and now better times came, and it was seen that Jurgen had been wrongly accused. On the afternoon before Jurgen's departure from home, and before the murder, Niels the thief had met Martin at a beer house in the neighbourhood of Rinkeby. A few glasses were drank, not enough to cloud the brain, but enough to loosen Martin's tongue. He began to boast and to say that he had obtained a house and intended to marry, and when Niels asked him where he was going to get the money, he slapped his pocket proudly and said, "The money is here, where it ought to be." This boast cost him his life, for when he went home Niels followed him and cut his throat, intending to rob the murdered man of the gold, which did not exist. All this was circumstantially explained, but it is enough for us to know that Jurgen was set free. But what compensation did he get for having been imprisoned a whole year, and shut out from all communication with his fellow creatures? They told him he was fortunate in being proved innocent, and that he might go. The burgomaster gave him $2 for travelling expenses, and many citizens offered him provisions and beer. There were still good people. They were not all hard and pitiless. But the best thing of all was that the merchant Brona of Skagen, into whose service Jürgen had proposed entering the year before, was just at that time on business in the town of Rinkeby. Brona had heard the whole story. He was kind-hearted and understood what Jürgen must have felt and suffered. Therefore he made up his mind to make it up to the poor lad and convince him that there were still kind folk in this world. So Jürgen went forth from prison as if to paradise, to find freedom, affection, and trust. He was to travel this path now, for no goblet of life is all bitterness. No good man would pour out such a draught for his fellow man, and how should he do it, who is love personified? Let everything be buried and forgotten, said Brana, the merchant. Let us draw a thick line through last year. We will even burn the almanac. In 2 days we will start for dear, friendly, peaceful Skagen. People call it an out-of-the-way corner, but it is a good warm chimney corner, and its windows open toward every part of the world. What a journey that was! It was like taking fresh breath out of the cold dungeon air into the warm sunshine. The heather bloomed in pride and beauty, and the shepherd boy sat on a barrel and blew his pipe, which he had carved for himself out of a sheep-bone. Fata Morgana, the beautiful aerial phenomenon of the wilderness, appeared with hanging gardens and waving forests, and the wonderful cloud called Lookwind driving his sheep also was seen. Up towards Skagen they went, through the land of the Wendels, whence the men with long beards, the Longobardi or Lombards, had emigrated in the reign of King Snail, when all the children and old people were to have been killed, till the noble dame Gambrog proposed that the young people should emigrate. Jürgen knew all this. He had some little knowledge, and although he did not know the land of the Lombards beyond the lofty Alps, he had an idea that it must be there, for in his boyhood he had been in the south, in Spain. He thought of the plenteousness of the southern fruit, of the red pomegranate flowers, of the humming, buzzing, and toiling in the great beehive of the city he had seen. But home is the best place after all, and Jürgen's home was Denmark. At last they arrived in Vendiskoge, as Skagen is called in Old Norwegian and Icelandic writings. At that time all Skagen, with the eastern and western town, extended for miles, with sand hills and arable land as far as the lighthouse near Grenland. Then, as now, the houses were strewn among the wind-raised sand hills, a wilderness in which the wind sports with the sand, and where the voice of the seagull and wild swan strikes harshly on the ear. In the southwest, a mile from Grenland, lies Old Skagen. Merchant Brona dwelt here, and this was also to be Jürgen's home for the future. The dwelling house was tarred, and all the small outbuildings had been put together from pieces of wreck. There was no fence, for indeed there was nothing to fence in except the long rows of fishes which were hung upon lines, one above the other, to dry in the wind. The entire coast was strewn with spoiled herrings, for there were so many of these fish that a net was scarcely thrown into the sea before it was filled. They were caught by carloads, and many of them were either thrown back into the sea or left to die on the beach. The old man's wife and daughter and his servants also came to meet him with great rejoicing. There was a great squeezing of hands and talking and questioning. And the daughter, what a sweet face and bright eyes she had. The inside of the house was comfortable and roomy. Fritters that a king would have looked upon as a dainty dish were placed on the table, and there was wine from the Skagen vineyard, that is, the sea. For there the grapes come ashore, ready pressed and prepared in barrels and in bottles. When the mother and daughter heard who Jürgen was, and how innocently he had suffered, they looked at him in a still more friendly way, and pretty Clara's eyes had a look of especial interest as she listened to his story. Jürgen found a happy home in Old Skagen. It did his heart good, for it had been sorely tired. He had drunk the bitter goblet of love which softens or hardens the heart, according to circumstances. Jürgen's heart was still soft. It was young, and therefore it was a good thing that Miss Clara was going in 3 weeks' time to Kristiansund in Norway, in her father's ship, to visit an aunt and to stay there the whole winter. On the Sunday before she went away, they all went to church, to the Holy Communion. The church was large and handsome, and had been built centuries before by Scotchmen and Dutchmen. It stood some little way out of the town. It was rather ruinous, certainly, and the road to it was heavy, through deep sand, but the people gladly surmounted these difficulties to get to the house of God, to sing psalms and to hear the sermon. The sand had heaped itself up around the walls of the church, but the graves were kept free from it. It was the largest church north of Limfjorden. The Virgin Mary, with a golden crown on her head and the child Jesus in her arms, stood lifelike on the altar. The holy apostles had been carved in the choir, and on the walls there were portraits of the old burgomasters and councillors of Skagen. The pulpit was of carved work. The sun shone brightly into the church, and its radiance fell on the polished brass chandelier and on the little ship that hung from the vaulted roof. Jürgen felt overcome by a holy, childlike feeling, like that which possessed him when, as a boy, he stood in the splendid Spanish cathedral. But here the feeling was different, for he felt conscious of being one of the congregation. After the sermon followed Holy Communion. He partook of the bread and wine, and it so happened that he knelt by the side of Miss Clara. But his thoughts were so fixed upon heaven and the Holy Sacrament that he did not notice his neighbour until he rose from his knees, and then he saw how tears were rolling down her cheeks. She left Skagen and went to Norway 2 days later. He remained behind and made himself useful on the farm and at the fishery. He went out fishing, and in those days fish were more plentiful and larger than they are now. The shoals of the mackerel glittered in the dark night and indicated where they were swimming. The gurnard snarled, and the crabs gave forth pitiful yells when they were chased, for fish are not so mute as people say. Every Sunday Jürgen went to church, and when his eyes rested on the picture of the Virgin Mary over the altar as he sat there, they often glided away to the spot where they had knelt side by side. Autumn came and brought rain and snow with it. The water rose up right into the town of Skagen. The sand could not suck it all in. One had to wade through it or go by boat. The storms threw vessel after vessel on the fatal reefs. There were snowstorms and sandstorms. The sand flew up to the houses, blocking the entrances, so that people had to creep up through the chimneys. That was nothing at all remarkable here. It was pleasant and cheerful indoors, where peat fuel and fragments of wood from the wrecks blazed and crackled upon the hearth. Merchant Bronner read aloud from an old chronicle about Prince Hamlet of Denmark, who had come over from England, landed near Bovbjerg, and fought a battle. Close by Rammer was his grave, only a few miles from the place where the eel-breeder lived. Hundreds of barrow rose from the heath, forming, as it were, an enormous churchyard. Merchant Bronner had himself been at Hamlet's grave. They spoke about old times, and about their neighbours, and the English and the Scotch, and Jürgen sang the air of "The King of England's Son," and of his splendid ship and its outfit. In the hour of peril, when most men fear, he clasped the bride that he held so dear, and proved himself the son of a king. Of his courage and valour let us sing. This verse Jürgen sang with so much feeling that his eyes beamed, and they were black and sparkling since his infancy. There was wealth, comfort, and happiness even among the domestic animals, for they were all well cared for and well kept. The kitchen looked bright with its copper and tin utensils and white plates, and from the rafters hung hams, beef, and winter stores in plenty. This can still be seen in many rich farms on the west coast of Jutland. Plenty to eat and drink, clean, prettily decorated rooms, active minds, cheerful tempers, and hospitality can be found there, as in an Arab's tent. Jürgen had never spent such a happy time since the famous burial feast, and yet Miss Clara was absent, except in the thoughts and memory of all. In April a ship was to start from Norway, and Jürgen was to sail in it. He was full of life and spirits, and looked so sturdy and well, that Dame Bronner said it did her good to see him. "And it does one good to look at you also, old wife," said the merchant. "Jürgen has brought fresh life into our winter evenings, and into you too, mother. You look younger than ever this year, and seem well and cheerful. But then you were once the prettiest girl in Viborg, and that is saying a great deal, for I have always found the Viborg girls the prettiest of any." Jürgen said nothing, but he thought of a certain maiden of Skagen, whom he was to soon visit. The ship set sail for Kristiansund in Norway, and as the wind was favourable, it soon arrived there. One morning Merchant Bronner went out to the lighthouse, which stands a little way out of Old Skagen, not far from Grenland. The light was out, and the sun was already high in the heavens when he mounted the tower. The sandbanks extend a whole mile from the shore. Beneath the water, outside these banks, many ships could be seen that day, and with the aid of his telescope the old man thought he described his own ship, the Karen Bronner. Yes, certainly, there she was, sailing homewards with Clara and Jürgen on board. Clara sat on deck and saw the sandhills gradually appearing in the distance. The church and lighthouse looked like a heron and a swan rising from the blue waters. If the wind held good, they might reach home in about an hour. So near they were to home and all its joys,
so near to death and all its terrors. A plank in the ship gave way, and the water rushed in. The crew flew to the pumps and did their best to stop the leak. A signal of distress was hoisted, but they were still fully a mile from shore. Some fishing boats were in sight, but they were too far off to be of any use. The wind blew towards the land, the tide was in their favour, but it was all useless. The ship could not be saved. Jorgen threw his right arm around Clara and pressed her to him. With what a look she gazed up into his face, as with a prayer to God for help, he breasted the waves, which rushed over the sinking ship. She uttered a cry, but she felt safe and certain that he would not leave her to sink. And in this hour of terror and danger, Jorgen felt as if the king's son did, and told in the old song, "In the hour of peril when most men fear, he clasped the bride that he held so dear." How glad he felt that he was a good swimmer. He worked his way onward with his feet and one arm, while he held the young girl up firmly with the other. He rested on the waves, he trod the water, in fact did everything he could have in order not to fatigue himself, and to reserve strength enough to reach land. He heard Clara sigh and felt her shudder convulsively, and he pressed her more closely to him. Now and then a wave rolled over them, the current lifted them, the water, although deep, was so clear that for a moment he imagined he saw the shoals of mackerel glittering, or Leviathan himself ready to swallow them. Now the clouds cast a shadow over the water. Then again came the playing sunbeams. Flocks of loudly screaming birds passed over him, and the plump and lazy wild ducks which allow themselves to be drifted by the waves rose up terrified at the sight of the swimmer. He began to feel his strength decreasing, but he was only a few cable lengths distant from the shore, and help was coming, for a boat was approaching him. At this moment he distinctly saw a white staring figure under the water. A wave lifted him up, and he came nearer to the figure. He felt a violent shock, and everything became dark around him. On the sand reef lay the wreck of a ship, which was covered with water at high tide. The white figurehead rested against the anchor, the sharp iron edge of which rose just above the surface. Jorgen had come in contact with this. The tide had driven him against it with great force. He sank down, stunned with the blow, but the next wave lifted him and the young girl up again. Some fishermen coming with a boat seized them and dragged them into it. The blood streamed down over Jorgen's face. He seemed dead, but still held the young girl so tightly that they were obliged to take her from him by force. She was pale and lifeless. They laid her in the boat and rowed as quickly as possible to the shore. They tried every means to restore Clara to life, but it was all of no avail. Jorgen had been swimming for some distance with a corpse in his arms, and had exhausted his strength for one who was dead. Jorgen still breathed, so the fishermen carried him to the nearest house upon the sandhills, where a smith and a general dealer lived who knew something of surgery, and bound up Jorgen's wounds in a temporary way until a surgeon could be obtained from the nearest town the next day. The injured man's brain was affected, and in his delirium he uttered wild cries, but on the third day he lay quiet and weak upon his bed. His life seemed to hang by a thread, and the physician said it would be better for him if this thread broke. "Let us pray that God may take him," he said, "for he will never be the same man again." But life did not depart from him. The thread would not break, but the thread of memory was severed. The thread of his mind had been cut through, and what was still more grievous, a body remained, a living, healthy body that wandered about like a troubled spirit. Jorgen remained in Merchant Grana's house. "He was hurt while endeavouring to save our child," said the old man, "and now he is our son." People called Jorgen insane, but that was not exactly the correct term. He was like an instrument in which the strings are loose and will give no sound. Only occasionally they regained their power for a few minutes, and then they sounded as they used to. He would sing snatches of songs or old melodies. Pictures of the past would rise before him, and then disappear in the midst, as it were. But as a general rule he sat staring into vacancy, without a thought. We may conjecture that he did not suffer, but his dark eyes lost their brightness, and looked like clouded glass. "Poor mad Jorgen," said the people, and this was the end of a life whose infancy was to have been surrounded with wealth and splendour had his parents lived. All his great mental abilities had been lost. Nothing but hardship, sorrow, and disappointment had been his fate. He was like a rare plant, torn from its native soil and tossed upon the beach to wither there. And this was one of God's creatures, fashioned in his own likeness, to have no better fate? Was he to be only the plaything of fortune? No, the all-loving Creator would certainly repay him in the life to come for what he had suffered and lost here. The Lord is good to all, and his mercy is over all his works. The pious old wife of the merchant repeated these words from the Psalms of David in patience and hope, and the prayer of her heart was that Jürgen might soon be called away to enter into eternal life. In the churchyard where the walls were surrounded with sand, Clara lay buried. Jürgen did not seem to know this. It did not enter his mind, which could only retain fragments of the past. Every Sunday he went to church with the old people and sat there silently, staring vacantly before him. One day when the psalms were being sung, he sighed deeply and his eyes became bright. They were fixed upon a place near the altar where he had knelt with his friend, who was dead. He murmured her name and became deadly pale, and tears rolled down his cheeks. They led him out of the church. He told those standing round him that he was well, and that he had never been ill. He who had been so grievously afflicted, the outcast thrown upon the world, could not remember his sufferings. The Lord our Creator is wise and full of loving kindness. Who can doubt him? In Spain, where balmy breezes blow over the Moorish cupolas and gently stir the orange and myrtle groves, where singing and the sound of the castanets are always heard, the richest merchant in the place, a childless old man, sat in a luxurious house, while children marched in procession through the streets with waving flags and lighted tapers. If he had been able to press his children to his heart, his daughter or her child, that had perhaps never seen the light of day, far less the kingdom of heaven, how much of his wealth would he not have given? Poor child! Yes, poor child. A child still, yet more than 30 years old, for Jürgen had arrived at this age in Old Skagen. The shifting sounds had covered the graves in the courtyard, quite up to the church walls, but still, the dead must be buried among their relatives, the dear ones who had gone before them. Merchant Bronner and his wife now rested with their children under the white sand. It was in the spring, the season of storms. The sand from the dunes was whirled up in clouds, the sea was rough, and flocks of birds flew like clouds in the storm, screaming across the sand hills. Shipwreck followed upon shipwreck on the reefs between Olsgagen and the Husby dunes. One evening Jürgen sat in his room alone. All at once his mind seemed to become clearer, and a restless feeling came over him, such as had often, in his younger days, driven him out to wander over the sand hills or on the earth. "Home, home!" he cried. No one heard him. He went out and walked towards the dunes. Sand and stones blew into his face, and whirled round him, and he went in the direction of the church. The sand was banked up the walls, half covering the windows, but it had been cleared away in front of the door, and the entrance was free and easy to open, so Jürgen went into the church. The storm raged over the town of Skagen. There had not been such a terrible tempest within the memory of the inhabitants, nor such a rough sea. But Jürgen was in the temple of God, and while the darkness of night reigned outside, a light arose in his soul that was never to depart from. The heavy weight that pressed on his brain burst asunder. He fancied he heard the organ, but it was only the storm and the moaning of the sea. He sat down on one of the seats, and lo, the candles were lighted one by one, and there was a brightness and grandeur such as he had only seen in the Spanish cathedral. The portraits of the old citizens became alive, stepped down from the walls against which they had hung for centuries, and took seats near the church door. The gates flew open, and all the dead people from the churchyard came in and filled the church, while beautiful music sounded. Then the melody of the psalm burst forth, with the sound of the waters, and Jürgen saw that his foster parents from the Husby dunes were there. Also old merchant Bronner with his wife and their daughter Clara, who gave him her hand. They both went up to the altar where they had knelt before, and the priest joined their hands and united them for life. The music was heard again. It was wonderfully sweet, like a child's voice, full of joy and expectation, swelling to the powerful tones of a full organ, sometimes soft and sweet, then like the sounds of a tempest, delightful and elevating to hear, yet strong enough to burst the stone tombs of the dead. Then the little ship that hung from the roof of the choir was let down, and looked wonderfully large and beautiful with its silken sails and rigging. The ropes were of silk, the anchor of gold, and everywhere riches and pomp untold, as the old song says. The young couple went on board, accompanied by the whole congregation, for there was room and enjoyment for them all. When the walls and arches of the church were covered with flowering junipers and lime trees, breathing forth fragrance, the branches waved, creating a pleasant coolness. They bent and parted, and the ship sailed between them through the air and over the sea. Every candle in the church became a star, and the winds sang a hymn in which they all joined. Through love to glory no life is lost. The future is full of blessings and happiness. Hallelujah. These were the last words Jürgen uttered into this world, for the thread that bound his immortal soul was severed, and nothing but the dead body lay in the dark church, while the storm raged outside, covering it with loose sand. The next day was Sunday, and the congregation and their pastor went to the church. The road had always been heavy, but now it was almost unfit for use, and when they at last arrived at the church, a great heap of sand lay piled up in front of them. The whole church was completely buried in sand. The clergyman offered a short prayer and said that God had closed the door of his house here, and that the congregation must go and build a new one for him somewhere else. So they sung a hymn in the open air and went home again. Jürgen could not be found anywhere in the town of Skagen, nor on the dunes, though they searched for him everywhere. They came to the conclusion that one of the great waves, which had rolled far up on the beach, had carried him away, but his body lay buried in a great sepulchre, the church itself. The Lord had thrown down a covering for his grave during the storm, and the heavy mound of sand lies upon it to this day. The drifting sand had covered the vaulted roof of the church, the arched cloisters, and the stone aisles. The white thorn and the dog rose now blossom above the place where the church lies buried, but the spire, like an enormous monument over a grave, can be seen for miles round. No king has a more splendid memorial. Nothing disturbs the peaceful sleep of the dead. I was the first to hear this story. The storm sung it to me among the sandhills. End of A Story from the Sandhills, Part 2. Recording by Harry Ramakrishnan from Bristol, England. Feel free to follow me at BH Ramakrishnan, and for more information see harryramakrishnan.com.
Section 6 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.B. Paul. The Butterfly. Here was once a butterfly who wished for a bride, and, as may be supposed, he wanted to choose a very pretty one from among the flowers. He glanced, with a very critical eye, at all the flower beds, and found that the flowers were seated quietly and demurely in their stalks, just as maidens should sit before they are engaged. But there was a great number of them, and it appeared as if his search would become very wearisome. The butterfly did not like to take too much trouble, so he flew off on a visit to the daisies. The French call this flower Marguerite, and they say that the little daisy can prophesy. Lovers pluck off the leaves, and as they pluck each leaf, they ask questions about the lovers, thus: does he or she love me? Ardently, distractedly, very much, a little, not at all, and so on. Everyone speaks these words in his own language. The butterfly came also to Marguerite to inquire, but he did not pluck off her leaves. He pressed a kiss on each of them, for he thought there was always more to be done by kindness. "Darling Marguerite Daisy," he said to her, "you are the wisest woman of all the flowers. Pray tell me which of the flowers I shall choose for my wife. Which will be my bride? When I know, I will fly directly to her and propose." But Marguerite did not answer him. She was offended that he should call her a woman when she was only a girl, and there is a great difference. He asked her a second time, and then a third, but she remained dumb, and answered not a word. Then he would wait no longer, but flew away to commence his wooing at once. It was in the early spring, when the crocus and the snowdrop were in full bloom. "They are very pretty," thought the butterfly. "Charming little lasses, but they are rather formal." Then, as the young lads often do, he looked out for the elder girls. He next flew to the anemones. These were rather sour to his taste, the violet a little too sentimental, the lime blossoms too small, and besides there was such a large family of them. The apple blossoms, though they looked like roses, bloomed today but might fall off tomorrow with the first wind that blew, and he thought that a marriage with one of them might last too short a time. The pea blossom pleased him most of all. She was white and red, graceful and slender, and belonged to those domestic maidens who have a pretty appearance and can yet be useful in the kitchen. He was just about to make her an offer, when, close by the maiden, he saw a pod, with a withered flower hanging at the end. "Who is that?" he asked. "That is my sister," replied the pea blossom. "Oh, indeed, and you will be like her some day," said he, and he flew away directly, for he felt quite shocked. A honeysuckle hung forth from the hedge, in full bloom, but there were so many girls like her, with long faces and sallow complexions. No, he did not like her. But which one did he like? Spring went by, and summer drew towards its close. Autumn came, but he had not decided. The flowers now appeared in the most gorgeous robes, but all in vain. They had not the fresh, fragrant air of youth. For the heart asks for fragrance even when it is no longer young, and there is very little of that to be found in the dahlias or the dry chrysanthemums. Therefore the butterfly turned to the mint on the ground. "You know, this plant has no blossom, but it is sweetness all over, full of fragrance from head to foot, with the scent of a flower in every leaf." "I will take her," said the butterfly, and he made her an offer. But the mint stood silent and stiff as she listened to him. At last she said, "Friendship, if you please, nothing more. I am old, and you are old, but we may live for each other just the same. As to marrying, no, don't let us appear ridiculous at our age." And so it happened that the butterfly got no wife at all. He had been too long choosing, which is always a bad plan, and the butterfly became what is called an old bachelor. It was late in the autumn, with rainy and cloudy weather. The cold wind blew over the bowed backs of the willows, so that they creaked again. It was not the weather for flying about in summer clothes, but fortunately the butterfly was not out in it. He had got a shelter by chance. It was in a room heated by a stove, and as warm as summer. He could exist here, he said, well enough. "But it is not enough to merely exist," said he. "I need freedom, and a little flower for a companion." Then he flew against the window pane, and was seen and admired by those in the room, who caught him and stuck him on a pin in a box of curiosities. They could not do more for him. "Now I am perched on a stalk, like the flowers," said the butterfly. "It is not very pleasant, certainly. I should imagine it is something like being married, for here I am stuck fast." And with this thought he consoled himself a little. "That seems very poor consolation," said one of the plants in the room, that grew in a pot. "Ah," thought the butterfly, "one can't very well trust these plants in pots. They have too much to do with mankind." End of The Butterfly.
Chapter 7 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asaf Kos. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Bishop of Børglum and his warriors. Our scene is laid in northern Jutland, in the so-called Wild Moor. We hear what is called the Wester Wow-Wow, the peculiar roar of the North Sea, as it breaks against the western coast of Jutland. It rolls and thunders with a sound that penetrates for miles into the land, and we are quite near the roaring. Before us rises a great mound of sand, a mountain we have long seen, and towards which we are wending our way, driving slowly along through the deep sand. On this mountain of sand is a lofty old building, the convent of Børglum. In one of its wings, the larger one, there is still a church, and at this convent we now arrive in the late evening hour. But the weather is clear in the bright June night around us, and the eye can range far, far over field, and more to the bay of Aalborg, over heath and meadow, and far across the deep blue sea. Now we are there, and roll past between barns and other farm buildings, and at the left of the gate we turn aside to the old castle farm, where the lime trees stand in lines along the walls, and, sheltered from the wind and weather, grow so luxuriantly that their twigs and leaves almost conceal the windows. We mount the winding staircase of stone, and march through the long passages under heavy roof beams. The wind moans very strangely here, both within and without. It is hardly known how, but the people say, yes, people say a great many things when they are frightened or want to frighten others. They say that the old dead choirman glides silently past us into the church, where mass is sung. They can be heard in the rushing of the storm, and their singing brings up strange thoughts in the hearers, thoughts of the old times into which we are carried back. On the coast a ship is stranded, and the bishop's warriors are there, and spare not those whom the sea has spared. The sea washes away the blood that has flowed from the cloven skulls. The stranded goods belong to the bishop, and there is a store of goods here. The sea casts up tubs and barrels filled with costly wine for the convent cellar, and in the convent is already good store of beer and mead. There is plenty in the kitchen, dead game and poultry, and fat fish swim in the ponds without. The Bishop of Børglum is a mighty lord. He has great possessions, but still he longs for more. Everything must bow before the mighty Olaf Glob. His rich cousin at Thyland is dead, and his widow is to have the rich inheritance. But how comes it that one relation is always harder towards another than even strangers would be? The widow's husband had possessed all Thyland, with the exception of the church property. Her son was not at home. In his boyhood he had already started on a journey, for his desire was to see foreign lands and strange people. For years there had been no news of him. Perhaps he had been long laid in the grave, and would never come back to his home, to rule where his mother then ruled. "What has a woman to do with rule?" said the bishop. He summoned the widow before a law court. But what did he gain thereby? The widow had never been disobedient to the law, and was strong in her just rights. Bishop Olaf of Børglum, what dost thou propose? What writest thou on yonder smooth parchment, sealing it with thy seal, and entrusting it to the horsemen and servants who ride away, far away, to the city of the Pope? It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon icy winter will come. Twice had icy winter returned before the bishop welcomed the horsemen and servants back to their home. They came from Rome with a papal decree, a ban or bull against the widow who had dared to offend the pious bishop. Cursed be she and all that belongs to her. Let her be expelled from the congregation and the church. Let no man stretch forth a helping hand to her, and let friends and relations avoid her as a plague and a pestilence. What will not bend must break, said the Bishop of Børglum, and all forsake the widow. But she holds fast to her God. He is her helper and defender. One servant only, an old maid, remained faithful to her, and with the old servant the widow herself followed the plough, and the crop grew, although the land had been cursed by the Pope and by the bishop. Thou child of perdition, I will yet carry out my purpose, cried the Bishop of Børglum. Now will I lay the hand of the Pope upon thee, to summon thee before the tribunal that shall condemn thee. Then did the widow yoke the last 2 oxen that remained to her to a wagon, and mounted up on the wagon with her old servant, and travelled away across the heath out of the Danish land. As a stranger she came into a foreign country, where a strange tongue was spoken, and where new customs prevailed. Farther and farther she journeyed, to where green hills rise into mountains, and the vine clothes their sides. Strange merchants drive by her, and they look anxiously after their wagons laden with merchandise. They fear an attack from the armed followers of the robber knights. The 2 poor women, in their humble vehicle drawn by 2 black oxen, travel fearlessly through the dangerous sunken road and through the darksome forest. And now they were in Franconia, and there met them a stalwart knight, with a train of 12 armed followers. He paused, gazed at the strange vehicle, and questioned the women as to the goal of their journey and the place whence they came. Then one of them mentioned the island in Denmark, and spoke of her sorrows, of her woes, which was soon to cease, for so divine providence had willed it. For the stranger knight is the widow's son. He seized her hand, he embraced her, and the mother wept. For years she had not been able to weep, but had only bitten her lips till the blood started. It is the time of falling leaves and of stranded ships, and soon will icy winter come. The sea rolled wine tubs to the shore for the bishop's cellar. In the kitchen the deer roasted on the spit before the fire. At Børglum it was warm and cheerful in the heated rooms, while cold winter raged without, when a piece of news was brought to the bishop. Jans Glob of Violent has come back, and his mother with him. Jans Glob laid a complaint against the bishop, and summoned him before the temporal and the spiritual court. That will avail him little, said the bishop. Best leave off thy efforts, Knight Jans. Again it is the time of falling leaves and stranded ships. Icy winter comes again, and the white bees are swarming, and sting the traveller's face till they melt. Keen weather today, say the people as they step in. Jans Glob stands so deeply wrapped in thought that he singes the skirt of his white garment. Thou Børglum bishop, he exclaims, I shall subdue thee after all. Under the shield of the Pope, the law cannot reach thee, but Jans Glob shall reach thee. Then he writes a letter to his brother-in-law, Olaf Hayes, in Sellingland, and prays that night to meet him on Christmas Eve, at Mass, in the church at Wittenberg. The bishop himself is to read the Mass, and consequently will journey from Børglum to the island, and this is known to Jans Glob. Moorland and meadow are covered with ice and snow. The marsh will bear horse and rider, the bishop with his priests and armed men, They ride the shortest way through the waving reeds, where the wind moans sadly. Blow thy brazen trumpet, thou trumpeter clad in fox skin. It sounds merrily in the clear air. So they ride on over heath and moorland, over what is the garden of Fata Morgana in the hot summer, though now icy, like all the country, towards the church of Windmill. The wind is blowing his trumpet too, blowing it harder and harder. He blows up a storm, a terrible storm that increases more and more. Towards the church they ride, as fast as they may through the storm. The church stands firm, but the storm careers on over field and moorland, over land and sea. Børglum's bishop reaches the church, but Olaf Pace will scarce do so, however hard he may ride. He journeys with his warriors on the farther side of the bay, in order that he may help Jans Glob, now that the bishop is to be summoned before the judgment seat of the highest. The church is the judgment hall, the altar is the council table. The lights burn clear in the heavy brass candelabra. The storm reads out the accusation and the sentence, roaming in the air over moor and heath, and over the rolling waters. No ferryboat can sail over the bay in such weather as this. Olaf Hayes makes halt at Otterswood. There he dismisses his warriors, presents them with their horses and harness, and gives them leave to ride home and greet his wife. He intends to risk his life alone in the roaring waters, but they are to bear witness for him that it is not his fault if Jans Glob stands without reinforcement in the church at Windmill. The faithful warriors will not leave him, but follow him into the deep waters. 10 of them are carried away, but Olaf Hayes and 2 of the youngest men reach the farther side. They have still 4 miles to ride. It is past midnight. It is Christmas. The wind has abated. The church is lighted up. The gleaming radiance shines through the window frame and pours out over meadow and heath. The Mass has long been finished. Silence reigns in the church, and the wax is heard dropping from the candles to the stone pavement. And now Olaf Hayes arrives. In the forecourt, Jans Glob greets him kindly and says, "I have just made an agreement with the bishop." "Sayest thou so?" replied Olaf Hayes. "Then neither thou nor the bishop shall quit this church alive." And the sword leaps from the scabbard, and Olaf Hayes deals a blow that makes the panel of the church door, which Jans Glob hastily closes between them, fly in fragments. "Hold, brother, first hear what the agreement was that I made. I have slain the bishop and his warriors and priests. They will have no word more to say in the matter, nor will I speak again of all the wrong that my mother has endured." The long wicks of the altar lights glimmer red, but there is a redder gleam upon the pavement, where the bishop lies with cloven skull, and his dead warriors around him, in the quiet of the holy Christmas night. And 4 days afterwards the bells toll for a funeral in the convent of Børglum. The murdered bishop and the slain warriors and priests are displayed under a black canopy, surrounded by candelabra decked with crape. There lies the dead man, in the black cloak wrought with silver, the crozier in the powerless hand that was once so mighty. The incense rises in clouds, and the monks chant the funeral hymn. It sounds like a wail, it sounds like a sentence of wrath and condemnation that must be heard far over the land, carried by the wind, sung by the wind, the wail that sometimes is silent, but never dies. Forever again it rises in song, singing even into our own time this legend of the Bishop of Børglum and his hard nephew. It is heard in the dark night by the frightened husbandman, driving by in the heavy sandy road past the convent of Børglum. It is heard by the sleepless listener in the thickly walled rooms at Børglum, and not only to the ear of superstition is the sighing and the tread of hurrying feet audible in the long echoing passages leading to the convent door that has long been locked. The door still seems to open, and the lights seem to flame in the brazen candlesticks. The fragrance of incense arises, the church gleams in its ancient splendor, and the monks sing and say the mass over the slain bishop, who lies there in the black silver embroidered mantle, with the crozier in his powerless hand, and on his pale proud forehead gleams the red wound like fire, and there burn the worldly mind and the wicked thoughts. Sink down into his grave, into oblivion, ye terrible shapes of the times of old. Hark to the raging of the angry wind, sounding above the rolling sea, as storm approaches without, calling aloud for human lives. The sea has not put on a new mind with the new time. This night it is a horrible pit to devour up lives, and tomorrow perhaps it may be a glassy mirror, even as in the old time that we have buried. Sleep sweetly if thou canst sleep. Now it is morning. The new time flings sunshine into the room. The wind still keeps up mightily. A wreck is announced as in the old time. During the night, down yonder by Larkin, the little fishing village with the red-tiled roofs, we can see it up here from the window. A ship has come ashore. It has struck and is fast embedded in the sand, but the rocket apparatus has thrown a rope on board and formed a bridge from the wreck to the mainland, and all on board are saved and reach the land, and are wrapped in warm blankets, and today they are invited to the farm at the convent of Børglum. In comfortable rooms they encounter hospitality and friendly faces. They are addressed in the language of their country, and the piano sounds for them with melodies of their native land, and anxieties are dispelled, and at even they join in the dance at the feast given in the great hall at Børglum. Waltz and Styrian dances are given, and Danish popular songs, and melodies of foreign lands in these modern times. Blessed be thou, new time! Speak thou of summer and of purer gales. Send thy sunbeam gleaming into our hearts and thoughts. On thy glowing canvas let them be painted, the dark legends of the rough, hard times that are past. End of The Bishop of Børglum and His Warriors.
Chapter 8 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The mail coach passengers. It was bitterly cold. The sky glittered with stars, and not a breeze stirred. Bump! An old pot was thrown at a neighbor's door, and bang, bang, went the guns. They were greeting the new year. It was New Year's Eve, and the church clock was striking 12. Tan-ta-ra-ra, tan-ta-ra-ra, sounded the horn, and the mail coach came lumbering up. The clumsy vehicle stopped at the gate of the town. All the places had been taken, for there were 12 passengers in the coach. Hurrah! Hurrah! Cried the people in the town, for in every house the new year was being welcomed, and as the clock struck, they stood up, the full glasses in their hands, to drink success to the newcomer. A Happy New Year, was the cry. A pretty wife, plenty of money, and no sorrow or care. The wish passed round, and the glasses clashed together till they rang again, while before the town gate the mail coach stopped with the 12 strange passengers. And who were these strangers? Each of them had his passport and his luggage with him. They even brought presents for me,
and for you, and for all the people in the town. Who were they? What did they want? And what did they bring with them? Good morning, they cried to the sentry at the town gate. Good morning, replied the sentry, for the clock had struck 12. Your name and profession? Asked the sentry of the one who alighted first from the carriage. See for yourself in the passport, he replied. I am myself. And a famous fellow he looked, arrayed in bearskin and fur boots. I am the man on whom many persons fix their hopes. Come to me tomorrow, and I'll give you a New Year's present. I throw shillings and pence among the people. I give balls, no less than 31. Indeed, that is the highest number I can spare for balls. My ships are often frozen in, but in my offices it is warm and comfortable. My name is January. I'm a merchant, and I generally bring my accounts with me. Then the second alighted. He seemed a merry fellow. He was a director of a theater, a manager of masked balls, and a leader of all the amusements we can imagine. His luggage consisted of a great cask. We'll dance the bung out of the cask at carnival time, said he. I'll prepare a merry tune for you and for myself, too. Unfortunately, I have not long to live. The shortest time, in fact, of my whole family. Only 28 days. Sometimes they pop me in a day extra, but I trouble myself very little about that. Hurrah! You must not shout so, said the sentry. Certainly I may shout, retorted the man. I'm Prince Carnival, traveling under the name of February. The third now got out. He looked a personification of fasting, but he carried his nose very high, for he was related to the 40 Knights, and was a weather prophet. But that is not a very lucrative office, and therefore he praised fasting. In his buttonhole he carried a little bunch of violets, but they were very small. March, march, the fourth called after him, slapping him on the shoulder. Don't you smell something? Make haste into the guard-room. You're drinking punch there. That's your favorite drink. I can smell it out here already. Forward, Master March. But it was not true. The speaker only wanted to remind him of his name, and to make an April fool of him. For with that fun the fourth generally began his career. He looked very jovial, did little work, and had the more holidays. If the world were only a little more settled, said he. But sometimes I'm obliged to be in a good humor, and sometimes a bad one, according to circumstances. Now rain, now sunshine. I'm kind of a house agent, also a manager of funerals. I can laugh or cry, according to circumstances. I have my summer wardrobe in this box here, but it would be very foolish to put it on now. Here I am. On Sundays I go out walking in shoes and white silk stockings and a muff. After him a lady stepped out of the coach. She called herself Miss May. She wore a summer dress and overshoes. Her dress was a light green, and she wore anemones in her hair. She was so scented with wild thyme that it made the sentry sneeze. Your health and God bless you, was her salutation to him. How pretty she was, and such a singer. Not a theater singer, nor a ballad singer, no, but a singer of the woods. For she wandered through the gay green forest, and had a concert there for her own amusement. Now comes the young lady, said those in the carriage, and out stepped a young dame, delicate, proud, and pretty. It was Mistress June, in whose service people became lazy and fond of sleeping for hours. She gives a feast on the longest day of the year, that there may be time for her guests to partake of the numerous dishes at her table. Indeed, she keeps her own carriage, but still she traveled by the mail, with the rest, because she wished to show that she was not high-minded. But she was not without a protector. Her younger brother, July, was with her. He was a plump young fellow, clad in summer garments and wearing a straw hat. He had but very little luggage with him, because it was so cumbersome in the great heat. He had, however, swimming trousers with him, which are nothing to carry. Then came the mother herself, in crinoline, Madame Auguste, a wholesale dealer in fruit, proprietress of a large number of fish ponds, and a land cultivator. She was fat and heated, yet she could use her hands well, and would herself carry out beer to the laborers in the field. In the sweat of the face shalt thou eat bread, she said. It is written in the Bible. After work came the recreations, dancing and playing in the greenwood and the harvest homes. She was a thorough housewife. After her a man came out of the coach, who was a painter. He is the great master of colors and is named September. The forest, on his arrival, had to change its colors when he wished it, and how beautiful are the colors he chooses! The woods glow with hues of red and gold and brown. This great master painter could whistle like a blackbird. He was quick in his work and soon entwined the tendrils of the hop plant around his beer jug. This was an ornament to the jug, and he has a great love for ornament. There he stood with his color pot in his hand, and that was the whole of his luggage. A landowner followed, who in the month for sowing seed attended to the plowing and was fond of field sports. Squire October brought his dog and his gun with him, and had nuts in his game bag. Crack, crack. He had a great deal of luggage, even an English plow. He spoke of farming, but what he said could scarcely be heard for the coughing and gasping of his neighbor. It was November, who coughed violently as he got out. He had a cold which caused him to use his pocket handkerchief continually, and yet he said he was obliged to accompany servant girls to their new places and initiate them into their winter service. He said he thought his cold would never leave him when he went out wood-cutting, for he was a master sawyer and had to supply wood to the whole parish. He spent his evenings preparing wooden soles for skates, for he knew, he said, that in a few weeks these shoes would be wanted for the amusement of skating. At length the last passenger made her appearance, old Mother December, with her fire-stool. The dame was very old, but her eyes glistened like 2 stars. She carried on her arm a flower-pot in which a little fir tree was growing. "This tree I shall guard and cherish," she said, "that it may grow large by Christmas Eve, and reach from the ground to the ceiling, to be covered and adorned with flaming candles, golden apples, and little figures. The fire-stool will be as warm as a stove, and I shall then bring a storybook out of my pocket, and read aloud till all the children in the room are quite quiet. Then the little figures on the tree will become lively, and the little waxen angel at the top spread out his wings of gold leaf and fly down from his green perch. He will kiss every one in the room, great and small, yes, even the poor children who stand in the passage, or out in the street, singing a carol about the Star of Bethlehem." "Well, now the coach may drive away," said the sentry. "We have the whole 12. Let the horses be put up." "First, let all the 12 come to me," said the captain on duty, "one after another. The passports I will keep here. Each of them is available for 1 month. When that is passed, I shall write the behavior of each on his passport. Mr. January, have the goodness to come here." And Mr. January stepped forward. "When a year is past, I think I shall be able to tell you what the 12 passengers have brought to you, to me, and to all of us. Now I do not know, and probably even they don't know themselves, for we live in strange times." End of The Mail Coach Passengers.
Chapter 9 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Beetle Who Went on His Travels. There was once an emperor who had a horse shod with gold. He had a golden shoe on each foot. And why was this? He was a beautiful creature with slender legs, bright, intelligent eyes, and a mane that hung down over his neck like a veil. He had carried his master through fire and smoke in the battlefield. With the bullets whistling round him, he had kicked and bitten and taken part in the fight when the enemy advanced. And with his master on his back, he had dashed over the fallen foe and saved the golden crown and the emperor's life. Which was of more value than the brightest gold? This is the reason of the emperor's horse wearing golden shoes. A beetle came creeping forth from the stable where the farrier had been shoeing the horse. "Great ones first, of course," said he, "and then the little ones, but size is not always a proof of greatness." He stretched out his thin leg as he spoke. "And pray, what do you want?" asked the farrier. "Golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Why, you must be out of your senses," cried the farrier. "Golden shoes for you indeed." "Yes, certainly golden shoes," replied the beetle. "Am I not just as good as that great creature yonder, who is waited upon and brushed and has food and drink placed before him? And don't I belong to the royal stables?" "But why does the horse have golden shoes?" asked the farrier. "Of course you understand the reason?" "Understand? Well, I understand that it is a personal slight to me," cried the beetle. "It is done to annoy me, so I intend to go out into the world and seek my fortune." "Go along with you," said the farrier. "You're a rude fellow," cried the beetle as he walked out of the stable, and then he flew for a short distance till he found himself in a beautiful flower garden, all fragrant with roses and lavender. The ladybirds, with red and black shells on their backs and delicate wings, were flying about, and one of them said, "Is it not sweet and lovely here? Oh, how beautiful everything is!" "I am accustomed to better things," said the beetle. "Do you call this beautiful? Why, there is not even a dung heap." Then he went on, and under the shadow of a large haystack he found a caterpillar crawling along. "How beautiful this world is," said the caterpillar. "The sun is so warm I quite enjoy it, and soon I shall go to sleep and die, as they call it, but I shall wake up with beautiful wings to fly with, like a butterfly." "How conceited you are!" exclaimed the beetle. "Fly about as a butterfly indeed! What of that? I have come out of the emperor's stable, and no one there, not even the emperor's horse, who in fact wears my cast-off golden shoes, has any idea of flying excepting myself. To have wings and fly! Why, I can do that already!" And so saying, he spread his wings and flew away. "I don't want to be disgusted," he said to himself, "and yet I can't help it." Soon after, he fell down upon an extensive lawn, and for a time pretended to sleep, but at last fell asleep in earnest. Suddenly, a heavy shower of rain came falling from the clouds. The beetle woke up with the noise, and would have been glad to creep into the earth for shelter, but he could not. He was tumbled over and over with the rain, sometimes swimming on his stomach, sometimes on his back, and as for flying, that was out of the question. He began to doubt whether he should escape with his life, so he remained quietly lying where he was. After a while the weather cleared up a little, and the beetle was able to rub the water from his eyes and look about him. He saw something gleaming, and he managed to make his way up to it. It was a linen which had been laid to bleach on the grass. He crept into a fold of the damp linen, which certainly was not so comfortable a place to lie in as the warm stable, but there was nothing better, so he remained lying there for a whole day and night, and the rain kept on all the time. Towards morning he crept out of his hiding place, feeling in a very bad temper with the climate. 2 frogs were sitting on the linen, and their bright eyes actually glistened with pleasure. "Wonderful weather this is," cried one of them, "and so refreshing. This linen holds the water together so beautifully that my hind legs quiver as if I were going to swim." "I should like to know," said another, "if the swallow who flies so far in her many journeys to foreign lands ever met with a better climate than this. What delicious moisture! It is as pleasant as lying in a wet ditch. I am sure anyone who does not enjoy this has no love for his fatherland." "Have you ever been in the emperor's stable?" asked the beetle. "There the moisture is warm and refreshing. That's the climate for me, but I could not take it with me on my travels. Is there not even a dunghill here in this garden, where a person of rank like myself could take up his abode and feel at home?" Both the frogs either did not or would not understand him. "I never ask a question twice," said the beetle, after he had asked this one 3 times, and received no answer. Then he went on a little further, and stumbled against a piece of broken crockery-ware, which certainly ought not to have been lying there, but as it was there, it formed a good shelter against wind and weather to several families of earwigs who dwelt in it. Their requirements were not many. They were very sociable and full of affection for their children, so much so that each mother considered her own child the most beautiful and clever of them all. "Our dear son has engaged himself," said one mother. "Dear innocent boy, his greatest ambition is that he may one day creep into a clergyman's ear. That is a very artless and lovable wish, and being engaged will keep him steady. What happiness for a mother!" "Our son," said another, "had scarcely crept out of the egg when he was off on his travels. He is all life and spirits. I expect he will wear out his horns with running. How charming this is for a mother, is it not, Mr. Beetle?" For she knew the stranger by his horny coat. "You are both quite right," said he. So they begged him to walk in, that is, to come as far as he could under the broken piece of earthenware. "Now you shall also see my little earwigs," said a third and a fourth mother. "They are lovely things and highly amusing. They are never ill-behaved, except when they are uncomfortable in their inside, which unfortunately often happens at their age." Thus each mother spoke of her baby, and their babies talked after their own fashion, and made use of the little nippers they have in their tails to nip the beard of the beetle. "They are always busy about something, the little rogues," said the mother, beaming with maternal pride. But the beetle felt it a bore, and he therefore inquired the way to the nearest dung-heap. "That is quite out in the great world, on the other side of the ditch," answered an earwig. "I hope none of my children will ever go so far. It would be the death of me." "But I shall try to get so far," said the beetle, and he walked off without taking any formal leave, which is considered a polite thing to do. When he arrived at the ditch, he met several friends, all of them beetles. "We live here," they said, "and we are very comfortable. May we ask you to step down into this rich mud? You must be fatigued after your journey." "Certainly," said the beetle. "I shall be most happy. I have been exposed to rain and have had to lie upon linen, and cleanliness is a thing that greatly exhausts me. I have also pains in one of my wings from standing in the draught under a piece of broken crockery. It is really quite refreshing to be with one's own kindred again." "Perhaps you came from a dung-heap?" observed the oldest of them. "No, indeed, I came from a much grander place," replied the beetle. "I came from the emperor's stable, where I was born with golden shoes on my feet. I am traveling on a secret embassy, but you must not ask me any questions, for I cannot betray my secret." Then the beetle stepped down into the rich mud, where sat 3 young lady beetles who tittered because they did not know what to say. "None of them are engaged yet," said their mother, and the beetle maidens tittered again, this time quite in confusion. "I have never seen greater beauties, even in the royal stables," exclaimed the beetle, who was now resting himself. "Don't spoil my girls," said the mother, "and don't talk to them, pray, unless you have serious intentions." But of course the beetle's intentions were serious, and after a while our friend was engaged. The mother gave them her blessing, and all the other beetles cried, "Hurrah!" Immediately after the betrothal came the marriage, for there was no reason to delay. The following day passed very pleasantly, and the next was tolerably comfortable. But on the third it became necessary for him to think of getting food for his wife and perhaps for children. "I have allowed myself to be taken in," said our beetle to himself, "and now there's nothing to be done but to take them in return." No sooner said than done. Away he went and stayed away all day and all night, and his wife remained behind a forsaken widow. "Oh," said the other beetles, "this fellow that we have received into our family is nothing but a complete vagabond. He has gone away and left his wife a burden upon our hands." "Well, she can be unmarried again and remain here with my other daughters," said the mother. "Fie on that villain that forsook her." In the meantime, the beetle, who had sailed across the ditch on a cabbage leaf, had been journeying on the other side. In the morning 2 persons came up to the ditch. When they saw him, they took him up and turned him over and over, looking very learned all the time, especially one who was a boy. Allah sees the black beetle in the black stone and the black rock. "Is not that written in the Koran?" he asked. Then he translated the beetle's name into Latin, and said a great deal upon the creature's nature and history. The second person, who was older and a scholar, proposed to carry the beetle home, as they wanted just such good specimens as this. Our beetle considered this speech a great insult, so he flew suddenly out of the speaker's hand. His wings were dry now, so they carried him a great distance, till at last he reached a hothouse, where a sash of the glass roof was partly opened, so he quietly slipped in and buried himself in the warm earth. "It is very comfortable here," he said to himself, and soon after fell asleep. Then he dreamed that the emperor's horse was dying, and had left him his golden shoes, and also promised that he should have 2 more. All this was very delightful, and when the beetle woke up, he crept forth and looked around him. What a splendid place this hothouse was! At the back, large palm trees were growing, and the sunlight made the leaves look quite glossy, and beneath them what a profusion of luxuriant green, and of flowers red like flame, yellow as amber, or white as new-fallen snow. "What a wonderful quality of plants!" cried the beetle. "How good they will taste when they are decayed! This is a capital storeroom. There must certainly be some relations of mine living here. I will just see if I can find anyone with whom I can associate. I'm proud, certainly, but I'm also proud of being so." Then he prowled about in the earth, and thought what a pleasant dream that was about the dying horse and the golden shoes he had inherited. Suddenly a hand seized the beetle and squeezed him and turned him round and round. The gardener's little son and his playfellow had come into the hothouse, and seeing the beetle, wanted to have some fun with him. First he was wrapped in a vine leaf and put into a warm trousers pocket. He twisted and turned about with all his might, but he got a good squeeze from the boy's hand as a hint for him to keep quiet. Then the boy went quickly towards a lake that lay at the end of the garden. Here the beetle was put into an old broken wooden shoe, in which a little stick had been fastened upright for a mast, and to this mast the beetle was bound with a piece of worsted. Now he was a sailor, and had to sail away. The lake was not very large, but to the beetle it seemed an ocean, and he was so astonished at its size that he fell over on his back and kicked out his legs. Then the little ship sailed away. Sometimes the current of the water seized it, but whenever it went too far from the shore, one of the boys turned up his trousers and went in after it, and brought it back to land. But at last, just as it went merrily out again, the 2 boys were called, and so angrily that they hastened to obey, and ran away as fast as they could from the pond, so that the little ship was left to its fate. It was carried away farther and farther from the shore, till it reached an open sea. This was a terrible prospect for the beetle, for he could not escape in consequence of being bound to the mast. Then a fly came and paid him a visit. "What beautiful weather," said the fly. "I shall rest here and sun myself. You must have a pleasant time of it." "You speak without knowing the facts," replied the beetle. "Don't you see that I am a prisoner?" "Ah, but I'm not a prisoner," remarked the fly, and away he flew. "Well, now I know the world," said the beetle to himself. "It's an abominable world. I'm the only respectable person in it. First, they refuse me my golden shoes, then I have to lie on damp linen, and to stand in a draught. And to crown all, they fasten a wife upon me. Then, when I have made a step forward in the world, and found a comfortable position, just as I could wish it to be, one of these human boys comes and ties me up, and leaves me to the mercy of the wild waves, while the emperor's favorite horse goes prancing about proudly on his golden shoes. This vexes me more than anything. But it is useless to look for sympathy in this world. My career has been very interesting, but what's the use of that if nobody knows anything about it? The world does not deserve to be made acquainted with my adventures, for it ought to have given me golden shoes when the emperor's horse was shod, and I stretched out my feet to be shod too. If I had received golden shoes, I should have been an ornament to the stable. Now I am lost to the stable and to the world. It is all over with me. But all was not yet over. A boat in which were a few young girls came rowing up. "Look yonder is an old wooden shoe sailing along," said one of the younger girls. "And there's a poor little creature bound fast in it," said another. The boat now came close to our beetle's ship, and the young girls fished it out of the water. One of them drew a small pair of scissors from her pocket and cut the worsted without hurting the beetle, and when she stepped on shore she placed him on the grass. "There," she said, "creep away or fly if thou canst. It is a splendid thing to have thy liberty." Away flew the beetle, straight through the open window of a large building. There he sank down, tired and exhausted, exactly on the mane of the emperor's favorite horse, who was standing in the stable, and the beetle found himself at home again. For some time he clung to the mane that he might recover himself. "Well," he said, "here I am seated on the emperor's favorite horse, sitting upon him as if I were the emperor himself. But what was it the farrier asked me? Ah, I remember now. That's a good thought. Why, he asked me why the golden shoes were given to the horse. The answer is quite clear to me now. They were given to the horse on my account." And this reflection put the beetle into a good temper. The sun's rays also came streaming into the stable and shone upon him and made the place lively and bright. "Traveling expands the mind very much," said the beetle. "The world is not so bad after all, if you know how to take things as they come." End of The Beetle Who Went on His Travels. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 10 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. What the old man does is always right. I will tell you a story that was told to me when I was a little boy. Every time I thought of this story, it seemed to me more and more charming. For it is with stories as it is with many people. They become better as they grow older. I have no doubt that you have been in the country and seen a very old farmhouse with a thatched roof and mosses and small plants growing wild upon it. There is a stork's nest on the ridge of the gable, for we cannot do without the stork. The walls of the house are sloping and the windows are low, and only one of the latter is made to open. The baking oven sticks out of the wall like a great knob. An elder tree hangs over the palings, and beneath its branches at the foot of the paling is a pool of water in which a few ducks are disporting themselves. There is a yard dog, too, who barks at all corners. Just such a farmhouse as this stood in a country lane, and in it dwelt an old couple, a peasant and his wife. Small as their possessions were, they had one article they could not do without, and that was a horse, which contrived to lie upon the grass which it found by the side of the high road. The old peasant rode into town upon this horse, and his neighbors often borrowed it of him, and paid for the loan of it by rendering some service to the old couple. After a time they thought it would be well to sell the horse, or exchange it for something which might be more useful to them. But what might this something be? "You'll know best, old man," said the wife. "It is fair day today, so ride into town and get rid of the horse for money, or make a good exchange. Whichever you do will be right to me, so ride to the fair." And she fastened his neckerchief for him, for she could do that better than he could, and she could also tie it very prettily in a double bow. She also smoothed his hat round and round with the palm of her hand, and gave him a kiss. Then he rode away upon the horse that was to be sold or bartered for something else. Yes, the old man knew what he was about. The sun shone with great heat, and not a cloud was to be seen in the sky. The road was very dusty, for a number of people all going to the fair were driving, riding, or walking upon it. There was no shelter anywhere from the hot sun. Among the rest, a man came trudging along and driving a cow to the fair. The cow was as beautiful a creature as any cow could be. "She gives good milk, I am certain," said the peasant to himself. "That would be a very good exchange, the cow for the horse. Hello there, you with the cow," he said. "I tell you what, I dare say a horse is of more value than a cow, but I don't care for that. A cow will be more useful to me. So if you like, we'll exchange." "To be sure I will," said the man. Accordingly, the exchange was made, and as the matter was settled, the peasant might have turned back, for he had done the business he came to do. But having made up his mind to go to the fair, he determined to do so, if only to have a look at it. So on he went to the town with his cow. Leading the animal, he strode on sturdily, and after a short time overtook a man who was driving a sheep. It was a good fat sheep with a fine fleece on its back. "I should like to have that fellow," said the peasant to himself. "There is plenty of grass for him by our palings, and in the winter we could keep him in the room with us. Perhaps it would be more profitable to have a sheep than a cow. Shall I exchange?" The man with the sheep was quite ready, and the bargain was quickly made. And then our peasant continued his way on the high road with his sheep. Soon after this, he overtook another man who had come into the road from a field and was carrying a large goose under his arm. "What a heavy creature you have there," said the peasant. "It has plenty of feathers and plenty of fat, and would look well tied to a string or paddling in the water at our place. That would be very useful to my old woman. She could make all sorts of profits out of it. How often she has said, 'If now we only had a goose.' Now here's an opportunity, and if possible, I will get it for her. Shall we exchange? I will give you my sheep for your goose, and thanks into the bargain." The other had not the least objection, and accordingly the exchange was made, and our peasant became possessor of the goose. By this time he had arrived very near the town. The crowd on the high road had been gradually increasing, and there was quite a rush of men and cattle. The cattle walked on the path and by the palings, and at the turnpike gate they even walked into the toll-keeper's potato field, where one fowl was strutting about with a string tied to its leg, for fear it should take fright at the crowd and run away and get lost. The tail feathers of the fowl were very short, and it winked with both its eyes and looked very cunning as it said, "Cluck, cluck." What were the thoughts of the fowl as it said this, I cannot tell you, but directly our good man saw it, he thought, "Why, that's the finest fowl I ever saw in my life. It's finer than our parson's brood hen, upon my word. I should like to have that fowl. Fowls can always pick up a few grains that lie about and almost keep to themselves. I think it would be a good exchange if I could get it for my goose. Shall we exchange?" he asked the toll-keeper. "Exchange," repeated the man. "Well, it would not be a bad thing." And so they made an exchange. The toll-keeper at the turnpike gate kept the goose, and the peasant carried off the fowl. Now he had really done a great deal of business on his way to the fair, and he was hot and tired. He wanted something to eat and a glass of ale to refresh himself. So he turned his steps to an inn. He was just about to enter when the ostler came out, and they met at the door. The ostler was carrying a sack. "What have you in that sack?" asked the peasant. "Rotten apples," answered the ostler, "a whole sack full of them. They will do to feed the pigs with." "Why, that will be terrible waste," he replied. "I should like to take them home to my old woman. Last year the old apple tree by the grass plot only bore one apple, and we kept it in the cupboard till it was quite withered and rotten. It was always property, my old woman said, and here she would see a great deal of property, a whole sackful. I should like to show them to her." "Well, what will you give me for the sackful?" asked the ostler. "What will I give? Well, I will give you my fowl in exchange." So he gave up the fowl and received the apples, which he carried into the inn parlor. He leaned the sack carefully against the stove and then went to the table. But the stove was hot, and he had not thought of that. Many guests were present, horse dealers, cattle drovers, and 2 Englishmen. The Englishmen were so rich that their pockets quite bulged out and seemed ready to burst. And they could bet, too, as you shall hear. Hiss, hiss. What could that be by the stove? The apples were beginning to roast. "What is that?" asked one. "Why, do you know?" said our peasant. And then he told them the whole story of the horse which he had exchanged for a cow, and all the rest of it, down to the apples. "Well, your old woman will give it to you well when you get home," said one of the Englishmen. "Won't there be a noise?" "What? Give me what?" said the peasant. "Why, she will kiss me and say, 'What the old man does is always right.'" "Let us lay a wager on it," said the Englishman. "We'll wager you a ton of coined gold, 100 pounds to the 100 weight." "No, a bushel will be enough," replied the peasant. "I can only set a bushel of apples against it, and I'll throw myself and my old woman into the bargain. That will pile up the measure, I fancy." "Done. Taken." And so the bet was made. Then the landlord's coach came to the door, and the 2 Englishmen and the peasant got in, and away they drove, and soon arrived and stopped at the peasant's hut. "Good evening, old woman." "Good evening, old man. I've made the exchange." "Ah, well, you understand what you're about," said the old woman. Then she embraced him and paid no attention to the strangers, nor did she notice the sack. "I got a cow in exchange for the horse." "Thank heaven," she said. "Now we shall have plenty of milk and butter and cheese on the table. That was a capital exchange." "Yes, but I changed the cow for a sheep." "Ah, better still," cried the wife. "You always think of everything. We have just enough pasture for a sheep. Use milk and cheese, woolen jackets and stockings. The cow could not give all these, and her hair only falls off. How you think of everything." "But I changed away the sheep for a goose." "Then we shall have roast goose to eat this year. You dear old man, you're always thinking of something to please me. This is delightful. We can let the goose walk about with a string tied to her leg, so she will be fatter still before we roast her." "But I gave away the goose for a fowl." "A fowl? Well, that was a good exchange," replied the woman. "The fowl will lay eggs and hatch them, and we shall have chickens. We shall soon have a poultry yard. Oh, this is just what I was wishing for." "Yes, but I exchanged the fowl for a sack of shriveled apples." "What? I really must give you a kiss for that," exclaimed the wife. "My dear, good husband. Now I'll tell you something. Do you know, almost as soon as you left me this morning, I began to think of what I could give you nice for supper this evening, and then I thought of fried eggs and bacon with sweet herbs. I had eggs and bacon, but I wanted the herbs, so I went over to the schoolmaster's. I knew they had plenty of herbs, but the schoolmistress is very mean, although she can smile so sweetly. I begged her to lend me a handful of herbs. "Lend?" she exclaimed. "I have nothing to lend. Nothing at all grows in our garden, not even a shriveled apple. I could not even lend you a shriveled apple, my dear woman. But now I can lend her 10, or a whole sackful, which I'm very glad of. It makes me laugh to think of it." And then she gave him a hearty kiss. "Well, I like all this," said both the Englishmen. "Always going down the hill, and yet always merry. It's worth the money to see it." So they paid 100 weight of gold to the peasant, who, whatever he did, was not scolded but kissed. Yes, it always pays best when the wife sees and maintains that her husband knows best, and whatever he does is right. That is a story which I heard when I was a child, and now you have heard it too, and know that what the old man does is always right. End of What the Old Man Does is Always Right. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Section 11 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.B. Paul. The Snowman. "It is so delightfully cold," said the Snowman, "that it makes my whole body crackle. This is just a kind of wind to blow life into one. How that great red thing up there is staring at me." He meant the sun, who was just setting. "It shall not make me wink. I shall manage to keep the pieces." He had 2 triangular pieces of tile in his head, instead of eyes. His mouth was made of an old broke rake, and was, of course, furnished with teeth. He had been brought into existence amidst the joyous shouts of boys, the jingling of sleigh bells, and the slashing of whips. The sun went down, and the full moon rose, large, round, and clear, shining in the deep blue. "There it comes again from the other side," said the Snowman, who supposed the sun was showing himself one more. "Ah, I've cured him of staring, though. Now he may hang up there, and shine, so that I may see myself. If I only knew how to manage to move away from this place. I should so like to move. If I could, I would slide along yonder on the ice, as I have seen the boys do, but I don't understand how. I don't even know how to run." "Away! Away!" barked the old yard dog. He was quite hoarse, and could not pronounce bow wow properly. He had once been an indoor dog, and lay by the fire, and he had been hoarse ever since. "The sun will make you run some day. I saw him last winter make your predecessor run, and his predecessor before him. Away, away, they all have to go." "I don't understand you, comrade," said the Snowman. "Is that thing up yonder to teach me to run? I saw it running itself a little while ago, and now it has come creeping up from the other side." "You know nothing at all," replied the yard dog. "But then, you've only lately been patched up. What you see yonder is the moon, and the one before it was the sun. It will come again tomorrow, and most likely teach you to run down into the ditch by the well. For I think the weather is going to change. I can feel such pricks and stabs in my left leg. I am sure there is going to be a change." "I don't understand him," said the Snowman to himself, "but I have a feeling that he is talking of something very disagreeable. The one who stared so just now, and whom he calls the sun, is not my friend. I can feel that too." "Away! Away!" barked the yard dog, and then he turned round 3 times, and crept into his kennel to sleep. There was really a change in the weather. Towards morning, a thick fog covered the whole country around, and a keen wind arose, so that the cold seemed to freeze one's bones. But when the sun rose, the sight was splendid. Trees and bushes were covered with hoar frost, and looked like a forest of a white coral, while on every twig glittered frozen dewdrops. The many delicate forms concealed in summer by luxuriant foliage were now clearly defined, and looked like the glittering lacework. From every twig glistened a white radiance. The birch, waving in the wind, looked full of life, like trees in summer, and its appearance was wondrously beautiful. And where the sun shone, how everything glittered and sparkled, as if diamond dust had been strewn about, while the snowy carpet of the earth appeared as if covered with diamonds, from which countless lights gleamed, whiter than even the snow itself. "This is really beautiful," said a young girl, who had come into the garden with a young man, and they both stood still near the Snowman, and contemplated the glittering scene. "Summer cannot show a more beautiful sight," she exclaimed, while her eyes sparkled. "And we can't have such a fellow as this in the summer-time," replied the young man, pointing to the Snowman. "He is capital." The girl laughed and nodded at the Snowman, and then chipped away over the snow with her friend. Snow creaked and crackled beneath her feet, as if she had been treading on starch. "Who are these 2? asked the Snowman of the yard dog. "You have been here longer than I have. Do you know them?" "Of course I know them," replied the yard dog. She has stroked my back many times, and she has given me a bone of meat. I never bite those two." "But what are they?" asked the Snowman. "They are lovers," he replied. "They will go and live in the same kennel by and by, and gnaw at the same bow. Away, away!" "Are they the same kind of beings as you and I?" asked the Snowman. "Well, they belong to the same master," retorted the yard dog. "Certainly people who were only born yesterday know very little. I can see that in you. I have age and experience. I know every one here in the house, and I know there was once a time when I did not lie out here in the cold, fastened to a chain. Away, away!" "The cold is delightful," said the Snowman. "But do tell me, only you must not clank your chain so, for it jars all through me when you do that." "Away, away!" barked the yard dog. "I'll tell you. They said I was a pretty little fellow once. Then I used to lie in a velvet-covered chair up at the master's house, and sit in the mistress's lap. They used to kiss my nose and wipe my paws with an embroidered handkerchief, and I was called Amy, dear Amy, sweet Amy. But after a while I grew too big for them, and they sent me away to the housekeeper's room. So I came to live on the lower story. You can look into the room from where you stand, and see where I was master once, for I was indeed master to the housekeeper. It was certainly a smaller room than those upstairs, but I was more comfortable, for I was not being continually taken hold of and pulled about by the children as I had been. I received quite as good food, or even better. I had my own cushion, and there was a stove. It is the finest thing in the world at this season of the year. I used to go under the stove and lie down quite beneath it. Ah, I still dream of that stove. Away, away!" "Does the stove look beautiful?" asked the Snowman. "Is it all like me?" "It is just the reverse of you," said the dog. "It's as black as a crow, and has a long neck and a brass knob. It eats firewood so that fire spurts out of its mouth. We should keep on one side or under it to be comfortable. You can see it through the window from where you stand." Then the Snowman looked and saw a bright polished thing with a brazen knob, and fire gleaming from the lower part of it. The Snowman felt quite a strange sensation come over him. It was very odd. He knew not what it meant, and he could not account for it. But there are people who are not men of snow, who understand what it is. "And why did you leave her?" asked the Snowman, for it seemed to him that the stove must be of the female sex. "How could you give up such a comfortable place?" "I was obliged," replied the yard dog. "They turned me out of doors and chained me up here. I had bitten the youngest of my master's sons in the leg, because he kicked away the bone I was gnawing. Bone for bone, I thought, but they were so angry, and from that time I have been fastened with a chain and lost my bone. Don't you hear how hoarse I am? Away, away! I can't talk any more like other dogs. Away, away! That is the end of it all." But the Snowman was no longer listening. He was looking into the housekeeper's room on the lower story, where the stove stood on its 4 iron legs, looking about the same size as the Snowman himself. "What a strange crackling I feel within me," he said. "Shall I ever get in there? It is an innocent wish, and innocent wishes are sure to be fulfilled. I must go in there and lean against her, even if I have to break the window." "You must never go in there," said the yard dog, "for if you approach the stove, you will melt away, away." "I might as well go," said the Snowman, "for I think I am breaking up as it is." During the whole day the Snowman stood looking in through the window, and in the twilight hour the room became still more inviting, for from the stove came a gentle glow, not like the sun or the moon, no, only the bright light which gleams from a stove when it has been well fed. When the door of the stove was opened, the flames darted out of its mouth. This is customary with all stoves. The light of the flames fell directly on the face and breast of the Snowman with a ruddy gleam. "I can endure it no longer," said he. "How beautiful it looks when it stretches out its tongue!" The night was long, but did not appear so to the Snowman, who stood there enjoying his own reflections, and crackling with the cold. In the morning, the window panes of the housekeeper's room were covered with ice. There were the most beautiful ice flowers any snowman could desire, but they concealed the stove. These window panes would not thaw, and he could see nothing of the stove, which he pictured to himself as if it had been a lovely human being. The snow crackled and the wind whistled around him. It was just a kind of frosty weather a snowman might thoroughly enjoy. But he did not enjoy it. How indeed could he enjoy anything when he was so sick? "That is a terrible disease for a snowman," said the yard dog. "I have suffered from it myself, but I got over it. Away, away!" He barked, and then he added, "The weather is going to change." And the weather did change. It began to thaw. As the warmth increased, the snowman decreased. He said nothing and made no complaint, which is a sure sign. One morning he broke, and sunk down altogether, and behold, where he had stood, something like a broomstick remained sticking up in the ground. It was the pole round which the boys had built him up. "Ah, now I understand why he had such a great longing for the stove," said the yard dog. "Why, there's a shovel that is used for cleaning out the stove, fastened to the pole." The snowman had a stove scraper in his body. That was what had moved him so. "But it's all over now. Away, away!" And soon the winter passed. "Away, away!" barked the hoarse yard dog. But the girls in the house sang, "Come from your fragrant home, green thyme, stretch your soft branches, willow tree. The months are bringing the sweet springtime, when the lark in the sky sings joyfully. Come, gentle sun, while the cuckoo sings, and I'll mock his note in my wanderings." And nobody thought any more of the snowman. End of The Snowman.
Chapter 12 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Faith Pack. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888, The Portuguese Duck. A duck once arrived from Portugal, but there were some who said she came from Spain, which is almost the same thing. At all events, she was called the Portuguese, and she laid eggs, was killed, and cooked, and there was an end of her. But the ducklings which crept forth from the eggs were also called Portuguese, and about that there may be some question. But of all the family only one remained in the duck-yard, which may be called farm-yard, as the chickens were admitted, and the cock strutted about in a very hostile manner. "He annoys me with his loud crowing," said the Portuguese duck, "but still, he's a handsome bird, there's no denying that, although he's not a drake. He ought to moderate his voice, like those little birds who are singing in the lime trees over there in our neighbor's garden. But that is an art only acquired in polite society. How sweetly they sing there! It is quite a pleasure to listen to them. I call it Portuguese singing. If I had only such a little singing bird, I'd be kind and good as a mother to him, for it's in my nature, in my Portuguese blood." While she was speaking, one of the little singing birds came tumbling head over heels from the roof into the yard. The cat was after him, but he had escaped from her with a broken wing, and so came tumbling into the yard. "That's just like the cat. She's a villain," said the Portuguese duck. "I remember her ways when I had children of my own. How can such a creature be allowed to live, and wander about upon the roofs? I don't think they allow such things in Portugal." She pitied the little singing bird, and so did all the other ducks who were not Portuguese. "Poor little creature," they said, one after another as they came up. "We can't sing, certainly, but we have a sounding board, or something of the kind, within us. We can feel that, though we don't talk about it." "But I can talk," said the Portuguese duck, "and I'll do something for the little fellow. It's my duty." And she stepped into the water trough and beat her wings upon the water so strongly that the bird was nearly drowned by a shower bath, but the duck meant it kindly. "That is a good deed," she said. I hope the others will take example by it." "Tweet, tweet," said the little bird. For one of his wings being broken, he found it difficult to shake himself, but he quite understood that the bath was meant kindly, and he said, "You are very kind-hearted, madam," but he did not wish for a second bath. "I've never thought about my heart," replied the Portuguese duck, "but I know that I love all my fellow creatures, except the cat, and nobody can expect me to love her, for she ate up 2 of my ducklings. But pray make yourself at home, it is easy to make oneself comfortable. I am myself from a foreign country, as you may see by my feathery dress. My drake is a native of these parts. He's not of my race, but I am not proud on that account. If anyone here can understand you, I may say positively I am that person." "She's quite full of portulac," said a little common duck who was witty. All the common ducks considered the word portulac a good joke, for it sounded like Portugal. They nudged each other and said, "Quack, that was witty." Then the other ducks began to notice the little bird. The Portuguese had certainly a great flow of language, they said to the little bird. "For our part, we don't care to fill our beaks with such long words, but we sympathize with you quite as much. If we don't do anything else, we can walk about with you everywhere, and we think that is the best thing we can do." "You have a lovely voice," said one of the eldest ducks. "It must be great satisfaction to you to be able to give so much pleasure as you do. I am certainly no judge of your singing, so I keep my beak shut, which is better than talking nonsense as others do." "Don't plague him so," interposed the Portuguese duck. "He requires rest and nursing. My little singing bird, do you wish me to prepare another bath for you?" "Oh, no, no, pray let me try," implored the little bird. "The water cure is the only remedy for me when I am not well," said the Portuguese. "Amusement, too, is very beneficial. The fowls from the neighborhood will soon be here to pay you a visit. There are 2 Cochin Chinese amongst them. They wear feathers on their legs and are well educated. They have been brought from a great distance, and consequently I treat them with greater respect than I do the others." Then the fowls arrived, and the cock was polite enough today to keep from being rude. "You are a real songster," he said. "You do as much with your little voice as it is possible to do, but there requires more noise and shrillness in anyone who wishes it to be known who he is." The 2 Chinese were quite enchanted with the appearance of the singing bird. His feathers had been much ruffled by his bath, so that he seemed to them quite like a tiny Chinese fowl. "He's charming," they said to each other, and began a conversation with him in whispers, using the most aristocratic Chinese dialect. "We are of the same race as yourself," they said, "the ducks. Even the Portuguese are all aquatic birds, as you must have noticed. You do not know us yet, very few know us, or give themselves the trouble to make our acquaintance, not even any of the fowls, though we are born to occupy a higher grade in society than most of them. But that does not disturb us. We quietly go on in our own way among the rest, whose ideas are certainly not ours, for we look at the bright side of things, and only speak what is good, although that is sometimes very difficult to find where none exists. Except ourselves and the cock, there is not one in the yard who can be called talented or polite. It cannot even be said of the ducks, and we warn you, little bird, not to trust that one yonder with the short tail feathers, for she is cunning. That curiously marked one, with the crooked stripes on her wings, is a mischief maker, and never lets anyone have the last word, for she is always in the wrong. That fat duck yonder speaks evil of everyone, and that is against our principles. If we have nothing good to tell, we close our beaks. The Portuguese is the only one who has had any education, and with whom we can associate, but she is passionate, and talks too much about Portugal." "I wonder what those 2 Chinese are whispering about," whispered one duck to another. "They are always doing it, and it annoys me. We never speak to them." Now the drake came up, and he thought the little singing bird was a sparrow. "Well, I don't understand the difference," he said. "It appears to me all the same. He's only a plaything, and if people will have playthings, why let them, I say." "Don't take any notice of what he says," whispered the Portuguese. "He's very well in matters of business, and with him business is placed before everything. But now I shall lie down and have a little rest. It is a duty we owe to ourselves that we may be nice and fat when we come to be embalmed with sage and onions and apples." So she laid herself down in the sun and winked with one eye. She had a very comfortable place, and felt so comfortable that she fell asleep. The little singing bird busied himself for some time with his broken wing, and at last he lay down too, quite close to his protectress. The sun shone warm and bright, and he found out it was a very good place. But the fowls of the neighborhood were all awake, and to tell the truth, They had paid a visit to the duck-yard, simply and solely to find food for themselves. The Chinese were the first to leave, and the other fowls soon followed them. The witty little duck said of the Portuguese that the old lady was getting quite a doting ducky. All the other ducks laughed at this. "Doting ducky," they whispered. "Oh, that's too witty." And then they repeated the former joke about Portulak and declared it was most amusing. Then they all lay down to have a nap. They had been lying asleep for some time, when suddenly something was thrown into the yard for them to eat. It came down with such a bang that the whole company started up and clapped their wings. The Portuguese awoke too, and rushed over to the other side. In so doing she trod upon the little singing bird. "Tweet!" he cried. "You trod very hard upon me, madam." "Well, then why do you lie in my way?" she retorted. "You must not be so touchy. I have nerves of my own, but I do not cry tweet." "Don't be angry," said the little bird. "The tweet slipped out of my beak unawares." The Portuguese did not listen to him, but began eating as fast as she could, and made a good meal. When she had finished, she lay down again, and the little bird, who wished to be amiable, began to sing. "Chirp and twitter, the dewdrops glitter, in the hours of sunny spring. I'll sing my best, till I go to rest, with my head behind my wing." "Now I want to rest after my dinner," said the Portuguese. "You must conform to the rules of the house while you are here. I want to sleep now." The little bird was quite taken aback, for he meant it kindly. When Madame awoke afterwards, there he stood before her with a little corn he had found, and laid it at her feet, but as she had not slept well, she was naturally in a bad temper. "Give that to a chicken," she said, "and don't be always standing in my way." "Why are you angry with me?" replied the little singing bird. "What have I done?" "Done?" repeated the Portuguese duck. "Your mode of expressing yourself is not very polite. I must call your attention to that fact." "It was sunshine here yesterday," said the little bird, "but today it is cloudy, and the air is close." "You know very little about the weather, I fancy," she retorted. "The day is not over yet. Don't stand there looking so stupid." "But you were looking at me just as the wicked eyes looked when I fell into the yard yesterday." "Impertinent creature!" exclaimed the Portuguese duck. "Would you compare me with the cat, that beast of prey? There is not a drop of malicious blood in me. I've taken your part, and now I'll teach you better manners." So saying, she made a bite at the little singing bird's head, and he fell dead on the ground. "Now whatever is the meaning of this?" she said. "Could he not bear even such a little peck as I gave him? Then certainly he was not made for this world. I've been like a mother to him. I know that, for I've a good heart." Then the cock from the neighboring yard stuck his head in, and crowed with steam engine power. "You'll kill me with your crowing," she cried. "It's all your fault. He has lost his life, and I'm very near losing mine." "There's not much of him lying there," observed the cock. "Speak of him with respect," said the Portuguese duck, "for he had manners and education, and he could sing. He was affectionate and gentle, and that is as rare a quality in animals as in those who call themselves human beings." Then all the ducks came crowding round the little dead bird. Ducks have strong passions, whether they feel envy or pity. There was nothing to envy here, so they all showed a great deal of pity, even the two Chinese. "We shall never have another singing bird about us. He was almost a Chinese," they whispered, and then they wept with such a noisy clucking sound that all the other fowls clucked too, but the ducks went about with redder eyes afterwards. "We have hearts of our own," they said. "Nobody can deny that." "Hearts!" repeated the Portuguese. "Indeed you have, almost as tender as the ducks in Portugal." "Let us think of getting something to satisfy our hunger," said the drake. "That's the most important business. If one of our toys is broken, why we have plenty more." End of The Portuguese Duck. Recording by Faith Pack.
Chapter 13 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica Marie from Novato, California. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Ice Maiden, Part 1. 1. Little Rudy. We will pay a visit to Switzerland and wander through that country of mountains, whose steep and rocky sides are overgrown with forest trees. Let us climb to the dazzling snow fields at their summits, and descend again to the green meadows beneath, through which rivers and brooks rush along as if they could not quickly enough reach the sea and vanish. Fiercely shines the sun over those deep valleys, as well as upon the heavy masses of snow which lie on the mountains. During the year, these accumulations thaw or fall into the rolling avalanche, or are piled up in shining glaciers. Two of these glaciers lie in the broad rocky cliffs between the Schreckhorn and the Wetterhorn, near the little town of Grindelwald. They're wonderful to behold, and therefore in the summertime strangers come here from all parts of the world to see them. They cross snow-covered mountains and travel through the deep valleys, or ascend for hours, higher and still higher, the valleys appearing to sink lower and lower as they proceed, and become as small as if seen from an air balloon. Over the lofty summits of these mountains, the clouds often hang like a dark veil, while beneath in the valley, where many brown wooden houses are scattered about, the bright rays of the sun may be shining upon a little brilliant patch of green, making it appear almost transparent. The waters foam and dash along in the valleys beneath. The streams from above trickle and murmur as they fall down the rocky mountain's side, looking like glittering silver bands. On both sides of the mountain path stand these little wooden houses, and as within there are many children and many mouths to feed, each house has its own little potato garden. These children rush out in swarms and surround travelers, whether on foot or in carriages. They're all clever at making a bargain. They offer for sale the sweetest little toy houses, models of the mountain cottages in Switzerland. Whether it be rain or sunshine, these crowds of children are always to be seen with their wares. About 20 years ago, there might be seen occasionally, standing at a short distance from the other children, a little boy, who was also anxious to sell his curious wares. He had an earnest, expressive countenance, and held the box containing his carved toys tightly with both hands, as if unwilling to part with it. His earnest look, and being also a very little boy, made him noticed by the strangers, so that he often sold the most without knowing why. An hour's walk farther up the ascent lived his grandfather, who cut and carved the pretty little toy houses, and in the old man's room stood a large press, full of all sorts of carved things, nutcrackers, knives and forks, boxes with beautifully carved foliage, leaping chamois. It contained everything that could delight the eyes of a child. But the boy, who was named Rudy, looked with still greater pleasure and longing at some old firearms which hung upon the rafters under the ceiling of the room. His grandfather promised him that he should have them some day, but that he must first grow big and strong and learn how to use them. Small as he was, the goats were placed in his care, and a good goat keeper should also be a good climber, and such Rudy was. He sometimes, indeed, climbed higher than the goats, for he was fond of seeking for birds' nests at the top of high trees. He was bold and daring, but was seldom seen to smile, excepting when he stood by the roaring cataract or heard the descending roll of the avalanche. He never played with the other children, and was not seen with them, unless his grandfather sent him down to sell his curious workmanship. Rudy did not much like trade. He loved to climb the mountains, or to sit by his grandfather and listen to his tales of olden times, or of the people in Maidingen, the place of his birth. In the early ages of the world, said the old man, these people could not be found in Switzerland. They are a colony from the north, where their ancestors still dwell and are called Swedes. This was something for Rudy to know, but he learnt more from other sources, particularly from the domestic animals who belonged to the house. One was a large dog called a hola, which had belonged to his father, and the other was a tomcat. This cat stood very high in Rudy's favor, for he had taught him to climb. "Come out on the roof with me," said the cat, and Rudy quite understood him, for the language of fowls, ducks, cats and dogs is as easily understood by a young child as his own native tongue. But it must be at the age when grandfather's stick became a neighing horse with head, legs, and tail. Some children retain these ideas later than others, and they're considered backwards and childish for their age. People say so, but is it so? "Come out on the roof with me, little Rudy," was the first thing he heard the cat say, and Rudy understood him. "What people say about falling down is all nonsense," continued the cat. "You will not fall unless you are afraid. Come, now, set one foot here and another there, and feel your way with your forefeet. Keep your eyes wide open and move softly. And if you come to a hole, jump over it and cling fast as I do." And this was just what Rudy did. He was often on the sloping roof of the cat, or on the tops of high trees, but more frequently higher still on the ridges of the rocks where Puss never came. "Higher, higher!" cried the trees and the bushes. "See to what height we have grown, and how fast we hold, even to the narrow edges of the rocks." Rudy often reached the top of the mountain before sunrise, and there inhaled his morning draught of the fresh, invigorating mountain air, God's own gift, which men call the sweet fragrance of plant and herb on the mountainside, and the mint and wild thyme in the valleys. The overhanging clouds absorb all heaviness from the air, and the winds convey them away over the pine tree summits. The spirit of fragrance, light and fresh, remained behind, and this was Rudy's morning draught. The sunbeams, those blessing-bringing daughters of the sun, kissed his cheeks. Vertigo might be lurking on the watch, but he dared not approach him. The swallows, who had not less than 7 nests in his grandfather's house, flew up to him and his goats, singing, "We and you, you and we." They brought him greetings from his grandfather's house, even from 2 hens, the only birds of the household, but Rudy was not intimate with them. Although so young and such a little fellow, Rudy had traveled a great deal. He was born in the canton of Valais and brought to his grandfather over the mountains. He had walked to Staubach, a little town that seemed to flutter in the air like a silver veil, the glittering snow-clad mountain Jungfrau. He had also been to the great glaciers, but this is connected with a sad story, for here his mother met her death, and his grandfather used to say that all Rudy's childish merriment was lost from that time. His mother had written in a letter that before he was a year old he had laughed more than he had cried, but after his fall into the snow-covered crevice his disposition had completely changed. The grandfather seldom spoke of this, but the fact was generally known. Rudy's father had been a postillion, and the large dog which now lived in his grandfather's cottage had always followed him on his journeys over the Simplon to the Lake of Geneva. Rudy's relations on his father's side lived in the canton of Valais and in the valley of the Rhone. His uncle was a chamois hunter and a well-known guide. Rudy was only a year old when his father died, and his mother was anxious to return with her child to her own relations, who lived in the Bernese Oberland. Her father dwelt at a few hours' distance from Grindelwald. He was a carver in wood, and gained so much by it that he had plenty to live upon. She set out homewards in the month of June, carrying her infant in her arms, and, accompanied by 2 chamois hunters, crossed the Gemmi on her way to Grindelwald. They had already left more than half the journey behind them. They had crossed high ridges and traversed snowfields. They could even see her native valley with its familiar wooden cottages. They had only one more glacier to climb. Some newly fallen snow concealed a cleft which, though it did not extend to the foaming waters in the depths beneath, was still much deeper than the height of a man. The young woman, with a child in her arms, slipped upon it, sank in, and disappeared. Not a shriek, not a groan was heard, nothing but the whining of a little child. More than an hour elapsed before her 2 companions could obtain from the nearest house ropes and poles to assist in raising them, and it was with much exertion that they at last succeeded in raising from the crevice what appeared to be 2 dead bodies. Every means was used to restore them to life. With the child they were successful, but not with the mother. So the old grandfather received his daughter's little son into his house, an orphan, a little boy who laughed more than he cried, but it seemed as if laughter had left him in the cold ice world into which he had fallen, where, as the Swiss peasants say, the souls of the lost are confined till the judgment day. The glaciers appear as if a rushing stream had been frozen in its course, and pressed into blocks of green crystal, which, balanced one upon another, form a wondrous palace of crystal for the Ice Maiden, the queen of the glaciers. It is she whose mighty power can crush the traveler to death, and arrest the flowing river in its course. She's also a child of the air, and with the swiftness of the chamois she can reach the snow-covered mountain tops, where the boldest mountaineer has to cut footsteps in the ice to ascend. She will sail on a frail pine twig over the raging torrents beneath, and spring lightly from one iceberg to another, with her long snow-white hair flowing around her, and her dark green robe glittering like the waters of the deep Swiss lakes. "Mine is the power to seize and crush," she cried. "Once a beautiful boy was stolen from me by man, a boy whom I had kissed, but had not kissed to death. He is again among mankind, and tends the goats on the mountains. He's always climbing higher and higher, far away from all others, but not from me. He is mine. I will send for him." And she gave Vertigo the commission. It was summer, and the Ice Maiden was melting amidst the green verdure, when Vertigo swung himself up and down. Vertigo has many brothers, quite a troop of them, and the Ice Maiden chose the strongest among them. They exercise their power in different ways and everywhere. Some sit on the banisters of steep stairs, others on the outer rails of lofty towers, or spring like squirrels along the ridges of the mountains. Others tread the air as a swimmer treads the water, and lure their victims here and there till they fall into the deep abyss. Vertigo and the Ice Maiden clutch at human beings as the polypus seizes upon all that comes within its reach. And now Vertigo was to seize Rudy. "Seize him indeed," cried Vertigo. "I cannot do it. That monster of a cat has taught him her tricks. That child of the human race has a power within him which keeps me at a distance. I cannot possibly reach the boy when he hangs from the branches of trees over the precipice, or I would gladly tickle his feet and send him heels over head through the air, but I cannot accomplish it." "We must accomplish it," said the Ice Maiden. "Either you or I must, and I will! I will!" "No, no," sounded through the air, like an echo on the mountain church bell's chime. It was an answer in song, in the melting tones of a chorus from others of nature's spirits, good and loving spirits, the daughters of the sunbeam, they who place themselves in a circle every evening on the mountain peaks. There they spread out their rose-colored wings, which, as the sun sinks, become more flaming red, until the lofty Alps seem to burn with fire. Men call this the alpine glow. After the sun has set, they disappear within the white snow on the mountain tops, and slumber there till sunrise, when they again come forth. They have great love for flowers, for butterflies, and for mankind, and from among the latter they had chosen little Rudy. "You shall not catch him, you shall not seize him," they sang. "Greater and stronger than he have I seized," said the Ice Maiden. Then the daughters of the sun sang a song of the traveler, whose cloak had been carried away by the wind. The wind took the covering, but not the man. It could even seize upon him, but not hold him fast. The children of strength are more powerful, more ethereal even than we are. They can rise higher than our parent, the sun. They have the magic words that rule the wind and the waves, and compel them to serve and obey. And they can, at last, cast off the heavy oppressive weight of mortality, and soar upwards. Thus sweetly sounded the bell-like tones of the chorus. And each morning the sun's rays shone through the one little window of the grandfather's house upon the quiet child. The daughters of the sunbeam kissed him. They wished to thaw and melt and obliterate the ice kiss which the queenly maiden of the glaciers had given him as he lay in the lap of his dead mother, in the deep crevice of ice from which he had been so wonderfully rescued. 2. The Journey to the New Home. Rudy was just 8 years old when his uncle, who lived on the other side of the mountain, wished to have the boy, as he thought he might obtain a better education with him and learn something more. His grandfather thought the same, so he consented to let him go. Rudy had many to say farewell to, as well as his grandfather. First, there was Ahola, the old dog. "Your father was the postilion, and I was the postilion's dog," said Ahola. "We have often traveled the same journey together. I knew all the dogs and men on this side of the mountain. It is not my habit to talk much, but now that we have so little time to converse together, I will say something more than usual. I will relate to you a story which I have reflected upon for a long time. I do not understand it, and very likely you will not, but that is of no consequence. I have, however, learnt from it that in this world things are not equally divided, neither for dogs nor for men. All are not born to lie on the lap and to drink milk. I have never been petted in this way, but I have seen a little dog seated in the place of a gentleman or a lady, and travelling inside a post-chaise. The lady, who was his mistress, or of whom he was master, carried a bottle of milk, of which the little dog now and then drank. She also offered him pieces of sugar to crunch. He sniffed at them proudly, but would not eat one, so she ate them herself. I was running along the dirty road by the side of the carriage, as hungry as a dog could be, chewing the cud of my own thoughts, which were rather in confusion. But many other things seemed in confusion also. Why was not I lying on a lap and travelling in a coach? I could not tell, yet I knew I could not alter my own condition, either by barking or growling. This was Ahola's farewell speech, and Rudy threw his arms round the dog's neck and kissed his cold nose. Then he took the cat in his arms, but he struggled to get free. "You're getting too strong for me," he said, "but I will not use my claws against you. Clamber away over the mountains. It was I who taught you to climb. Do not fancy you're going to fall, and you'll be quite safe." Then the cat jumped down and ran away. He did not wish Rudy to see that there were tears in his eyes. The hens were hopping about the floor. One of them had no tail. A traveler, who had fancied himself a sportsman, had shot off her tail. He had mistaken her for a bird of prey. "Rudy's going away over the mountains," said one of the hens. "He's always in such a hurry," said the other, "and I don't like taking leave." So they both hopped out. But the goats said farewell. They bleated and wanted to go with him. They were so very sorry. Just at this time, 2 clever guides were going across the mountains to the other side of the Gemmi, and Rudy was to go with them on foot. It was a long walk for such a little boy, but he had plenty of strength and invincible courage. The swallows flew with him a little way, singing, "We and you and we." The way led across the rushing Lutschine, which falls in numerous streams from the dark clefts of the Grindelwald glaciers. Trunks of fallen trees and blocks of stone formed bridges over these streams. After passing a forest of alders, they began to ascend, passing by some blocks of ice that had loosened themselves from the side of the mountain and lay across their path. They had to step over these ice blocks, or walk round them. Rudy crept here and ran there, his eyes sparkling with joy as he stepped so firmly with his iron-tipped mountain shoe that he left a mark behind him wherever he placed his foot. The earth was black where the mountain torrents or the melted ice had poured upon it, but the bluish-green glassy ice sparkled and glittered. They had to go around little pools, little lakes, enclosed between large masses of ice, and while thus wandering out of their path, they came near an immense stone, which lay balanced on the edge of an icy peak. The stone lost its balance just as they reached it, and rolled over into the abyss beneath, while the noise of its fall was echoed back from every hollow cliff of the glaciers. They were always going upwards. The glaciers seemed to spread above them like a continued chain of masses of ice, piled up in wild confusion between bare and rugged rocks. Rudy thought for a moment of what had been told him, that he and his mother had once lain buried in one of these cold, heart-chilling fissures. But he soon banished such thoughts, and looked upon the story as fabulous, like many other stories which had been told him. Once or twice, when the men thought the way was rather difficult for such a little boy, they held out their hands to assist him, but he would not accept their assistance, for he stood on the slippery ice as firmly as if he had been a chamois. They came at length to rocky ground, sometimes stepping upon moss-covered stones, sometimes passing beneath stunted fir trees, and again through green meadows. The landscape was always changing, but ever above them towered the lofty snow-clad mountains, whose names not only Rudy but every other child knew: the Jungfrau, the Monk, and the Eiger. Rudy had never been so far away before. He had never trodden on the wide-spreading ocean of snow that lay here with its immovable billows, from which the wind blows off the snowflake now and then, as it cuts the foam from the waves of the sea. The glaciers stand here so close together, it might almost be said they are hand in hand, and each is a crystal palace for the Ice Maiden, whose power and will it is to seize and imprison the unwary traveler. The sun shone warmly, and the snow sparkled as if covered with glittering diamonds. Numerous insects, especially butterflies and bees, lay dead in heaps on the snow. They had ventured too high, or the wind had carried them here and left them to die of cold. Around the Wetterhorn hung a feathery cloud, like a wool bag, and a threatening cloud too, for as it sunk lower it increased in size, and concealed within was a foon, fearful in its violence should it break loose. This journey, with its varied incidents, the wild paths, the night passed on the mountain, the steep rocky precipices, the hollow clefts in which the rustling waters from time immemorial had worn away passages for themselves through blocks of stone, all these were firmly impressed on Rudy's memory. In a forsaken stone building, which stood just beyond the seas of snow, they one night took shelter. Here they found some charcoal and pine branches, so that they soon made a fire. They arranged couches to lie on as well as they could, and then the men seated themselves by the fire, took out their pipes, and began to smoke. They also prepared a warm spiced drink, of which they partook, and Rudy was not forgotten. He had his share. Then they began to talk of those mysterious beings with which the land of the Alps abounds, the hosts of apparitions which come in the night and carry off the sleepers through the air, to the wonderful floating town of Venice, of the wild herdsman who drives the black sheep across the meadows. These flocks are never seen, yet the tinkle of their little bells has often been heard, as well as their unearthly bleating. Rudy listened eagerly, but without fear, for he knew not what fear meant, and while he listened, he fancied he could hear the roaring of the spectral herd. It seemed to come nearer and roar louder, till the men heard it also and listened in silence, till at length they told Rudy that he must not dare to sleep. It was a Foon, that violent storm wind which rushes from the mountain to the valley beneath, and in its fury snaps asunder the trunks of large trees as if they were but slender reeds, and carries the wooden houses from one side of a river to the other as easily as we could move the pieces on a chessboard. After an hour had passed, they told Rudy that it was all over and he might go to sleep, and fatigued with his long walk, he readily slept at the word of command. Very early the following morning they again set out. The sun on this day lighted up for Rudy new mountains, new glaciers, and new snowfields. They had entered the Canton Valais and found themselves on the ridge of the hills which can be seen from Grindelwald, but he was still far from his new home. They pointed out to him other clefts, other meadows, other woods and rocky paths, and other houses. Strange men made their appearance before him, and what men! They were misshapen, wretched-looking creatures, with yellow complexions, and on their necks were dark, ugly lumps of flesh, hanging down like bags. They were called Cretans. They dragged themselves along painfully, and stared at the strangers with vacant eyes. The women looked more dreadful than the men. Poor Rudy! Were these the sort of people he should see at his new home? 3. The Uncle. Rudy arrived at last at his uncle's house, and was thankful to find the people like those he had been accustomed to see. There was only one cretin amongst them, a poor idiot boy, one of those unfortunate beings who, in their neglected conditions, go from house to house and are received and taken care of in different families for a month or two at a time. Poor Saperli had just arrived at his uncle's house when Rudy came. The uncle was an experienced hunter. He also followed the trade of a cooper. His wife was a lively little person, with a face like a bird, eyes like those of an eagle, and a long, hairy throat. Everything was new to Rudy, the fashion of the dress, the manners, the employments, and even the language, but the latter his childish ear would soon learn. He saw also that there was more wealth here when compared with his former home at his grandfather's. The rooms were larger, the walls were adorned with the horns of the chamois and brightly polished guns. Over the door hung a painting of the Virgin Mary. Fresh alpine roses and a burning lamp stood near it. Rudy's uncle was, as we have said, one of the most noted chamois hunters in the whole district, and also one of the best guides. Rudy soon became the pet of the house, but there was another pet, an old hound, blind and lazy, who would never more follow the hunt well as he had once done so. But his former good qualities were not forgotten, and therefore the animal was kept in the family and treated with every indulgence. Rudy stroked the old hound, but he did not like strangers, and Rudy was as yet a stranger. He did not, however, long remain so. He soon endeared himself to every heart and became like one of the family. "We are not very badly off here in the Canton Valais," said his uncle one day. "We have the chamois. They do not die so fast as the wild goats, and it is certainly much better here now than in former times. How highly the old times have been spoken of, but ours is better. The bag has been opened, and a current of air now blows through our once confined valley. Something better always makes its appearance when old, worn-out things fail." When his uncle became communicative, he would relate stories of his youthful days, and farther back still of the warlike times in which his father had lived. Valais was then, as he expressed it, only a closed-up bag, quite full of sick people, miserable cretins. But the French soldiers came, and they were capital doctors. They soon killed the disease and the sick people too. The French people knew how to fight in more ways than one, and the girls knew how to conquer too. And when he said this, the uncle nodded at his wife, who was a French woman by birth, and laughed. The French could also do battles on the stones. It was they who cut a road out of the solid rock over the Simplon, such a road that I need only say to a child of 3 years old, "Go down to Italy, you have only to keep in the high road," and the child will soon arrive in Italy, if he followed my directions. Then the uncle sang a French song and cried, "Hurrah! Long live Napoleon Bonaparte!" This was the first time Rudy had ever heard of France, or of Lyons, that great city on the Rhone where his uncle had once lived. His uncle said that Rudy, in a very few years, would become a clever hunter. He had quite a talent for it. He taught the boy to hold a gun properly, and to load and fire it. In the hunting season, he took him to the hills and made him drink the warm blood of the chamois, which is said to prevent the hunter from becoming giddy. He taught him to know the time when, from the different mountains, the avalanche is likely to fall, namely, at noontide or in the evening, from the effects of the sun's rays. He made him observe the movements of the chamois when he gave a leap, so that he might fall firmly and lightly on his feet. He told him that when on the fissures of the rocks he could find no place for his feet, he must support himself on his elbows and cling with his legs, and even lean firmly with his back, for this could be done when necessary. He told him also that the chamois are very cunning. They place lookers out on the watch, but the hunter must be more cunning than they are, and find them out by scent. One day, when Rudy went out hunting with his uncle, he hung a coat and hat on an alpine staff, and the chamois mistook it for a man, as they generally do. The mountain path was narrow here. Indeed, it was scarcely a path at all, only a kind of shelf close to the yawning abyss. The snow that lay upon it was partially thawed, and the stones crumbled beneath the feet. Every fragment of stone broken off struck the sides of the rock in its fall, till it rolled into the depths beneath and sunk to rest. Upon this shelf Rudy's uncle laid himself down and crept forward. At about 100 paces behind him stood Rudy, upon the highest point of the rock, watching a great vulture hovering in the air. With a single stroke of his wing, the bird might easily cast a creeping hunter into the abyss beneath, and make him his prey. Rudy's uncle had eyes for nothing but the chamois, who, with its young kid, had just appeared round the edge of the rock. So Rudy kept his eyes fixed on the bird. He knew well what the great creature wanted. Therefore he stood in readiness to discharge his gun at the proper moment. Suddenly the chamois made a spring, and his uncle fired and struck the animal with a deadly bullet, while the young kid rushed away, as if for a long life he had been accustomed to danger and practiced flight. The large bird, alarmed at the report of the gun, wheeled off in another direction, and Rudy's uncle was saved from danger, of which he knew nothing till he was told of it by the boy. While they were both in pleasant mood, wending their way homewards, and the uncle whistling the tune of a song he had learnt in his young days, they suddenly heard a peculiar sound which seemed to come from the top of the mountain. They looked up and saw above them on the overhanging rock the snow covering heave and lift itself as a piece of linen stretched on the ground to dry raises itself when the wind creeps under it. Smooth as polished marble slabs, the waves of snow cracked and loosened themselves, and then suddenly, with a rumbling noise of distant thunder, fell like a foaming cataract into the abyss. An avalanche had fallen, not upon Rudy and his uncle, but very near them. Alas, a great deal too near. "Hold fast, Rudy," cried his uncle. "Hold fast with all your might." Then Rudy clung with his arms to the trunk of the nearest tree, while his uncle climbed above him and held fast by the branches. The avalanche rolled past them at some distance, but the gust of wind that followed, like the storm wings of the avalanche, snapped asunder the trees and bushes over which it swept, as if they had been but dry rushes, and threw them about in every direction. The tree to which Rudy clung was thus overthrown, and Rudy dashed to the ground. The higher branches were snapped off and carried away to a great distance, and among these shattered branches lay Rudy's uncle, with his skull fractured. When they found him, his hand was still warm, but it would have been impossible to recognize his face. Rudy stood by, pale and trembling. It was the first shock of his life, the first time he had ever felt fear. Late in the evening he returned home with the fatal news, to that home which was now to be so full of sorrow. His uncle's wife uttered not a word, nor shed a tear, till the corpse was brought in. Then her agony burst forth. The poor cretin crept away to his bed, and nothing was seen of him during the whole of the following day. Towards evening, however, he came to Rudy and said, "Will you write a letter for me? Saperli cannot write. Saperli can only take the letters to the post." "A letter for you?" said Rudy. "Who do you wish to write to?" "To the Lord Christ," he replied. "What do you mean?" asked Rudy. Then the poor idiot, as the cretin was often called, looked at Rudy with the most touching expression in his eyes, clasped his hands, and said solemnly and devoutly, "Saperli wants to send a letter to Jesus Christ, to pray him to let Saperli die, and not the master of the house here." Rudy pressed his hands and replied, "A letter would not reach him up above. It would not give him back whom we have lost." It was not, however, easy for Rudy to convince Saperli of the impossibility of doing what he wished. "Now you must work for us," said his foster mother, and Rudy very soon became the entire support of the house. End of the Ice Maiden, Part 1. Recording by Jessica Marie from Novato, California.
Section 14 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.J. Ploeg. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairy Tales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul. The Ice Maiden. Chapter 4. Babette. Who was the best marksman in the Canton Valais? The chamois knew well. Save yourselves from Rudy, they might well say. And who is the handsomest marksman? Oh, it is Rudy, said the maidens, but they did not say, save yourselves from Rudy. Neither did anxious mothers say so, for he bowed to them as pleasantly as to the young girls. He was so brave and cheerful. His cheeks were brown, his teeth white, and his eyes dark and sparkling. He was now a handsome young man of 20 years. The most icy water could not deter him from swimming. He could twist and turn like a fish. None could climb like he, and he clung as firmly to the edges of the rocks as a limpet. He had strong muscular power, as could be seen when he leaped from rock to rock. He had learned this first from the cat, and more lately from the chamois. Rudy was considered the best guide over the mountains. Everyone had great confidence in him. He might have made a great deal of money as guide. His uncle had also taught him the trade of a cooper, but he had no inclination for either. His delight was in chamois hunting, which also brought him plenty of money. Rudy would be a very good match, as people said, if he would not look above his own station. He was also such a famous partner in dancing that the girls often dreamt about him, and one and another thought of him even when awake. He kissed me in the dance, said Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter, to her dearest friend. But she ought not to have told this even to her dearest friend. It is not easy to keep such secrets. They are like sand in a sieve. They slip out. It was therefore soon known that Rudy, so brave and so good as he was, had kissed someone while dancing, and yet he had never kissed her who was dearest to him. Ah, said an old hunter, he has kissed Annette, has he? He has begun with A, and I suppose he will kiss through the whole alphabet. But a kiss in the dance was all the busy tongues could accuse him of. He certainly had kissed Annette, but she was not the flower of his heart. Down in the valley near Bex, among the great walnut trees by the side of a little rushing mountain stream, lived a rich miller. His dwelling house was a large building 3 stories high, with little turrets. The roof was covered with chips bound together with tin plates that glittered in the sunshine and in the moonlight. The largest of the turrets had a weathercock representing an apple pierced by a glittering arrow, in memory of William Tell. The mill was a neat and well-ordered place that allowed itself to be sketched and written about. But the miller's daughter did not permit any to sketch or write about her. So at least Rudy would have said, for her image was pictured in his heart. Her eyes shone in it so brightly that quite a flame had been kindled there. And like all other fires, it had burst forth so suddenly that the miller's daughter, the beautiful Babette, was quite unaware of it. Rudy had never spoken a word to her on the subject. The miller was rich, and on that account Babette stood very high, and was rather difficult to aspire to. But, said Rudy to himself, nothing is too high for a man to reach. He must climb with confidence in himself, and he will not fail. He had learnt this lesson in his youthful home. It happened once that Rudy had some business to settle at Bex. It was a long journey at that time, for the railway had not been opened. From the glaciers of the Rhone at the foot of the Simplon, between its ever-changing mountain summits, stretches the valley of Canton Valais. Through it runs the noble river of the Rhone, which often overflows its banks, covering fields and highways and destroying everything in its course. Near the towns of Sion and St. Maurice, the valley takes a turn and bends like an elbow, and behind St. Maurice becomes so narrow that there is only space enough for the bed of the river and a narrow carriage road. An old tower stands there as if it were guardian to the Canton Valais, which ends at this point, and from it we can look across the stone bridge to the toll house on the other side, where the Canton Vaud commences. Not far from this spot stands the town of Bex. and at every step can be seen an increase of its fruitfulness and verdure. It is like entering a grove of chestnut and walnut trees. Here and there the cypress and pomegranate blossoms peep forth, and it is almost as warm as an Italian climate. Rudy arrived at Beck's and soon finished the business which had brought him there, and then walked about the town, but not even the miller's boy could be seen, nor anyone belonging to the mill, not to mention Babette. This did not please him at all. Evening came on. The air was filled with the perfume of the wild thyme and the blossoms of the lime trees, and the green woods on the mountain seemed to be covered with a shining veil, blue as the sky. Over everything reigned a stillness, not of sleep or of death, but as if nature were holding her breath that her image might be photographed on the blue vault of heaven. Here and there amidst the trees of the silent valley stood poles which supported the wires of the electric telegraph. Against one of these poles leaned an object so motionless that it might have been mistaken for the trunk of a tree. But it was Rudy, standing there as still as at that moment was everything around him. He was not asleep, neither was he dead, but just as the various events in the world, matters of momentous importance to individuals, were flying through the telegraph wires, without the quiver of a wire or the slightest tone, so through the mind of Rudy, thoughts of overwhelming importance were passing, without an outward sign of emotion. The happiness of his future life depended upon the decision of his present reflections. His eyes were fixed on one spot in the distance, a light that twinkled through the foliage from the parlor of the miller's house, where Babette dwelt. Rudy stood so still that it might have been supposed he was watching for a chamois. But he was in reality like a chamois who will stand for a moment looking as if it were chiseled out of the rock, and then, if only a stone rolled by, would suddenly bound forward with a spring far away from the hunter. And so with Rudy, a sudden roll of his thoughts roused him from his stillness and made him bound forward with a determination to act. "Never despair," cried he. "A visit to the mill to say good evening to the miller and good evening to little Babette can do no harm. No one ever fails who has confidence in himself. If I am to be Babette's husband, I must see her some time or other." Then Rudy laughed joyously and took courage to go to the mill. He knew what he wanted. He wanted to marry Babette. The clear water of the river rolled over its yellow bed, and willows and lime trees were reflected in it, as Rudy stepped along the path to the miller's house. But as the children sing, there was no one at home in the house, only a kitten at play. The cat standing on the steps put up its back and cried, "Meow." But Rudy had no inclination for this sort of conversation. He passed on and knocked at the door. No one heard him. No one opened the door. "Meow," said the cat again. And had Rudy been still a child, he would have understood this language, and known that the cat wished to tell him there was no one at home. So he was obliged to go to the mill and make inquiries, and there he heard that the miller had gone on a journey to the Interlaken, and had taken Babette with him to the great shooting festival which began that morning and would continue for 8 days, and that people from all the German settlements would be there. Poor Rudy, we may well say. It was not a fortunate day for his visit to Beck's. He had just to return the way he came, through St. Maurice and Sienne, to his home in the valley. But he did not despair. When the sun rose the next morning, his good spirits had returned. Indeed, he had never really lost them. "Babette is at Interlaken," said Rudy to himself, "many days' journey from here. It is certainly a long way for anyone who takes the high road, but not so far if he takes a short cut across the mountain, and that just suits a chamois hunter. I have been that way before, for it leads to the home of my childhood, where, as a little boy, I lived with my grandfather. And there are shooting matches at Interlaken. I will go and try to stand first in the match. Babette will be there, and I shall be able to make her acquaintance." Carrying his light knapsack, which contained his Sunday clothes, on his back, and with his musket and his game bag over his shoulder, Rudy started to take the shortest way across the mountain. Still it was a great distance. The The shooting matches were to commence on that day, and to continue for a whole week. He had been told also that the miller and Babette would remain that time with some relatives at Interlaken. So over the Gemmi Rudy climbed bravely, and determined to descend the side of the Grindenwald. Bright and joyous were his feelings as he stepped lightly onwards, inhaling the invigorating mountain air. The valley sunk as he ascended, the circle of the horizon expanded. One snow-capped peak after another rose before him, till the whole of the glittering alpine range became visible. Rudy knew each ice-clad peak, and he continued his course towards the Schreckhorn, with its white powdered stone finger raised high in the air. At length he had crossed the highest ridges, and before him lay the green pasture lands, sloping down towards the valley which was once his home. The buoyancy of the air made his heart light. Hill and valley were blooming in luxuriant beauty, and his thoughts were youthful dreams in which old age or death were out of the question. Life, power, and enjoyment were in the future, and he felt free and light as a bird. And the swallows flew around him as in the days of his childhood, singing, "We and you and we." All was overflowing with joy. Beneath him lay the meadows covered with velvety green, with the murmuring river flowing through them, and dotted here and there were small wooden houses. He could see the edges of glaciers, looking like green glass against the soiled snow, and the deep chasms beneath the loftiest glacier. The church bells were ringing as if to welcome him to his home with their sweet tones. His heart beat quickly, and for a moment he seemed to have forgotten Babette, so full were his thoughts of old recollections. He was, in imagination, once more wandering on the road where, when a little boy, he, with other children, came to sell their curiously carved toy houses. Yonder behind the fir trees still stood his grandfather's house, his mother's father, but strangers dwelt in it now. Children came running to him as he had once done and wished to sell their wares. One of them offered him an alpine rose, but Rudy took the rose as a good omen and thought of Babette. He quickly crossed the bridge where the two rivers flow into each other. Here he found a walk overshadowed with large walnut trees, and their thick foliage formed a pleasant shade. Very soon he perceived in the distance waving flags on which glittered a white cross on a red ground, the standard of the Danes as well as of the Swiss, and before him lay Interlaken. "It is really a splendid town, like none other that I have ever seen," said Rudy to himself. It was indeed a Swiss town in its holiday dress, not like many other towns crowded with heavy stone houses, stiff and foreign-looking. No. Here it seemed as if the wooden houses on the hills had run into the valley, and placed themselves in rows and ranks by the side of the clear river which rushes like an arrow in its course. The streets were rather irregular, it is true, but still this added to their picturesque appearance. There was one street which Rudy thought the prettiest of them all. It had been built since he had visited the town when a little boy. It seemed to him as if all the neatest and most curiously carved toy houses, which his grandfather once kept in the large cupboard at home, had been brought out and placed in this spot, and that they had increased in size since then, as the chestnut trees had done. The houses were called hotels. The woodwork on the windows and the balconies was curiously carved. The roofs were gaily painted, and before each house was a flower garden which separated it from the macadamized highroad. These houses all stood on the same side of the road, so that the fresh green meadows in which were cows grazing with bells on their necks were not hidden. The sound of these bells is often heard amidst the alpine scenery. These meadows were encircled by lofty hills, which receded a little in the center, so that the most beautifully formed of Swiss mountains, the snow-crowned Jungfrau, could be distinctly seen glittering in the distance. A number of elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies from foreign lands and crowds of country people from the neighboring cantons were assembled in the town. Each marksman wore the number of hits he had made twisted in a garland round his hat. Here were music and singing of all descriptions, hand organs, trumpets, shouting, and noise. The houses and bridges were adorned with verses and inscriptions. Flags and banners were waving. Shot after shot was fired, which was the best music to Rudy's ears, and amidst all this excitement he quite forgot Babette, on whose account only he had come. The shooters were thronging round the target, and Rudy was soon amongst them. But when he took his turn to fire, he proved himself the best shot, for he always struck the bull's-eye. "Who may that young stranger be?" was the inquiry on all sides. "He speaks French, as it is spoken in the Swiss cantons, and makes himself understood very well when he speaks German," said some. "He lived here when a child with his grandfather in a house on the road in Grindelwald," remarked one of the sportsmen. And full of life was this young stranger. His eyes sparkled, his glance was steady, and his arm sure. Therefore he always hit the mark. Good fortune gives good courage, and Rudy was always courageous. He soon had a circle of friends gathered around him. Everyone noticed him and did him homage. Babette had quite vanished from his thoughts, when he was struck on the shoulder by a heavy hand, and a deep voice said to him in French, "You are from Canton Valais." Rudy turned around and beheld a man with a ruddy, pleasant face and a stout figure. It was the rich miller from Beck's. His broad, portly person hid the slender, lovely Babette, but she came forward and glanced at him with her bright, dark eyes. The rich miller was very much flattered at the thought that the young man who was acknowledged to be the best shot, and was so praised by everyone, should be from his own canton. Now was Rudy really fortunate. He had traveled all this way to this place, and those he had forgotten were now come to seek him. When country people go far from home, they often meet with those they know and improve their acquaintance. Rudy, by his shooting, had gained the first place in the shooting match, just as the miller at home at Beck stood first, because of his money and his mill. So that the two men shook hands, which they had never done before. Babette, too, held out her hand to Rudy frankly, and he pressed it in his, and looked at her so earnestly that she blushed deeply. The miller talked of the long journey they had traveled, and of the many towns they had seen. It was his opinion that he had really made as great a journey as if he had traveled in a steamship, a railway carriage, or a post-chaise. "I came by a much shorter way," said Rudy. "I came over the mountains. There is no road so high that a man may not venture upon it." "Ah, yes, it'd break your neck," said the miller, "and you look like one who will break his neck some day, you are so daring." "Oh, nothing ever happens to a man if he has confidence in himself," replied Rudy. The miller's relations at Interlaken, with whom the miller and Babette were staying, invited Rudy to visit them, when they found he came from the same canton as the miller. It was a most pleasant visit. Good fortune seemed to follow him as it does those who think and act for themselves, and who remember the proverb, "Nuts are given to us, but they are not cracked for us." And Rudy was treated by the miller's relation almost like one of the family, and glasses of wine were poured out to drink to the welfare of the best shooter. Babette clinked glasses with Rudy, and he returned thanks for the toast. In the evening they all took a delightful walk under the walnut trees in front of the stately hotels. There were so many people and such crowding that Rudy was obliged to offer his arm to Babette. Then he told her how happy it made him to meet people from the canton Vaud, for Vaud and Valais were neighboring cantons. He spoke of this pleasure so heartily that Babette could not resist giving his arm a slight squeeze, and so they walked on together and talked and chatted like old acquaintances. Rudy felt inclined to laugh sometimes at the absurd dress and walk of the foreign ladies, but Babette did not wish to make fun of them, for she knew there must be some good, excellent people amongst them. She, herself, had a godmother who was a high-born English lady. 18 years before, when Babette was christened, this lady was staying at Beck's, and she stood godmother for her and gave her the valuable brooch she now wore in her bosom. Her godmother had twice written to her, and this year she was expecting to visit Interlaken with her 2 daughters. "But they are old maids," added Babette, who was only 18. "They are nearly 30. Her sweet little mouth was never still a moment, and all that she said sounded in Rudy's ears as matters of the greatest importance, and at last he told her what he was longing to tell. How often he had been at Beck's, how well he knew the mill, and how often he had seen Babette, when most likely she had not noticed him. And lastly, that full of many thoughts which he could not tell her, he had been to the mill on the evening when she and her father had started on their long journey, but not too far for him to find a way to overtake them. He told her all this and a great deal more. He told her how much he could endure for her, and that it was to see her and not the shooting match which had brought him to Interlaken. Babette became quite silent after hearing all this. It was almost too much, and it troubled her. And while they thus wandered on, the sun sunk behind the lofty mountains. The Jungfrau stood out in brightness and splendor as a background to the green woods of the surrounding hills. Everyone stood to look at the beautiful sight, Rudy and Babette among them. "Nothing could be more beautiful than this," said Babette. "Nothing," replied Rudy, looking at Babette. "Tomorrow I must return home," remarked Rudy a few minutes afterwards. "Come and visit us at Beck's," whispered Babette. "My father will be pleased to see you." Chapter 5. On the Way Home. Oh, what a number of things Rudy had to carry over the mountains when he set out to return home. He had 3 silver cups, 2 handsome pistols, and a silver coffee pot. This latter would be useful when he began housekeeping. But all these were not the heaviest weight he had to bear. Something mightier and more important he carried with him in his heart over the high mountains as he journeyed homeward. The weather was dismally dark, and inclined to rain. The clouds hung low, like a morning veil on the top of the mountains, and shrouded their glittering peaks. In the woods could be heard the sound of the axe and the heavy fall of the trunks of the trees as they rolled down the slopes of the mountains. When seen from the heights, the trunk of these trees looked like slender stems, but on a nearer inspection they were found to be large and strong enough for the masts of a ship. The river murmured monotonously, the wind whistled, and the clouds sailed along hurriedly. Suddenly there appeared, close by Rudy's side, a young maiden. He had not noticed her till she came quite near to him. She was also going to ascend the mountain. The maiden's eyes shone with an unearthly power, which obliged you to look into them. They were strange eyes, clear, deep, and unfathomable. "Hast thou a lover?" asked Rudy. All his thoughts were naturally on love just then. "I have none," answered the maiden with a laugh. It was as if she had not spoken the truth. "Do not let us go such a long way around," said she. "We must keep to the left. It is much shorter." "Ah, yes," he replied, "and fall into some crevice. Do you pretend to be a guide and not know the road better than that?" "I know every step of the way," said she, "and my thoughts are collected, while yours are down in the valley yonder. We should think of the Ice Maiden while we're up here. Men say she is not kind to their race." "I fear her not," said Rudy. "She could not keep me when I was a child. I will not give myself up to her now I'm a man." Darkness came on, the rain fell, and then it began to snow, and the whiteness dazzled the eyes. "Give me your hand," said the maiden. "I will help you to mount," and he felt the touch of her icy fingers. "You help me?" cried Rudy. "I do not yet require a woman to help me to climb." And he stepped quickly forwards away from her. The drifting snow shower fell like a veil between them. The wind whistled, and behind them he could hear the maiden laughing and singing, and the sound was most strange to hear. It certainly must be a spectre or a servant of the Ice Maiden, thought Rudy, who had heard such things talked about when he was a boy and had stayed all night on the mountain with the guides. The snow fell thicker than ever. The clouds lay beneath them. He looked back. There was no one to be seen, but he heard sounds of mocking laughter, which were not those of a human voice. When Rudy at length reached the highest part of the mountain, where the path led down to the valley of the Rhone, the snow had ceased, and in the clear heavens he saw 2 bright stars twinkling. They reminded him of Babette and of himself, and of his future happiness, and his heart glowed at the thought. Chapter 6. The Visit to the Mill. "What beautiful things you've brought home," said his old foster mother, and her strange-looking eagle eyes sparkled while she wriggled and twisted her skinny neck more quickly and strangely than ever. "You have brought good luck with you, Rudy. I must give you a kiss, my dear boy." Rudy allowed himself to be kissed, but it could be seen by his countenance that he only endured the infliction as a homely duty. "How handsome you are, Rudy," said the old woman. "Ah, don't flatter," said Rudy with a laugh, but still he was pleased. "I must say once more," said the old woman, "that you are very lucky." "Well, in that I believe you are right," said he, as he thought of Babette. Never had he felt such longing for that deep valley as he now had. "They must have returned home by this time," said he to himself. "It's already 2 days over the time which they fixed upon. I must go to Beck's." So Rudy set out to go to Beck's, and when he arrived there he found the miller and his daughter at home. They received him kindly, and brought him many greetings from their friends at Interlaken. Babette did not say much. She seemed to have become quite silent, but her eyes spoke, and that was quite enough for Rudy. The miller had generally a great deal to talk about, and seemed to expect that everyone should listen to his jokes and laugh at them, for was he not the rich miller? But now he was more inclined to hear Rudy's adventures while hunting and traveling, and to listen to his descriptions of the difficulties the chamois hunter has to overcome on the mountain tops, or of the dangerous snowdrifts which the wind and weather cause to cling to the edges of the rock, or to lie in the form of a frail bridge over the abyss beneath. The eyes of the brave Rudy sparkled as he described the life of a hunter, or spoke of the cunning of the chamois and their wonderful leaps, also of the powerful foam and the rolling avalanche. He noticed that the more he described, the more interested the miller became, especially when he spoke of the fierce vulture and of the royal eagle. Not far from Beck's in the Canton Valais was an eagle's nest, more curiously built under a high, overhanging rock. In this nest was a young eagle, but who would venture to take it? A young Englishman had offered Rudy a whole handful of gold if he would bring him the young eagle alive. "There is a limit to everything," was Rudy's reply. "The eagle could not be taken. It would be folly to attempt it." The wine had passed round freely, and the conversation kept up pleasantly, but the evening seemed too short for Rudy, although it was midnight when he left the miller's house after this his first visit. While the lights in the windows of the miller's house still twinkled through the green foliage, out through the open skylight came the parlor cat onto the roof, and along the water pipe walked the kitchen cat to meet her. "What's the news at the mill?" asked the parlor cat. "Here in the house there's a secret love-making going on which the father knows nothing about. Rudy and Babette have been treading on each other's paws under the table all evening. They trod on my tail twice, but I did not mew. That would have attracted notice." "Well, I should have mewed," said the kitchen cat. "What might suit the kitchen would not suit the parlor," said the other. "I'm quite curious to know what the miller will say when he finds out this engagement." Yes, indeed, what the miller would say? Rudy himself was anxious to know that, but to wait till the miller heard of it from the others was out of the question. Therefore, not many days after this visit he was riding in the omnibus that runs between the two cantons, Valais and Vaud. These cantons are separated by the Rhone, over which is a bridge that unites them. Rudy, as usual, had plenty of courage, and indulged in pleasant thoughts of the favorable answer he should receive that evening. And when the omnibus returned, Rudy was again seated in it, going homewards, and at the same time the parlor cat at the miller's house ran out quickly, crying, "Here, you from the kitchen, what do you think? The miller knows all now. Everything has come to a delightful end. Rudy came here this evening, and he and Babette had much whispering and secret conversation together. They stood in the path near the miller's room. I lay at their feet, but they had no eyes or thoughts for me. 'I will go to your father at once,' said he. 'It is the most honorable way.' 'Shall I go with you?' asked Babette. 'It will give you courage.' 'I have plenty of courage,' said Rudy, 'but if you are with me he must be friendly whether he says yes or no.' So they turned to go in, and Rudy trod heavily on my tail. He certainly is very clumsy. I mewed, but neither he nor Babette had any ears for me. They opened the door and entered together. I was before them and jumped on the back of the chair. I hardly know what Rudy said, but the miller flew into a rage and threatened to kick him out of the house. He told me he might go to the mountains and look after chamois, but not after our little Babette. And what did they say? Did they speak? Asked the kitchen cat. What did they say? Why, all that people generally do say when they go a-wooing. I love her, and she loves me, and when there is milk in the can for one, there is milk in the can for two. But she is so far above you, said the miller. She has heaps of gold, as you know. You should not attempt to reach her. There is nothing so high that a man cannot reach, if he will, answered Rudy, for he is a brave youth. Yet you could not reach the young eagle, said the miller, laughing. Babette is higher than the eagle's nest. I will have them both, said Rudy. Very well. I will give her to you when you bring me the young eaglet, alive, said the miller, and he laughed till the tears stood in his eyes. But now I thank you for this visit, Rudy, and if you come tomorrow you will find nobody at home. Goodbye, Rudy. Babette also wished him farewell, but her voice sounded as mournful as the mew of a little kitten that had lost its mother. A promise is a promise between man and man, said Rudy. Do not weep, Babette. I shall bring the young eagle. You will break your neck, I hope, said the miller, and we shall be relieved from your company. I call that kicking him out of the house, said the parlor cat, and now Rudy is gone, and Babette sits and weeps, while the miller sings German songs that he learnt on his journey. But I do not trouble myself on the matter, it would be of no use. Yet for all that, it is a very strange affair, said the kitchen cat. Chapter 7. The Eagle's Nest. From the mountain path came a joyous sound of some person whistling, and it betokened good humor and undaunted courage. It was Rudy going to meet his friend Vesinod. You must come and help, said he. I want to carry off the young eaglet from the top of the rock. We will take young Rogli with us. Had you better not first try to take down the moon? That would be quite as easy a task, said Vesinod. You seem to be in good spirits. Yes, indeed I am. I'm thinking of my wedding. But to be serious, I will tell you about it and how I am situated. Then he explained to Vesinod and Rogli what he wished to do, and why. You are a daring fellow, said they, but it is no use. You will break your neck. No one falls unless he is afraid, said Rudy. So at midnight they set out, carrying with them poles, ladders, and ropes. The road lay amidst brushwood and underwood, over rolling stones, always upwards, higher and higher in the dark night. Waters roared beneath them or fell in cascades from above. Humid clouds were driving through the air as the hunters reached the precipitous ledge of the rock. It was even darker here, for the sides of the rock almost met, and the light penetrated only through a small opening at the top. At a little distance from the edge could be heard the sound of the roaring, foaming waters in the yawning abyss beneath them. The three seated themselves on a stone to await in silence the dawn of day, when the parent eagle would fly out, as it would be necessary to shoot the old bird before they could think of gaining possession of the young one. Rudy sat motionless, as if he had been part of the stone on which he sat. He held his gun ready to fire, with his eyes fixed steadily on the highest point of the cliff, where the eagle's nest lay concealed beneath the overhanging rock. The three hunters had a long time to wait. At last they heard a rustling, whirring sound above them, and a large hovering object darkened the air. 2 guns were ready to aim at the dark body of the eagle as it rose from the nest. Then a shot was fired. For an instant the bird fluttered its wide-spreading wings, and it seemed as if it would fill up the whole of the chasm and drag down the hunters in its fall. But it was not so. The eagle sunk gradually into the abyss beneath, and the branches of trees and brushes were broken by its weight. Then the hunters roused themselves. 3 of the longest ladders were brought and bound together. The topmost ring of these ladders would just reach beneath the edge of the rock which hung over the abyss, but no further. The point beneath which the eagle's nest lay sheltered was much higher, and the sides of the rock were as smooth as a wall. After consulting together, they determined to bind together 2 more ladders, and to hoist them over the cavity and so form a communication with the 3 beneath them, by binding the upper ones to the lower. With great difficulty they contrived to drag the 2 ladders over the rock, and there they hung for some moments swaying over the abyss. But no sooner had they fastened them together than Rudy placed his foot on the lowest step. It was a bitterly cold morning. Clouds of mist were rising from beneath, and Rudy stood on the lower step of the ladder as a fly rests on a piece of swinging straw, which a bird may have dropped from the edge of the nest it was building on some tall factory chimney. But the fly could fly away if the straw were shaken. Rudy could only break his neck. The wind whistled around him, and beneath him the waters of the abyss, swelled by the thawing of the glaciers, those palaces of the Ice Maiden, foamed and roared in their rapid course. When Rudy began to ascend, the ladder trembled like the web of the spider when it draws out the long, delicate threads. But as soon as he reached the 4th of the ladders, which had been bound together, he felt more confidence. He knew that they had been fastened securely by skillful hands. The 5th ladder, that appeared to reach the nest, was supported by the sides of the rock, yet it swung to and fro, and flapped about like a slender reed as if it had been bound by fishing lines. It seemed a most dangerous undertaking to ascend it, but Rudy knew how to climb. He had learnt that from the cat, and he had no fear. He did not observe Vertigo, who stood in the air behind him, trying to lay hold of him with his outstretched polypus arms. When at length he stood on the topmost step of the ladder, he found that he was still some distance below the nest, and not even able to see into it. Only by using his hands and climbing could he possibly reach it. He tried the strength of the stunted trees, and the thick underwood upon which the nest rested, and of which it was formed, and finding they would support his weight, he grasped them firmly, and swung himself up from the ladder till his hand and breast were above the nest. And then, what an overpowering stench came from it, for in it lay the putrid remains of lambs, chamois, and birds. Vertigo, although he could not reach him, blew the poisonous vapor in his face to make him giddy and faint, and beneath in the dark yawning deep on the rushing waters sat the Ice Maiden, with her long pale green hair falling around her, and her death-like eyes fixed upon him, like the 2 barrels of a gun. "I have thee now," she cried. In a corner of the eagle's nest sat the young eaglet, a large and powerful bird, though still unable to fly. Rudy fixed his eyes upon it, held on by one hand with all his strength, and with the other threw a noose round the young eagle. The string slipped to its legs. Rudy tightened it, and thus secured the bird, alive. Then flinging the sling over his shoulder so that the creature hung a good way down behind him, he prepared to descend with the help of a rope, and his foot soon touched safely the highest step of the ladder. Then Rudy, remembering his early lesson in climbing, "Hold fast and do not fear," descended carefully down the ladder, and at last stood safely on the ground with the young living eaglet, where he was received with loud shouts of joy and congratulations. End of The Ice Maiden, Part 2. Recording by C.J. Ploeg.
Section 15 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Muriel. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H. P. Paul. The Ice Maiden, Part 3. 8. What fresh news the parlor cat had to tell. "There is what you asked for," said Rudy as he entered the miller's house at Beck's and placed on the floor a large basket. He removed the lid as he spoke, and a pair of yellow eyes, encircled by a black ring, stared forth with a wild, fiery glance that seemed ready to burn and destroy all that came in its way. Its short, strong beak was open, ready to bite, and on its red throat were short feathers like stubble. "The young eaglet!" cried the miller. Babette screamed and started back, while her eyes wandered from Rudy to the bird in astonishment. "You are not to be discouraged by difficulties, I see," said the miller. "And you will keep your word," replied Rudy. "Each has his own characteristic, whether it is honor or courage." "But how is it that you did not break your neck?" asked the miller. "Because I held fast," answered Rudy, "and I mean to hold fast to Babette." "You must get her first," said the miller, laughing, and Babette thought this was a very good sign. "We must take the bird out of the basket," said she. "It is getting into a rage. How its eyes glare! How did you manage to conquer it?" Then Rudy had to describe his adventure, and the miller's eyes opened wide as he listened. "With your courage and your good fortune, you might win 3 wives," said the miller. "Oh, thank you," cried Rudy. "But you have not won Babette yet," said the miller, slapping the young Alpine hunter on the shoulder playfully. "Have you heard the fresh news at the mill?" asked the parlor cat of the kitchen cat. "Rudy has brought us the young eagle, and he is to take Babette in exchange." They kissed each other in the presence of the old man, which is as good as an engagement. He was quite civil about it, drew in his claws, and took his afternoon nap, so that the two were left to sit and wag their tails as much as they please. They have so much to talk about that it will not be finished till Christmas. Neither was it finished till Christmas. The wind whirled the faded, fallen leaves, the snow drifted in the valleys as well as upon the mountains, and the Ice Maiden sat in the stately palace which in winter time she generally occupied. The perpendicular rocks were covered with slippery ice, and where in summer the stream from the rocks had left a watery veil, icicles large and heavy hung from the trees, while the snow-powdered fir trees were decorated with fantastic garlands of crystal. The Ice Maiden rode on the howling wind across the deep valleys. The country as far as Beck's was covered with a carpet of snow, so that the Ice Maiden could follow Rudy and see him when he visited the mill, and while in the room at the miller's house, where he was accustomed to spend so much of his time with Babette. The wedding was to take place in the following summer, and they heard enough of it, for so many of their friends spoke of the matter. Then came sunshine to the mill. The beautiful alpine roses bloomed, and joyous, laughing Babette was like the early spring, which made all the birds sing of summer-time and bridal days. "How those two do sit and chatter together," said the parlor cat. "I have had enough of their mewing." 9. The Ice Maiden. The walnut and chestnut trees, which extend from the bridges of St. Maurice, by the river Rhone, to the shores of the Lake of Geneva, were already covered with the delicate green garlands of early spring, just bursting into bloom, while the Rhone rushed wildly from its source among the green glaciers which form the ice palace of the Ice Maiden. She sometimes allows herself to be carried by the keen wind to the lofty snowfields, where she stretches herself in the sunshine on the soft, snowy cushions. From thence she throws her far-seeing glance into the deep valley beneath, where human beings are busily moving about like ants on a stone in the sun. Spirits of strength as the children of the sun called you, cried the Ice Maiden. Ye are but worms. Let but a snowball roll, and you and your houses and your towns are crushed and swept away. And she raised her proud head and looked around her with eyes that flashed death from their glance. From the valley came a rumbling sound. Men were busily at work blasting the rocks to form tunnels and laying down roads for the railway. They are playing at work underground like moles, said she. They are digging passages beneath the earth, and the noise is like the reports of cannons. I shall throw down my palaces, for the clamor is louder than the roar of thunder. Then there ascended from the valley a thick vapor, which waved itself in the air like a fluttering veil. It rose as a plume of feathers from a steam engine, to which, on the lately opened railway, a string of carriages was linked, carriage to carriage, looking like a winding serpent. The train shot past with the speed of an arrow. They play at being masters down there, those spirits of strength, exclaimed the Ice Maiden, but the powers of nature are still the rulers. And she laughed and sang till her voice sounded through the valley, and people said it was the rolling of an avalanche. But the children of the sun sang in louder strains in praise of the mind of man, which can span the sea as with a yoke, can level mountains, and fill up valleys. It is the power of thought which gives man the mastery over nature. Just at this moment there came across the snowfield where the Ice Maiden sat a party of travelers. They had bound themselves fast to each other, so that they looked like one large body on the slippery plains of ice encircling the deep abyss. "Worms!" exclaimed the Ice Maiden. "You, the lords of the powers of nature!" And she turned away and looked maliciously at the deep valley where the railway train was rushing by. "There they sit, these thoughts," she exclaimed. "There they sit in their power over nature's strength. I see them all. One sits proudly apart like a king. Others sit together in a group. Yonder, half of them are asleep, and when the steam dragon stops, they will get out and go their way. The thoughts go forth into the world." And she laughed. "There goes another avalanche," said those in the valley beneath. "It will not reach us," said two who sat together behind the steam dragon. "Two hearts in one beat," as people say. They were Rudy and Babette, and the miller was with them. "I am like the luggage," said he. "I am here as a necessary appendage." "There sit those two," said the Ice Maiden. "Many a chamois have I crushed. Millions of alpine roses have I snapped and broken off. Not a root have I spared. I know them all and their thoughts, those spirits of strength." And again she laughed. "There rolls another avalanche," said those in the valley. 10. The Godmother. At Montreux, one of the towns which encircle the northeast part of the Lake of Geneva, lived Babette's godmother, the noble English lady, with her daughters and a young relative. They had only lately arrived, yet the miller had paid them a visit, and informed them of Babette's engagement to Rudy. The whole story of their meeting at Interlachen, and his brave adventure with the eaglet, were related to them, and they were all very much interested, and as pleased about Rudy and Babette as the miller himself. The three were invited to come to Montreux. It was but right for Babette to become acquainted with her godmother, who wished to see her very much. A steamboat started from the town of Villeneuve at one end of the Lake of Geneva, and arrived at Bernex, a little town beyond Montreux, in about half an hour. And, in this boat, the miller with his daughter and Rudy set out to visit her godmother. They passed the coast which has been so celebrated in song. Here, under the walnut trees, by the deep blue lake, sat Byron, and wrote his melodious verses about the prisoner confined in the gloomy castle of Chillon. Here, where Clarence, with its weeping willows, is reflected in the clear water, wandered Rousseau, dreaming of Heloise. The river Rhone glides gently by beneath the lofty snow-capped hills of Savoy, and not far from its mouth lies a little island in the lake, so small that, seen from the shore, it looks like a ship. The surface of the island is rocky, and about 100 years ago, a lady caused the ground to be covered with earth, in which 3 acacia trees were planted, and the whole enclosed with stone walls. The acacia trees now overshadow every part of the island. Babette was enchanted with the spot. It seemed to her the most beautiful object in the whole voyage, and she thought how much she should like to land there. But the steamship passed it by, and did not stop till it reached Bernex. The little party walked slowly from this place to Monto, passing the sunlit walls with which the vineyards of the little mountain town of Monto are surrounded, and peasants' houses, overshadowed by fig trees, with gardens in which grow the laurel and the cypress. Halfway up the hill stood the boarding house in which Babette's godmother resided. She was received most cordially. Her godmother was a very friendly woman, with a round, smiling countenance. When a child, her head must have resembled one of Raphael's cherubs. It was still an angelic face, with its white locks of silvery hair. The daughters were tall, elegant, slender maidens. The young cousin, whom they had brought with them, was dressed in white from head to foot. He had golden hair and golden whiskers, large enough to be divided amongst 3 gentlemen, and he began immediately to pay the greatest attention to Babette. Richly bound books, notepaper, and drawings lay on the large table. The balcony window stood open, and from it could be seen the beautiful, wide, extended lake, the water so clear and still that the mountains of Savoy, with their villages, woods, and snow-crowned peaks, were clearly reflected in it. Rudy, who was usually so lively and brave, did not in the least feel himself at home. He acted as if he were walking on peas, over a slippery floor. How long and wearisome the time appeared! It was like being in a treadmill. And then they went out for a walk, which was very slow and tedious. 2 steps forward, and 1 backwards had Rudy to take to keep pace with the others. They walked down to Chillon, and went over the old castle on the rocky island. They saw the implements of torture, the deadly dungeons, the rusty fetters in the rocky walls, the stone benches for those condemned to death, the trap doors through which the unhappy creatures were hurled upon iron spikes and impaled alive. They called looking at all these a pleasure. It certainly was the right place to visit. Byron's poetry had made it celebrated in the world. Rudy could only feel that it was a place of execution. He leaned against the stone framework of the window, and gazed down into the deep blue water, and over to the little island with the 3 acacias, and wished himself there, away and free from the whole chattering party. But Babette was most unusually lively and good-tempered. "I have been so amused," she said. The cousin had found her quite perfect. "He is a perfect fop," said Rudy, and this was the first time Rudy had said anything that did not please Babette. The Englishman had made her a present of a little book in remembrance of their visit to Toulon. It was Byron's poem, The Prisoner of Toulon, translated into French so that Babette could read it. "The book may be very good," said Rudy, "but that finely combed fellow who gave it to you is not worth much." "He looks something like a flour sack without any flour," said the miller, laughing in his own wit. Rudy laughed too, for so had he appeared to him. 11. The Cousin. When Rudy went a few days after to pay a visit to the mill, he found the young Englishman there. Babette was just thinking of preparing some trout to set before him. She understood well how to garnish the dish with parsley and make it look quite tempting. Rudy thought all this quite unnecessary. What did the Englishman want there? What was he about? Why should he be entertained and waited upon by Babette? Rudy was jealous, and that made Babette happy. It amused her to discover all the feelings of his heart, the strong points and weak ones. Love was to her as yet only a pastime, and she played with Rudy's whole heart. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that her fortune, her whole life, her inmost thoughts, her best and most noble feelings in this world were all for him. Still, the more gloomy he looked, the more her eyes laughed. She could almost have kissed the fair Englishman with the golden whiskers, if by doing so she could have put Rudy in a rage, and made him run out of the house. That would have proved how much he loved her. All this was not right in Babette, but she was only 19 years of age, and she did not reflect on what she did. Neither did she think that her conduct would appear to the young Englishman as light, and not even becoming the modest and much-loved daughter of the miller. The mill at Beck stood in the highway, which passed under the snow-clad mountains, and not far from a rapid mountain stream, whose waters seemed to have been lashed into a foam like soap-suds. This stream, however, did not pass near enough to the mill, and therefore the mill wheel was turned by a smaller stream, which tumbled down the rocks on the opposite side, where it was opposed by a stone mill dam, and obtained greater strength and speed, till it fell into a large basin, and from thence through a channel to the mill wheel. This channel sometimes overflowed, and made the path so slippery that anyone passing that way might easily fall in, and be carried towards the mill wheel with frightful rapidity. Such a catastrophe nearly happened to the young Englishman. He had dressed himself in white clothes, like a miller's man, and was climbing the path to the miller's house. But he had never been taught to climb, and therefore slipped, and nearly went in head foremost. He managed, however, to scramble out with wet sleeves and bespattered trousers. Still, wet and splashed with mud, he contrived to reach Babette's window, to which he had been guided by the light that shone from it. Here he climbed the old linden tree that stood near it, and began to imitate the voice of an owl, the only bird he could venture to mimic. Babette heard the noise, and glanced through the thin window curtain. But when she saw the man in white, and guessed who he was, her little heart beat with terror as well as anger. She quickly put out the light, felt if the fastening of the window was secure, and then left him to howl as long as he liked. How dreadful it would be, thought Babette, if Rudy were here in the house. But Rudy was not in the house. No, it was much worse. He was outside, standing just under the linden tree. He was speaking loud, angry words. He could fight, and there might be murder. Babette opened the window in alarm, and called Rudy's name. She told him to go away, She did not wish him to remain there. "You do not wish me to stay?" cried he. "Then this is an appointment you expected, this good friend whom you prefer to me. Shame on you, Babette." "You are detestable!" exclaimed Babette, bursting into tears. "Go away! I hate you!" "I have not deserved this," said Rudy, as he turned away, his cheeks burning and his heart like fire. Babette threw herself on the bed and wept bitterly. "So much as I loved thee, Rudy, and yet thou canst think ill of me." Thus her anger broke forth. It relieved her, however, otherwise she would have been more deeply grieved. But now she could sleep soundly, as youth only can sleep. 12. Evil Powers. Rudy left Bex and took his way home along the mountain path. The air was fresh, but cold, for here amidst the deep snow the Ice Maiden reigned. He was so high up that the large trees beneath him, with their thick foliage, appeared like garden plants, and the pines and bushes even less. The alpine roses grew near the snow, which lay in detached stripes, and looked like linen laid out to bleach. A blue gentian grew in his path, and he crushed it with the butt end of his gun. A little higher up, he espied 2 chamois. Rudy's eyes glistened, and his thoughts flew at once in a different direction. But he was not near enough to take a sure aim. He ascended still higher, to a spot where a few rough blades of grass grew between the blocks of stone, and the chamois passed quietly on over the snowfields. Rudy walked hurriedly, while the clouds of mist gathered round him. Suddenly he found himself on the brink of a precipitous rock. The rain was falling in torrents. He felt a burning thirst. His head was hot, and his limbs trembled with cold. He seized his hunting flask, but it was empty. He had not thought of filling it before ascending the mountain. He had never been ill in his life, nor ever experienced such sensations as those he now felt. He was so tired that he could scarcely resist lying down at his full length to sleep, although the ground was flooded with rain. Yet when he tried to rouse himself a little, every object around him danced and trembled before his eyes. Suddenly he observed in the doorway of a hut newly built under the rock a young maiden. He did not remember having seen this hut before, yet there it stood, and he thought, first, that the young maiden was Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter, whom he had once kissed in the dance. The maiden was not Annette, yet it seemed as if he had seen her somewhere before, perhaps near Grindelwald, on the evening of his return home from Interlaken, after the shooting match. "How did you come here?" he asked. "I am at home," she replied. "I am watching my flocks." "Your flocks!" he exclaimed. "Where do they find pasture? There is nothing here but snow and rocks." "Much you know of what grows here," she replied, laughing. "Not far beneath us there is beautiful pasture land. My goats go there. I tend them carefully. I never miss one. What is once mine remains mine." "You are bold," said Rudy. "And so are you," she answered. "Have you any milk in the house?" he asked. "If so, give me some to drink. My thirst is intolerable." "I have something better than milk," she replied, "which I will give you. Some travelers who were here yesterday with their guide left behind them a flask of wine, such as you have never tasted. They will not come back to fetch it, I know, and I shall not drink it. So you shall have it." Then the maiden went to fetch the wine, poured some into a wooden cup, and offered it to Rudy. "How good it is!" said he. "I have never before tasted such warm, invigorating wine." And his eyes sparkled with new life. A glow diffused itself over his frame. It seemed as if every sorrow, every oppression were banished from his mind, and a fresh, free nature was stirring within him. "You are surely Annette, the schoolmaster's daughter," cried he. "Will you give me a kiss?" "Yes, if you will give me that beautiful ring which you wear on your finger." "My betrothal ring," he replied. "Yes, just so," said the maiden, as she poured out some more wine and held it to his lips. Again he drank, and a living joy streamed through every vein. "The whole world is mine. Why therefore should I grieve?" thought he. "Everything is created for our enjoyment and happiness. The stream of life is a stream of happiness. Let us flow on with it to joy and felicity." Rudy gazed on the young maiden. It was Annette. And yet it was not Annette. Still less did he suppose it was the spectral phantom whom he had met near Grendelwald. The maiden up here on the mountain was fresh as the new-fallen snow, blooming as an alpine rose, and as nimble-footed as a young kid. Still, she was one of Adam's race, like Rudy. He flung his arms round the beautiful being, and gazed into her wonderfully clear eyes, only for a moment. But in that moment words cannot express the effect of his gaze. Was it the spirit of life or of death that overpowered him? Was he rising higher or sinking lower and lower into the deep, deadly abyss? He knew not, but the walls of ice shone like blue-green glass. Innumerable clefts yawned around him, and the water drops tinkled like the chiming of church bells, and shone clearly as pearls in the light of a pale blue flame. The Ice Maiden, for she it was, kissed him, and her kiss sent a chill as of ice through his whole frame. A cry of agony escaped from him. He struggled to get free, and tottered from her. For a moment all was dark before his eyes, but when he opened them again, it was light, and the Alpine maiden had vanished. The powers of evil had played their game. The sheltering hut was no more to be seen. The water trickled down the naked sides of the rocks, and snow lay thickly all about. Rudy shivered with cold. He was wet through to the skin, and his ring was gone, the betrothal ring that Babette had given him. His gun lay near him in the snow. He took it up and tried to discharge it, but it missed fire. Heavy clouds lay on the mountain clefts, like firm masses of snow. Upon one of these Vertigo sat, lurking after his powerless prey, and from beneath came a sound as if a piece of rock had fallen from the cleft and was crushing everything that stood in its way or opposed its course. But at the miller, Babette sat alone and wept. Rudy had not been to see her for 6 days. He who was in the wrong, and who ought to ask for her forgiveness. For did she not love him with her whole heart? 13. At the mill. "What strange creatures human beings are," said the parlor cat to the kitchen cat. "Babette and Rudy have fallen out with each other. She sits and cries, and he thinks no more about her." "That does not please me to hear," said the kitchen cat. "Nor me either," replied the parlor cat. "But I do not take it to heart. Babette may fall in love with the Red Whiskers if she likes, but he has not been here since he tried to get on the roof. The powers of evil carry their game both around us and within us. Rudy knew this, and thought a great deal about it. What was it that had happened to him on the mountain? Was it really a ghostly apparition or a fever dream? Rudy knew nothing of fever or any other ailment. But while he judged Babette, He began to examine his own conduct. He had allowed wild thoughts to chase each other in his heart, and a fierce tornado to break loose. Could he confess to Babette, indeed, every thought which in the hour of temptation might have led him to wrong-doing? He had lost her ring, and that very loss had won him back to her. Could she expect him to confess? He felt as if his heart would break while he thought of it, and while so many memories lingered on his mind. He saw her again, as she once stood before him, a laughing, spirited child. Many loving words which she had spoken to him out of the fullness of her love came like a ray of sunshine into his heart, and soon it was all sunshine as he thought of Babette. But she must also confess she was wrong. That she should do. He went to the mill. He went to confession. It began with a kiss and ended with Rudy being considered the offender. It was such a great fault to doubt Babette's truth. It was most abominable of him. Such mistrust, such violence, would cause them both great unhappiness. This certainly was very true. She knew that, and therefore Babette preached him a little sermon, with which she was herself much amused, and during the preaching of which she looked quite lovely. She acknowledged, however, that on one point Rudy was right. Her godmother's nephew was a fop. She intended to burn the book which he had given her, so that not the slightest thing should remain to remind her of him. "Well, that quarrel is over," said the kitchen cat. "Rudy is come back, and they are friends again, which they say is the greatest of all pleasures." "I heard the rat say one night," said the kitchen cat, "that the greatest pleasure in the world was to eat tallow candles and to feast on rancid bacon. Which are we to believe, the rats or the lovers?" "Neither of them," said the parlor cat. "It is always the safest plan to believe nothing you hear." The greatest happiness was coming for Rudy and Babette. The happy day, as it is called, that is, their wedding day, was near at hand. They were not to be married at the church at Bex, nor at the miller's house. Babette's godmother wished the nuptials to be solemnized at Montaut, in the pretty little church in that town. The miller was very anxious that this arrangement should be agreed to. He alone knew what the newly married couple would receive from Babette's godmother, and he knew also that it was a wedding present well worth a concession. The day was fixed, and they were to travel as far as Villeneuve the evening before, to be in time for the steamer which sailed in the morning for Montaut, and the godmother's daughters were to dress and adorn the bride. "Here in this house there ought to be a wedding day kept," said the parlor cat, "or else I would not give a mew for the whole affair." "There is going to be great feasting," replied the kitchen cat. "Ducks and pigeons have been killed, and a whole roebuck hangs on the wall. It makes me lick my lips when I think of it. Tomorrow morning they will begin the journey. Yes, tomorrow. And this evening, for the last time, Rudy and Babette sat in the miller's house as an engaged couple. Outside, the Alps glowed in the evening sunset. The evening bells chimed, and the children of the sunbeam sang, "Whatever happens is best." 14. Night Visions. The sun had gone down, and the clouds lay low on the valley of the Rhone. The wind blew from the south across the mountains. It was an African wind, a wind which scattered the clouds for a moment, and then suddenly fell. The broken clouds hung in fantastic forms upon the wood-covered hills by the rapid Rhone. They assumed the shapes of antediluvian animals, of eagles hovering in the air, of frogs leaping over a marsh, and then sunk down upon the rushing stream and appeared to sail upon it, although floating in the air. An uprooted fir tree was being carried away by the current, and marking out its path by eddying circles on the water. Vertigo and his sisters were dancing upon it, and raising these circles on the foaming river. The moon lighted up the snow on the mountain tops, shone on the dark woods, and on the drifting clouds those fantastic forms which at night might be taken for spirits of the powers of nature. The mountain dweller saw them through the panes of his little window. They sailed in hosts before the Ice Maiden as she came out of her palace of ice. Then she seated herself on the trunk of the fir tree as on a broken skiff, and the water from the glaciers carried her down the river to the open lake. "The wedding guests are coming," sounded from air and sea. These were the sights and sounds without. Within there were visions, for Babette had a wonderful dream. She dreamt that she had been married to Rudy for many years, and that one day, when he was out chamois hunting, and she alone in their dwelling at home, the young Englishman with the golden whiskers sat by her. His eyes were quite eloquent, and his words possessed a magic power. He offered her his hand, and she was obliged to follow him. They went out of the house and stepped downwards, always downwards, and it seemed to Babette as if she had a weight on her heart, which continually grew heavier. She felt she was committing a sin against Rudy, a sin against God. Suddenly she found herself forsaken, her clothes torn by the thorns, and her hair gray. She looked upwards in her agony, and there, on the edge of the rock, she espied Rudy. She stretched out her arms to him, but she did not venture to call him or to pray, and had she called him, it would have been useless, for it was not Rudy, only his hunting coat and hat hanging on an alpenstock, as the hunters sometimes arrange them, to deceive the chamois. "Oh!" she exclaimed in her agony. "Oh, that I had died on the happiest day of my life, my wedding day! Oh, my God, it would have been a mercy and a blessing had Rudy traveled far from me, and I had never known him. None know what will happen in the future." And then, in ungodly despair, she cast herself down into the deep rocky gulf. The spell was broken. A cry of terror escaped her, and she awoke. The dream was over. It had vanished. But she knew she had dreamt something frightful about the young Englishman. Yet months had passed since she had seen him or even thought of him. Was he still at Montaut? And should she meet him there on her wedding day? A slight shadow passed over her pretty mouth as she thought of this, and she knit her brows. But the smile soon returned to her lip, and joy sparkled in her eyes. For this was the morning of the day on which she and Rudy were to be married, and the sun was shining brightly. Rudy was already in the parlor when she entered it, and they very soon started for Villeneuve. Both of them were overflowing with happiness, and the miller was in the best of tempers, laughing and merry. He was a good, honest soul, and a kind father. "Now we are masters of the house," said the parlor cat. 15. The Conclusion. It was early in the afternoon, and just at dinner time, when the three joyous travelers reached Villeneuve. After dinner, the miller placed himself in the armchair, smoked his pipe, and had a little nap. The bridal pair went arm in arm out through the town and along the high road at the foot of the wood-covered rocks and by the deep blue lake. The gray walls and the heavy, clumsy-looking towers of the gloomy castle of Chillon were reflected in the clear flood. The little island, on which grew the 3 acacias, lay at a short distance, looking like a bouquet rising from the lake.
"How delightful it must be to live there," said Babette, who again felt the greatest wish to visit the island, and an opportunity offered to gratify her wish at once, for on the shore lay a boat, and the rope by which it was moored could be very easily loosened. They saw no one near, so they took possession of it without asking permission of anyone, and Rudy could row very well. The oars divided the pliant water like the fins of a fish, that water which, with all its yielding softness, is so strong to bear and to carry, so mild and smiling when at rest, and yet so terrible in its destroying power. A white streak of foam followed in the wake of the boat, which in a few minutes carried them both to the little island, where they went on shore, but there was only just room enough for 2 to dance. Rudy swung Babette round 2 or 3 times, and then, hand in hand, they sat down on a little bench under the drooping acacia tree, and looked into each other's eyes, while everything around them glowed in the rays of the setting sun. The fir-tree forests on the mountains were covered with a purple hue like the heather bloom, and where the woods terminated, and the rocks became prominent, they looked almost transparent in the rich crimson glow of the evening sky. The surface of the lake was like a bed of pink rose leaves. As the evening advanced, the shadows fell upon the snow-capped mountains of Savoy, painting them in colors of deep blue, while their topmost peaks glowed like red lava, and for a moment this light was reflected on the cultivated parts of the mountains, making them appear as if newly risen from the lap of earth, and giving to the snow-crested peak of the Dent du Midi the appearance of the full moon as it rises above the horizon. Rudy and Babette felt that they had never seen the alpine glow in such perfection before. "How very beautiful it is, and what happiness to be here!" exclaimed Babette. "Earth has nothing more to bestow upon me," said Rudy. "An evening like this is worth a whole life. Often have I realized my good fortune, but never more than in this moment. I feel that if my existence were to end now, I should still have lived a happy life. What a glorious world this is! One day ends, and another begins even more beautiful than the last. How infinitely good God is, Babette!" "I have such complete happiness in my heart," said she. "Earth has no more to bestow," answered Rudy, and then came the sound of the evening bells borne upon the breeze over the mountains of Switzerland and Savoy, while still in the golden splendor of the west stood the dark blue mountains of Jura. "God grant you all that is brightest and best," exclaimed Babette. "He will," said Rudy. "He will tomorrow. Tomorrow you will be wholly mine, my own sweet wife." "The boat!" cried Babette suddenly. The boat in which they were to return had broken loose, and was floating away from the island. "I will fetch it back," said Rudy. Throwing off his coat and boots, he sprang into the lake, and swam with strong efforts towards it. The dark blue water, from the glaciers of the mountains, was icy cold and very deep. Rudy gave but one glance into the water beneath, but in that one glance he saw a gold ring rolling, glittering, and sparkling before him. His engaged ring came into his mind, but this was larger, and spread into a glittering circle, in which appeared a clear glacier.
Deep chasms yawned around it. The water drops glittered as if lighted with blue flame, and tinkled like the chiming of church bells. In one moment he saw what would require many words to describe. Young hunters and young maidens, men and women who had sunk in the deep chasms of the glaciers, stood before him here in lifelike forms, with eyes open and smiles on their lips, and far beneath them could be heard the chiming of the church bells of buried villages, where the villagers knelt beneath the vaulted arches of churches in which ice blocks formed the organ pipes, and the mountains streamed the music. On the clear, transparent ground sat the Ice Maiden. She raised herself towards Rudy and kissed his feet, and instantly a cold, deathly chill, like an electric shock, passed through his limbs. Ice or fire? It was impossible to tell. The shock was so instantaneous. "Mine! Mine!" sounded around him, and within him. "I kissed thee when thou wert a little child. I once kissed thee on the mouth, and now I have kissed thee from heel to toe. Thou art wholly mine." And then he disappeared in the clear blue water. All was still. The church bells were silent. The last tone floated away with the last red glimmer of the evening clouds. "Thou art mine," sounded from the depths below, but from the heights above, from the eternal world, also sounded the words, "Thou art mine." Happy was he thus to pass from life to life, from earth to heaven. A cord was loosened, and tones of sorrow burst forth. The icy kiss of death had overcome the perishable body. It was but the prelude before life's real drama could begin, the discord which was quickly lost in harmony. Do you think this is a sad story? Poor Babette. For her it was unspeakable anguish. The boat drifted farther and farther away. No one on the opposite shore knew that the betrothed pair had gone over to the little island. The clouds sunk as the evening drew on, and it became dark. Alone, in despair, she waited and trembled. The weather became fearful. Flash after flash lighted up the mountains of Jura, Savoy, and Switzerland, while peals of thunder that lasted for many minutes rolled over her head. The lightning was so vivid that every single vine stem could be seen for a moment as distinctly as in the sunlight at noonday, and then all was veiled in darkness. It flashed across the lake in winding zigzag lines, lighting it up on all sides, while the echoes of the thunder grew louder and stronger. On land, the boats were all carefully drawn up on the beach. Every living thing sought shelter, and at length the rain poured down in torrents. "Where can Rudy and Babette be in this awful weather?" said the miller. Poor Babette sat with her hands clasped and her head bowed down, dumb with grief. She had ceased to weep and cry for help. "In the deep water," she said to herself. "Far down he lies, as if beneath a glacier." Deep in her heart rested the memory of what Rudy had told her of the death of his mother and of his own recovery, even after he had been taken up as dead from the cleft in the glacier. "Ah," she thought, "the Ice Maiden has him at last." Suddenly there came a flash of lightning, as dazzling as the rays of the sun on the white snow. The lake rose for a moment like a shining glacier, and before Babette stood the pallid, glittering, majestic form of the Ice Maiden, and at her feet lay Rudy's corpse. "Mine!" she cried, and again all was darkness around the heaving water. "How cruel!" murmured Babette. "Why should he die just as the day of happiness drew near? Merciful God, enlighten my understanding, shed light upon my heart, for I cannot comprehend the arrangements of thy providence, even while I bow to the decree of thy almighty wisdom and power. And God did enlighten her heart. A sudden flash of thought, like a ray of mercy, recalled her dream of the preceding night. All was vividly represented before her. She remembered the words and wishes she had expressed, that what was best for her and for Rudy she might piously submit to. "Woe is me," she said. "Was the germ of sin really in my heart? Was my dream a glimpse into the course of my future life, whose thread must be violently broken to rescue me from sin? Oh, miserable creature that I am!" Thus she sat lamenting in the dark night, while through the deep stillness the last words of Rudy seemed to ring in her ears. "This earth has nothing more to bestow." Words uttered in the fullness of joy were again heard amid the depths of sorrow. Years have passed since this sad event happened. The shores of the peaceful lake still smile in beauty. The vines are full of luscious grapes. Steamboats, with waving flags, pass swiftly by. Pleasure boats, with their swelling sails, skim lightly over the watery mirror, like white butterflies. The railway is open beyond Toulon, and goes far into the deep valley of the Rhone. At every station, strangers alight with red-bound guide-books in their hands, in which they read of every place worth seeing. They visit Toulon, and observe on the lake the little island with the 3 acacias, and then read in their guidebook the story of the bridal pair who, in the year 1856, rode over to it. They read that the 2 were missing till the next morning, when some people on the shore heard the despairing cries of the bride, and went to her assistance, and by her were told of the bridegroom's fate. But the guidebook does not speak of Babette's quiet life afterwards with her father, not at the mill, strangers dwell there now, but in a pretty house in a row near the station. On many an evening she sits at her window and looks out over the chestnut trees to the snow-capped mountains on which Rudy once roamed. She looks at the alpine glow in the evening sky, which is caused by the children of the sun retiring to rest on the mountain tops. And again they breathe their song of the traveler whom the whirlwind could deprive of his cloak but not of his life. There is a rosy tint on the mountain snow, and there are rosy gleams in each heart in which dwells the thought, God permits nothing to happen which is not best for us. But this is not often revealed to all, as it was revealed to Babette in her wonderful dream. End of The Ice Maiden. Recording by Muriel.
Chapter 16 of Hans Christian Andersen. Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hans Christian Andersen. Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5. 1860 to 1865 by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul. 1812 to 1888. The Psyche. In the fresh morning dawn, in the rosy air, gleams a great star, the brightest star of the morning. His rays tremble on the white wall, as if he wished to write down on it what he can tell, what he has seen there and elsewhere during thousands of years in our rolling world. Let us hear one of his stories. A short time ago, the star's short time ago is called among men centuries ago, my rays followed a young artist, It was in the city of the popes, in the world city, Rome. Much has been changed there in the course of time, but the changes have not come so quickly as the change from youth to old age. Then already the palace of the Caesars was a ruin, as it is now. Fig trees and laurels grew among the fallen marble columns, and in the desolate bathing halls where the gilding still clings to the wall. The Colosseum was a gigantic ruin. The church bells sounded. The incense sent up its fragrant cloud, and through the streets marched processions with flaming tapers and glowing canopies. Holy Church was there, and art was held as a high and holy thing. In Rome lived the greatest painter in the world, Raphael. There also dwelt the first of sculptors, Michelangelo. Even the Pope paid homage to these two and honored them with a visit. Art was recognized and honored and was rewarded also. But for all that, everything great and splendid was not seen and known. In a narrow lane stood an old house. Once it had been a temple. A young sculptor now dwelt there. He was young and quite unknown. He certainly had friends, young artists like himself, young in spirit, young in hopes and thoughts. They told him he was rich in talent and an artist, but that he was foolish for having no faith in his own power, for he always broke what he had fashioned out of clay, and never completed anything. And a work must be completed if it is to be seen and to bring money. You are a dreamer, they went on to say to him, and that's your misfortune. But the reason of this is that you have never lived. You have never tasted life. You have never enjoyed it in great wholesome draughts, as it ought to be enjoyed. In youth, one must mingle one's own personality with life, that they may become one. Look at the great master Raphael, whom the Pope honors and the world admires. He's no despiser of wine and bread. And he even appreciates the baker's daughter, the pretty Fornerina, added Angelo, one of the merriest of the young friends. Yes, they said a good many things of the kind, according to their age and their reason. They wanted to draw the young artist out with them into the merry wild life, the mad life as it might also be called, and at certain times he felt an inclination for it. He had warm blood, a strong imagination, and could take part in the merry chat and laugh aloud with the rest. But what they called Raphael's merry life disappeared before him like a vapor when he saw the divine radiance that beamed forth from the picture of the great master. And when he stood in the Vatican before the forms of beauty which the masters had hewn out of marble thousands of years since, his breast swelled, and he felt within himself something high, something holy, something elevating, great and good, and he wished that he could produce similar forms from the blocks of marble. He wished to make a picture of that which was within him, stirring upward from his heart to the realms of the infinite. But how, and in what form? The soft clay was fashioned under his fingers into forms of beauty, but the next day he broke what he had fashioned according to his wont. One day he walked past one of those rich palaces of which Rome has many to show. He stopped before the great open portal and beheld a garden surrounded by cloistered walks. The garden bloomed with a goodly show of the fairest roses. Great white lilies with green juicy leaves shot upward from the marble basin in which the clear water was splashing, and a form glided past, the daughter of the princely house, graceful, delicate, and wonderfully fair. Such a form of female loveliness he had never before beheld. Yet stay, he had seen it, painted by Raphael, painted as a Psyche in one of the Roman palaces. Yes, there it had been painted, but here it passed by him in living reality. The remembrance lived in his thoughts, in his heart. He went home to his humble room and modeled a Psyche of clay. It was the rich young Roman girl, the noble maiden, and for the first time he looked at his work with satisfaction. It had a meaning for him, for it was she, and the friends who saw his work shouted aloud for joy. They declared that this work was a manifestation of his artistic power, of which they had long been aware, and that now the world should be made aware of it too. The clay figure was lifelike and beautiful, but it had not the whiteness or the durability of marble. So they declared that the Psyche must henceforth live in marble. He already possessed a costly block of that stone. It had been lying for years, the property of his parents, in the courtyard. Fragments of glass, climbing weeds, and remains of artichokes had gathered about it and sullied its purity. But under the surface, the block was as white as the mountain snow, and from this block the Psyche was to arise. Now it happened one morning. The bright star tells nothing about this, but we know it occurred, that a noble Roman company came into the narrow lane. The carriage stopped at the top of the lane, and the company proceeded on foot towards the house to inspect the young sculptor's work, for they had heard him spoken of by chance. And who were these distinguished guests? Poor young man, or fortunate young man he might be called. The noble young lady stood in the room and smiled radiantly when her father said to her, "It is your living image." That smile could not be copied any more than the look could be reproduced, the wonderful look which she cast upon the young artist. It was a fiery look that seemed at once to elevate and to crush him. "The Psyche must be executed in marble," said the wealthy patrician. And those were words of life for the dead clay, and the heavy block of marble, and words of life likewise for the deeply moved artist. "When the work is finished, I will purchase it," continued the rich noble. A new era seemed to have arisen in the poor studio. Life and cheerfulness gleamed there, and busy industry plied its work. The beaming morning star beheld how the work progressed. The clay itself seemed inspired since she had been there, and molded itself in heightened beauty to a likeness to the well-known features. "Now I know what life is," cried the artist rejoicingly. "It is love. It is the lofty abandonment of self for the dawning of the beautiful in the soul. What my friends call life and enjoyment is a passing shadow. It is like bubbles among seething dregs, not the pure heavenly wine that consecrates us into life." The marble block was reared in its place. The chisel struck great fragments from it. The measurements were taken. Points and lines were made. The mechanical part was executed, till gradually the stone assumed a human female form, a shape of beauty, and became converted into the Psyche, fair and glorious, a divine being in human shape. The heavy stone appeared as a gliding, dancing, airy Psyche with a heavenly, innocent smile, the smile that had mirrored itself in the soul of the young artist. The star of the roseate dawn beheld and understood what was stirring within the young man, and could read the meaning of the changing color of his cheek, of the light that flashed from his eye, as he stood busily working, reproducing what had been put into his soul from above. "Thou art a master like those masters among the ancient Greeks," exclaimed his delighted friends. "Soon shall the whole world admire thy Psyche." "My Psyche," he repeated. "Yes, mine. She must be mine. I, too, am an artist like those great men who are gone. Providence has granted me the boon, and has made me the equal of that lady of noble birth." And he knelt down and breathed a prayer of thankfulness to heaven, and then he forgot heaven for her sake, for the sake of her picture in stone, for her Psyche, which stood there as if formed of snow, blushing in the morning dawn. He was to see her in reality, the living, graceful Psyche, whose words sounded like music in his ears. He could now carry the news into the rich palace that the marble Psyche was finished. He betook himself thither, strode through the open courtyard, where the waters ran splashing from the dolphins' jaws into the marble basins, where the snowy lilies and the fresh roses bloomed in abundance. He stepped into the great lofty hall, whose walls and ceilings shone with gilding and bright colors and heraldic devices. Gaily dressed serving men, adorned with trappings like sleigh horses, walked to and fro, and some reclined at their ease upon the carved oak seats, as if they were the masters of the house. He told them what had brought him to the palace, and was conducted up the shining marble staircase, covered with soft carpets, and adorned with many a statue. Then he went on through richly furnished chambers, over mosaic floors, amid gorgeous pictures. All this pomp and luxury seemed to weary him, but soon he felt relieved, for the princely old master of the house received him most graciously, almost heartily, and when he took his leave he was requested to step into the signor's apartment, for she too wished to see him. The servants led him through more luxurious halls and chambers into her room, where she appeared, the chief and leading ornament. She spoke to him. No hymn of supplication, no holy chant could melt his soul like the sound of her voice. He took her hand and lifted it to his lips. No rose was softer, but a fire thrilled through him from this rose. A feeling of power came over him, and the words poured from his tongue. He knew not what he said. Does the crater of the volcano know that the glowing lava is pouring from it? He confessed what he felt for her. She stood before him astonished, offended, proud, with contempt in her face, an expression of disgust, as if she had suddenly touched a cold, unclean reptile. Her cheeks reddened, her lips grew white, and her eyes flashed fire, though they were dark as the blackness of night. "Madman!" she cried. "Away! Begone!" And she turned her back upon him. Her beautiful face wore an expression like that of the stony countenance with the snaky locks. Like a stricken, fainting man, he tottered down the staircase and out onto the street. Like a man walking in his sleep, he found his way back to his dwelling. Then he woke up to madness and agony, and seized his hammer, swung it high in the air, and rushed forward to shatter the beautiful marble image. But in his pain, he had not noticed that his friend Angelo stood beside him, and Angelo held back his arm with a strong grasp, crying, "Are you mad? What are you about?" They struggled together. Angelo was the stronger, and, with a deep sigh of exhaustion, the young artist threw himself into a chair. "What has happened?" asked Angelo. "Command yourself. Speak." But what could he say? How could he explain? And as Angelo could make no sense of his friend's incoherent words, he forbore to question him further, and merely said, "Your blood grows thick from your eternal dreaming. Be a man, as all others are, and don't go on living in ideals, for that is what drives men crazy. A jovial feast will make you sleep quietly and happily. Believe me, the time will come when you will be old, and your sinews will shrink. And then, on some fine sunshiny day, when everything is laughing and rejoicing, you will lie there a faded plant that will grow no more. I do not live in dreams, but in reality. Come with me. Be a man." And he drew the artist away with him. At that moment he was able to do so, for a fire ran in the blood of the young sculptor. A change had taken place in his soul. He felt a longing to tear from the old, the accustomed, to forget, if possible, his own individuality, and therefore it was that he followed Angelo. In an out-of-the-way suburb of Rome lay a tavern much visited by artists. It was built on the ruins of some ancient baths. The great yellow citrons hung down among the dark, shining leaves and covered a part of the old reddish-yellow walls. The tavern consisted of a vaulted chamber, almost like a cavern in the ruins. A lamp burned there before the picture of the Madonna. A great fire gleamed on the hearth, and roasting and boiling was going on there. Without, under the citron trees and laurels, stood a few covered tables. The two artists were received by their friends with shouts of welcome. Little was eaten, but much was drunk, and the spirits of the company rose. Songs were sung and ditties were played on the guitar. Presently, the sulphurillo sounded, and the merry dance began. 2 young Roman girls, who sat as models to the artist, took part in the dance and in the festivity. 2 charming bacchantes they. Certainly not Psyches, not delicate, beautiful roses, but fresh, hardy, glowing carnations. How hot it was on that day! Even after sundown it was hot. There was fire in the blood, fire in every glance, fire everywhere. The air gleamed with gold and roses, and life seemed like gold and roses. At last you have joined us for once, said his friends. Now let yourself be carried by the waves within and around you. Never yet have I felt so well, so merry, cried the young artist. You are right. You are all of you right. I was a fool, a dreamer. Man belongs to reality and not to fancy. With songs and with sounding guitars, the young people returned that evening from the tavern. Through the narrow streets, the 2 glowing carnations, daughters of the Campagna, went with them. In Angelo's room, among a litter of colored sketches, studies, and glowing pictures, the voices sounded mellower, but not less merrily. On the ground lay many a sketch that resembled the daughters of the Campagna in their fresh, hardy comeliness, but the 2 originals were far handsomer than their portraits. All the burners of the 6-armed lamp were flared and flamed, and the human flamed up from within and appeared in the glare as if it were divine. Apollo, Jupiter, I feel myself raised to our heaven, to your glory. I feel as if the blossom of life were unfolding itself in my veins at this moment. Yes, the blossom unfolded itself, and then burst and fell, and an evil vapor arose from it, blinding the sight, leading astray the fancy. The firework of the senses went out, and it became dark. He was again in his own room. There he sat down on his bed and collected his thoughts. Fie on thee! These were the words that sounded out of his mouth from the depths of his heart. Wretched man, begone! Go, begone! And a deep, painful sigh burst from his bosom. Away! Begone! These, her words, the words of the living Psyche, echoed through his heart, escaped from his lips. He buried his head in the pillows. His thoughts grew confused, and he fell asleep. In the morning dawn, he started up and collected his thoughts anew. What had happened? Had all the past been a dream? The visit to her, the feast at the tavern, the evening with the purple carnations of the Campagna? No, it was all real, a reality he had never before experienced. In the purple air gleamed the bright star, and its beams fell upon him and upon the marble Psyche. He trembled as he looked at that picture of immortality, and his glance seemed impure to him. He threw the cloth over the statue, and then touched it once more to unveil the form, but he was not able to look again at his own work. Gloomy, quiet, absorbed in his own thoughts, he sat there through the long day. He heard nothing of what was going on around him, and no man guessed what was passing in this human soul. And days and weeks went by, but the nights passed more slowly than the days. The flashing star beheld him one morning as he rose, pale and trembling with fever, from his sad couch. Then he stepped towards the statue, threw back the covering, took one long, sorrowful gaze at his work, and then, almost sinking beneath the burden, he dragged the statue out into the garden. In that place was an old, dry well, now nothing but a hole. Into this he cast the Psyche, threw earth in above her, and covered up the spot with twigs and nettles. Away! Begone! Such was the short epitaph he spoke. The star beheld all this from the pink morning sky, and its beam trembled upon 2 great tears upon the pale, feverish cheeks of the young man. And soon it was said that he was sick unto death, and he lay stretched upon a bed of pain. The convert, Brother Ignatius, visited him as a physician and a friend, and brought him words of comfort, of religion, and spoke to him of the peace and happiness of the church, of the sinfulness of man, of rest and mercy to be found in heaven. And the words fell like warm sunbeams upon a teeming soil. The soil smoked and sent up clouds of mist, fantastic pictures in which there was reality. And from these floating islands he looked across at human life. He found it vanity and delusion, and vanity and delusion it had been to him. They told him that art was a sorcerer, betraying us to vanity and to earthly lust, and that we are false to ourselves, unfaithful to our friends, unfaithful towards heaven, and that the serpent was always repeating within us, "Eat, and thou shalt become as God." And it appeared to him as if now, for the first time, he knew himself, and had found the way that leads to truth and to peace. In the church was the light and the brightness of God. In the monk's cell he should find the rest through which the tree of human life might grow on into eternity. Brother Ignatius strengthened his longings, and the determination became firm within him. A child of the world became a servant of the church. The young artist renounced the world and retired into the cloister. The brothers came forward affectionately to welcome him, and his inauguration was as a Sunday feast. Heaven seemed to him to dwell in the sunshine of the church, and to beam upon him from the holy pictures and from the cross. And when in the evening at the sunset hour he stood in his little cell, and opening the window, looked out upon old Rome, upon the desolated temples and the great dead Colosseum, when he saw all this in its spring garb, when the acacias bloomed, and the ivy was fresh, and roses burst forth everywhere, and the citron and orange were in the height of their beauty, and the palm trees waved their branches, then he felt a deeper emotion than had ever yet thrilled through him. The quiet, open Campagna spread itself forth towards the blue, snow-covered mountains, which seemed to be painted in the air. All the outlines melting into each other, breathing peace and beauty, floating, dreaming, and all appearing like a dream. Yes, this world was a dream, and the dream lasts for hours, and may return for hours, but convent life is a life of years, long years and many years. From within comes much that renders men sinful and impure. He fully realized the truth of this. What flames arose up in him at times, what a source of evil, of that which we would not, welled up continually. He mortified his body, but the evil came from within. One day, after the lapse of many years, he met Angelo, who recognized him. "Man," exclaimed Angelo, "yes, it is thou. Art thou happy now? Thou hast sinned against God, and cast away his boon from thee. Hast neglected thy mission in this world? Read the parable of the entrusted talent. The master who spoke that parable spoke the truth. What hast thou gained? What hast thou found? Dost thou not fashion for thyself a religion, and a dreamy life after thine own idea, as almost all do? Suppose all this is a dream, a fair delusion." "Get thee away from me, Satan," cried the monk, and he quitted Angelo. "There is a devil, a personal devil. This day I have seen him," said the monk to himself. "Once I extended a finger to him, and he took my whole hand. But now," he sighed, "the evil is within me, and it is in yonder man, but it does not bow him down. He goes abroad with head erect and enjoys his comfort, and I grasp at comfort in the consolations of religion. If it were nothing but a consolation, supposing everything here were, like the world I have quitted, only a beautiful fancy, a delusion like the beauty of the evening clouds, like the misty blue of the distant hills. When you approach them, they are very different. O eternity, thou actest like the great calm ocean that beckons us and fills us with expectation. And when we embark upon thee, we sink, disappear, and cease to be. Delusion, away with it, begone!" And tearless, but sunk in bitter reflection, he sat upon his hard couch, and then knelt down, Before whom? Before the stone cross fastened to the wall? No, it was only habit that made him take this position. The more deeply he looked into his own heart, the blacker did the darkness seem. Nothing within, nothing without. This life squanderied and cast away. And this thought rolled and grew like a snowball until it seemed to crush him. I can confide my griefs to none. I may speak to none of the gnawing worm within. My secret is my prisoner. If I let the captive escape, I shall be his. And the godlike power that dwelt within him suffered and strove. O Lord, my Lord, he cried in his despair, be merciful and grant me faith. I threw away the gift that thou hast vouchsafed to me. I left my mission unfulfilled. I lacked strength, and strength thou didst not give me. Immortality, the Psyche in my breast. Away with it. It shall be buried like that Psyche, the best gleam of my life. Never will it arise out of its grave. The star glowed in the roseate air, the star that shall surely be extinguished and pass away while the soul still lives on. Its trembling beam fell upon the white wall, but it wrote nothing there upon being made perfect in God, nothing of the hope of mercy, of the reliance on the divine love that thrills through the heart of the believer. The Psyche within can never die. Shall it live in consciousness? Can the incomprehensible happen? Yes, yes, my being is incomprehensible. Thou art unfathomable, O Lord. Thy whole world is incomprehensible, a wonder work of power, of glory, and of love. His eyes gleamed and then closed in death. The tolling of the church bell was the last sound that echoed above him, above the dead man. And they buried him, covering him with earth that had been brought from Jerusalem, and in which was mingled the dust of many of the pious dead. When years had gone by, his skeleton was dug up, as the skeletons of the monks who had died before him had been. It was clad in a brown frock, a rosary was put into the bony hand, and the form was placed among the ranks of the other skeletons in the cloisters of the convent. And the sun shone without, while within the censers were waved, and the Mass was celebrated. And years rolled by. The bones fell asunder and became mingled with others. Skulls were piled up till they formed an outer wall around the church. And there lay also his head in the burning sun, for many dead were there, and no one knew their names, and his name was forgotten also. And see, something was moving in the sunshine, in the sightless, cavernous eyes. What might that be? A sparkling lizard moved about in the skull, gliding in and out through the sightless holes. The lizard now represented all the life left in the head. In that head, in which once great thoughts, bright dreams, the love of art, and of the glorious had arisen, whence hot tears had rolled down, where hope and immortality had had their being. The lizard sprang away and disappeared, and the skull itself crumbled to pieces and became dust among dust. Centuries passed away. The bright star gleamed unaltered, radiant and large, as it had gleamed for thousands of years, and the air glowed red with tints fresh as roses, crimson like blood. There, where once had stood the narrow lane containing the ruins of the temple, a nunnery was now built. A grave was being dug in the convent garden for a young nun who had died and was to be laid in the earth this morning. The spade struck against a hard substance. It was a stone that shone dazzling white. A block of marble soon appeared. A rounded shoulder was laid bare. And now the spade was plied with a more careful hand, and presently a female head was seen, and butterflies' wings. Out of the grave in which the young nun was to be laid they lifted, in the rosy morning, a wonderful statue of a Psyche carved in white marble. "How beautiful! How perfect it is!" cried the spectators. "A relic of the best period of art!" And who could the sculptor have been? No one knew. No one remembered him, except the bright star that had gleamed for thousands of years. The star had seen, of course, of that life on earth, and knew of the man's trials, of his weakness. In fact, that he had been but human. The man's life had passed away. His dust had been scattered abroad, as dust is destined to be. But the result of his noblest striving, the glorious work that gave token of the divine element within him, the psyche that never dies, that lives beyond posterity, the brightness even of this earthly psyche remained here after him, and was seen and acknowledged and appreciated. The bright morning star in the roseate air threw its glancing ray downward upon the psyche and upon the radiant countenances of the admiring spectators who here beheld the image of the soul portrayed in marble. What is earthly will pass away and be forgotten, and the star in the vast firmament knows it. What is heavenly will shine brightly through posterity, and when the ages of posterity are past, the psyche, the soul, will still live on. End of the Psyche. Recording by Fred Sandel.
Chapter 17 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Snail and the Rose Tree. Round about the garden ran a hedge of hazel bushes. Beyond the hedge were fields and meadows with cows and sheep. But in the middle of the garden stood a rose tree in bloom, under which sat a snail, whose shell contained a great deal, that is, himself. "Only wait till my time comes," he said. "I shall do no more than grow roses, bear nuts, or give milk, like the hazel bush, the cows, and the sheep." "I expect a great deal from you," said the rose tree. "May I ask when it will appear?" "I take my time," said the snail. "You're always in such a hurry. That does not excite expectation." The following year the snail lay in almost the same spot, in the sunshine under the rose tree, which was again budding and bearing roses as fresh and beautiful as ever. The snail crept half out of his shell, stretched out his horns, and drew them in again. "Everything is just as it was last year, no progress at all. The rose tree sticks to its roses and gets no farther." The summer and the autumn passed. The rose tree bore roses and buds till the snow fell, and the weather became raw and wet. Then it bent down its head, and the snail crept into the ground. A new year began. The roses made their appearance, and the snail made his too. "You're an old rose tree now," said the snail. "You must make haste and die. You have given the world all that you had in you. Whether it was of much importance is a question that I have not had time to think about. But this much is clear and plain, that you have not done the least for your inner development, or you would have produced something else. Have you anything to say in defense? You will now soon be nothing but a stick. Do you understand what I say?" "You frighten me," said the rose tree. "I have never thought of that." "No, you have never taken the trouble to think at all. Have you ever given yourself an account why you bloom, and how your blooming comes about? Why just in that way and in no other?" "No," said the rose tree. "I bloom in gladness because I cannot do otherwise. The sun shone and warmed me, and the air refreshed me. I drank the clear dew and the invigorating rain. I breathed and I lived. Out of the earth there arose a power within me, whilst from above I also received strength. I felt an ever-renewed and ever-increasing happiness, and therefore I was obliged to go on blooming. That was my life. I could not do otherwise." "You have led a very easy life," remarked the snail. "Certainly. Everything was given me," said the rose tree, "but still more was given to you. Yours is one of those deep-thinking natures, one of those highly gifted minds that astonishes the world. I have not the slightest intention of doing so, said the Snail. The world is nothing to me. What have I to do with the world? I have enough to do with myself, and enough in myself. But must we not all here on earth give up our best parts to others, and offer as much as lies in our power? It is true I have only given roses, but you are so richly endowed. What have you given to the world? What will you give it? What have I given? What am I going to give? I spit at it. It's good for nothing and does not concern me. For my part, you may go on bearing roses. You cannot do anything else. Let the hazel bush bear nuts, and the cows and sheep give milk. They have each their public. I have mine in myself. I retire within myself, and there I stop. The world is nothing to me. With this, the Snail withdrew into his house and blocked up the entrance. That's very sad, said the rose tree. I cannot creep into myself, however much I might wish to do so. I have to go on bearing roses. Then they drop their leaves, which are blown away by the wind. But I once saw how a rose was laid in the mistress's hymn book, and how one of my roses found a place in the bosom of a young beautiful girl, and how another was kissed by the lips of a child in the glad joy of life. That did me good. It was a real blessing. Those are my recollections, my life. And the rose tree went on blooming in innocence, while the Snail lay idling in his house. The world was nothing to him. Years passed by. The Snail had turned to earth in the earth, and the rose tree too. Even the souvenir rose in the hymn book was faded, but in the garden there were other rose trees and other snails. The latter crept into their houses and spat at the world, for it did not concern them. Shall we read the story all over again? It will be just the same. End of The Snail and the Rose Tree.
Section 18 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Fuca. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul. The Old Church Bell. In the country of Württemberg in Germany, where the acacias grow by the public road, where the apple trees and the pear trees in autumn bend to the earth with the weight of the precious fruit, lies the little town of Marbach. As is often the case with many of these towns, it is charmingly situated on the banks of the river Neckar, which rushes rapidly by, passing villages, old knights' castles, and green vineyards, till its waters mingle with those of the stately Rhine. It was late in the autumn. The vine leaves still hung upon the branches of the vines, but they were already tinted with red and gold. Heavy showers fell on the surrounding country, and the cold autumn wind blew sharp and strong. It was not at all pleasant weather for the poor. The days grew shorter and more gloomy, and, dark as it was out of doors in the open air, it was still darker within the small, old-fashioned houses of the village. The gable end of one of these houses faced the street, and with its small, narrow windows, presented a very mean appearance. The family who dwelt in it were also very poor and humble, but they treasured the fear of God in their innermost hearts. And now he was about to send them a child. It was the hour of the mother's sorrow, when there pealed forth from the church tower the sound of festive bells. In that solemn hour the sweet and joyous chiming filled the hearts of those in the humble dwelling with thankfulness and trust. And when, amidst these joyous sounds, a little son was born to them, the words of prayer and praise arose from their overflowing hearts, and their happiness seemed to ring out over town and country in the liquid tones of the church bell's chime. The little one, with its bright eyes and golden hair, had been welcomed joyously on that dark November day. Its parents kissed it lovingly, and the father wrote these words in the Bible: "On the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son." And a short time after, when the child had been baptized, the names he had received were added: John Christopher Frederick. And what became of the little lad, the poor boy of the humble town of Marbach? Ah, indeed, there was no one who thought or supposed, not even the old church bell which had been the first to sound and chime for him, that he would be the first to sing the beautiful song of the bell. The boy grew apace, and the world advanced with him. While he was yet a child, his parents removed from Marbach, and went to reside in another town, but their dearest friends remained behind at Marbach, and therefore sometimes the mother and her son would start on a fine day to pay a visit to the little town. The boy was at this time about 6 years old, and already knew a great many stories out of the Bible, and several religious psalms. While seated in the evening on his little cane chair, he had often heard his father read from Gellert's Fables, and sometimes from Klopstock's grand poem, The Messiah. He and his sister, 2 years older than himself, had often wept scalding tears over the story of him who suffered death on the cross for us all. On his first visit to Marbach, the town appeared to have changed but very little, and it was not far enough away to be forgotten. The house, with its pointed gable, narrow windows, overhanging walls and stories, projecting one beyond another, looked just the same as in former times. But in the churchyard there were several new graves, and there also, in the grass, close by the wall, stood the old church bell. It had been taken down from its high position in consequence of a crack in the metal, which prevented it from ever chiming again, and a new bell now occupied its place. The mother and son were walking in the churchyard when they discovered the old bell, and they stood still to look at it. Then the mother reminded her little boy of what a useful bell this had been for many 100 years. It had chimed for weddings and for christenings. It had tolled for funerals, and to give the alarm in case of fire. With every event in the life of man, the bell had made its voice heard. His mother also told him how the chiming of that old bell had once filled her heart with joy and confidence, in that in the midst of the sweet tones her child had been given to her. And the boy gazed on the large old bell with the deepest interest. He bowed his head over it and kissed it, old, thrown away and cracked as it was, and standing there amidst the grass and nettles. The boy never forgot what his mother told him, and the tones of the old bell reverberated in his heart till he reached manhood. In such sweet remembrance was the old bell cherished by the boy, who grew up in poverty to be tall and slender, with a freckled complexion and hair almost red. But his eyes were clear and blue as the deep sea, and what was his career to be? His career was to be good, and his future life enviable. We find him taking high honors at the military school in the division commanded by the member of a family high in position, and this was an honor, that is to say, good luck. He wore gaiters, stiff collars, and powdered hair, and by this he was recognized, and indeed he might be known by the word of command, march, halt, front. The old church bell had long been quite forgotten, and no one imagined it would ever again be sent to the melting furnace to make it as it was before. No one could possibly have foretold this. Equally impossible would it have been to believe that the tones of the old bell still echoed in the heart of the boy from Marbach, or that one day they would ring out loud enough and strong enough to be heard all over the world. They had already been heard in the narrow space behind the school wall, even above the deafening sounds of march, halt, front. They had chimed so loudly in the heart of the youngster that he had sung them to his companions, and their tones resounded to the very borders of the country. He was not a free scholar in the military school, neither was he provided with clothes or food, but he had his number and his own peg, for everything here was ordered like clockwork, which we all know is of the greatest utility. People get on so much better together when their position and duties are understood. It is by pressure that a jewel is stamped. The pressure of regularity and discipline here stamped the jewel, which in the future the world so well knew. In the chief town of the province a great festival was being celebrated. The light streamed forth from thousands of lamps, and the rockets shot upward towards the sky, filling the air with showers of colored, fiery sparks. A record of this bright display will live in the memory of man, for through it the pupil in the military school was in tears and sorrow. He had dared to attempt to reach foreign territories unnoticed, and must therefore give up fatherland, mother, his dearest friends, all, or sink down into the stream of common life. The old church bell had still some comfort. It stood in the shelter of the church wall in Marbach, once so elevated, now quite forgotten. The wind roared around it, and could have readily related the story of its origin and of its sweet chimes, and the wind could also tell of him to whom he had brought fresh air, when, in the woods of a neighboring country, he had sunk down, exhausted with fatigue, with no other worldly possessions than hope for the future, and a written leaf from Fiesco. The wind could have told that his only protector was an artist, who by reading each leaf to him made it plain, and that they amused themselves by playing at ninepins together. The wind could also describe the pale fugitive who for weeks and months lay in a wretched little roadside inn, where the landlord got drunk and raved, and where the merrymakers had it all their own way. And he, the pale fugitive, sang of the ideal. For many heavy days and dark nights the heart must suffer to enable it to endure trial and temptation. Yet amidst it all would the minstrel sing. Dark days and cold nights also passed over the old bell, and it noticed them not. But the bell in the man's heart felt it to be a gloomy time. What would become of this young man, and what would become of the old bell? The old bell was, after a time, carried away to a greater distance than anyone, even the warder in the bell tower, ever imagined. And the bell in the breast of the young man was heard in countries where his feet had never wandered. The tones went forth over the wide ocean to every part of the round world. We will now follow the career of the old bell. It was, as we have said, carried far away from Marbach, and was sold as old copper, then sent to Bavaria to be melted down in a furnace. And then what happened? In the royal city of Bavaria, many years after the bell had been removed from the tower and melted down, some metal was required for a monument in honor of one of the most celebrated characters which a German people or a German land could produce. And now we see how wonderfully things are ordered. Strange things sometimes happen in this world. In Denmark, in one of those green islands where the foliage of the beech woods rustles in the wind, and where many Huns' graves may be seen, was another poor boy born. He wore wooden shoes, and when his father worked in a shipyard, the boy, wrapped up in an old worn-out shawl, carried his dinner to him every day. This poor child was now the pride of his country, for the sculptured marble, the work of his hands, had astonished the world. To him was offered the honor of forming from the clay a model of the figure of him whose name, John Christopher Frederick, had been written by his father in the Bible. The bust was cast in bronze, and part of the metal used for this purpose was the old church bell, whose tones had died away from the memory of those at home and elsewhere. The metal, glowing with heat, flowed into the mold, and formed the head and bust of the statue which was unveiled in the square in front of the old castle. The statue represented in living, breathing reality the form of him who was born in poverty, the boy from Marbach, the pupil of the military school, the fugitive who struggled against poverty and oppression from the outer world, Germany's great and immortal poet, who sung of Switzerland's deliverer, William Tell, and the heaven-inspired Maid of Orleans. It was a beautiful sunny day. Flags were waving from tower and roof in Royal Stuttgart, and the church bells were ringing in a joyous peal. One bell was silent, but it was illuminated by the bright sunshine which streamed from the head and bust of the renowned figure, of which it formed a part. On this day, just 100 years had passed since the day on which the chiming of the old church bell at Marbach had filled the mother's heart with trust and joy, the day on which her child was born in poverty and in a humble home. the same who, in after years, became rich, became the noble woman-hearted poet, a blessing to the world, the glorious, the sublime, the immortal bard, John Christopher Frederick Schiller. End of The Old Church Bell.
Section 19 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairy Tales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.J. Plogue. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairy Tales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul. The Silver Shilling. There once was a shilling which came forth from the mint, springing and shouting, "Hurrah! Now I'm going out into the wide world." And truly it did go out into the wide world. The children held it with warm hands, the miser with a cold and convulsive grasp, and the old people turned it about, goodness knows how many times, while the young people soon allowed it to roll away from them. The shilling was made of silver. It contained very little copper, and considered itself quite out in the world when it had been circulated for a year in the country in which it had been coined. One day it really did go out into the world, for it belonged to a gentleman who was about to travel in foreign lands. This gentleman was not aware that the shilling lay at the bottom of his purse when he started, till he one day found it between his fingers. "Why," cried he, "here is a shilling from home! Well, it must go on its travels with me now." And the shilling jumped and rattled for joy when it was put back again into the purse. Here it lay among a number of foreign companions, who were always coming and going, one taking the place of another, but the shilling from home was always put back, and had to remain in the purse, which was certainly a mark of distinction. Many weeks passed, during which the shilling had travelled a long distance in the purse, without in the least knowing where he was. He had found out that the other coins were French and Italian, and one coin said that they were in this town, and another said they were in that, but the shilling was unable to make out or imagine what they meant. A man certainly cannot see much of the world if he is tied up in a bag, and this was really the shilling's fate. But one day, as he was lying in the purse, he noticed that it was not quite closed, and so he slipped near to the opening to have a little peep into society. He certainly had not the least idea of what would follow, but he was curious, and curiosity often brings its own punishment. In his eagerness he came so near the edge of the purse that he slipped out into the pocket of the trousers, and when in the evening the purse was taken out, the shilling was left behind in the corner to which it had fallen. As the clothes were being carried into the hall, the shilling fell out on the floor, unheard and unnoticed by anyone. The next morning the clothes were taken back to the room. The gentleman put them on and started on his journey again, but the shilling remained behind on the floor. After a time it was found, and being considered a good coin, was placed with 3 other coins. "Ah," thought the shilling, "this is pleasant. I shall now see the world, become acquainted with other people, and learn other customs." "Do you call that a shilling?" said someone the next moment. "That is not a genuine coin of the country. It is false. It's good for nothing." Now begins the story as it was afterwards related by the shilling himself. "False? Good for nothing?" said he. "That remark went through and through me like a dagger. I knew that I had a true ring, and that mine was a genuine stamp. These people must at all events be wrong, or they could not mean me. But yes, I was the one they called false and good for nothing." "Then I must pay it away in the dark," said the man who had received me. So I was to be got rid of in the darkness, and be again insulted in broad daylight. False! Good for nothing! Oh, I must contrive to get lost, thought I, and I trembled between the fingers of the people every time they tried to pass me off slyly as a coin of the country. Ah, unhappy shilling that I was! Of what use were my silver, my stamp, and my real value here, where all these qualities were worthless. In the eyes of the world, a man is valued just according to the opinion formed of him. It must be a shocking thing to have a guilty conscience, and to be sneaking about on account of wicked deeds. As for me, innocent as I was, I could not help shuddering before their eyes whenever they brought me out, for I knew I should be thrown back again up the table as a false pretender. At length I was paid away to a poor old woman, who received me as wages for a hard day's work. But she could not again get rid of me. No one would take me. I was to the woman a most unlucky shilling. "I am positively obliged to pass this shilling to somebody," said she. "I cannot with the best intentions lay by a bad shilling. The rich baker shall have it. He can bear the loss better than I can. But after all, it is not a right thing to do." "Ah," sighed I to myself, "am I also to be a burden on the conscience of this poor woman? Am I then in my old days so completely changed?" The woman offered me to the rich baker, but he knew the current money too well, and as soon as he received me he threw me almost in the woman's face. She could get no bread for me, and I felt quite grieved to the heart that I should be the cause of so much trouble to another, and be treated as a cast-off coin. I, who in my young days felt so joyful in the certainty of my own value, and knew so well that I bore a genuine stamp, I was as sorrowful now as a poor shilling can be when nobody will have him. The woman took me home again with her, and looking at me very earnestly, she said, "No, I will not try to deceive anyone with thee again. I will bore a hole through thee, that everyone may know that thou art a false and worthless thing. And yet, why should I do that? Very likely thou art a lucky shilling. The thought has just struck me that it is so, and I believe it. Yes, I will make a hole in the shilling," said she, "and run a string through it, and then give it to my neighbor's little one to hang around her neck, as a lucky shilling." So she drilled a hole through me. It is really not at all pleasant to have a hole bored through one, but we can submit to a great deal when it is done with a good intention. A string was drawn through the hole, and I became a kind of meadow. They hung me around the neck of a little child, and the child laughed at me and kissed me, and I rested for one whole night on the warm, innocent breast of a child. In the morning the child's mother took me between her fingers, and had certain thoughts about me which I very soon found out. First, she looked for a pair of scissors, and cut the string. "Lucky shilling," said she, "certainly this is what I mean to try." Then she laid me in vinegar until I became quite green, and after that she filled up the hole with cement, rubbed me a little to brighten me up, and went out in the twilight hour to the lottery collector to buy herself a ticket, with a shilling that should bring luck. How everything seemed to cause me trouble. The lottery collector pressed me so hard that I thought I should crack. I had been called false. I had been thrown away. That I knew. And there were many shillings and coins with inscriptions and stamps of all kinds lying about. I well knew how proud they were, so I avoided them from very shame. With the collector were several men who seemed to have a great deal to do, so I fell unnoticed into a chest among several other coins. Whether the lottery ticket gained a prize, I know not, but this I know, that in a very few days after, I was recognized as a bad shilling, and laid aside. Everything that happened seemed always to add to my sorrow. Even if a man has a good character, it is of no use for him to deny what is said of him, for he is not considered an impartial judge of himself. A year passed, and in this way I had been changed from hand to hand, always abused, always looked at with displeasure, and trusted by no one. But I trusted in myself, and had no confidence in the world. Yes, that was a very dark time. At length one day I was passed to a traveler, a foreigner, the very same who had brought me away from home. And he was simple and true-hearted enough to take me for current coin. But would he also attempt to pass me? And should I again hear the outcry, "False, good for nothing"? The traveler examined me attentively. "I took thee for a good coin," said he. Then suddenly a smile spread all over his face. I have never seen such a smile on any other face as on his. Now this is singular, said he. It is a coin from my own country, a good, true shilling from home. Someone has bored a hole through it, and people have no doubt called it false. How curious that it should come into my hands. I will take it home with me to my own house. Joy thrilled through me when I heard this. I had been once more called a good, honest shilling, and I was to go back to my own home, where each and all would recognize me and know that I was made of good silver and bore a true, genuine stamp. I should have been glad in my joy to throw out sparks of fire, but it's never at any time been my nature to sparkle. Steel can do so, but not silver. I was wrapped up in fine white paper that I might not mix with the other coins and be lost. And on special occasions when people from my own country happened to be present, I was brought forward and spoken of very kindly. They said I was very interesting, and it was really quite worthwhile to notice that those who are interesting have often not a single word to say for themselves. At length I reached home. All my cares were at an end. Joy again overwhelmed me, for was I not good silver, and had I not a genuine stamp? I had no more insults or disappointments to endure, although indeed there was a hole through me as if I were false. But suspicions are nothing when a man is really true, and everyone should persevere in acting honestly, for all will be made right in time. That is my firm belief, said the shilling. End of The Silver Shilling. Recording by C.J. Plogue.
Section 20 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.B. Paul. The Snowdrop. It was winter time, the air was cold, the wind was sharp, but within the closed doors it was warm and comfortable, and within the closed door lay the flower. It lay in the bulb under the snow-covered earth. One day rain fell. The drops penetrated through the snowy covering down into the earth, and touched the flower bulb, and talked of the bright world above. Soon the sunbeam pierced his way through the snow to the root, and within the root there was a stirring. "Come in," said the flower. "I cannot," said the sunbeam. "I am not strong enough to unlock the door. When the summer comes, I shall be strong." "When will it be summer?" asked the flower, and she repeated this question each time a new sunbeam made its way down to her. But the summer was yet far distant. The snow still lay upon the ground, and there was a coat of ice on the water every night. "What a long time it takes! What a long time it takes!" said the flower. "I feel a stirring and striving within me. I must stretch myself. I must unlock the door. I must get out, and must nod a good morning to the summer, and what a happy time that will be." And the flower stirred and stretched itself within the thin rind, which the water had softened from within, and the snow on the earth had warmed, and the sunbeam had knocked at, and it shot forth under the snow with a greenish-white blossom on a green stalk, with narrow thick leaves, which seemed to want to protect it. The snow was cold, but was pierced by the sunbeam, therefore it was easy to get through it, and now the sunbeam came with greater strength than before. "Welcome, welcome!" sang and sounded every ray, and the flower lifted itself up over the snow into the brighter world. The sunbeams caressed and kissed it, so that it opened altogether, white as snow and ornamented with green stripes. It bent its head in joy and humility. Beautiful flower, said the sunbeam. How graceful and delicate you are. You are the first, you are the only one. You are our love. You are the bell that rings out for summer, beautiful summer, over country and town. All the snow will melt, the cold winds will be driven away. We shall rule, all will become green, and then you will have companions. Syringas, laburnums, and roses. But you are the first, so graceful, so delicate. That was a great pleasure. It seemed as if the air was singing and sounding, as if rays of light were piercing through the leaves and the stalks of the flower. There it stood, so delicate and so easily broken, and yet so strong in its young beauty. It stood there in its white dress with the green stripes and made summer. But there was a long time yet to the summertime. Clouds hid the sun and bleak winds were blowing. You have come too early, said wind and weather. We have still the power, and you shall feel it and give it up to us. You should have stayed quietly at home and not have run out to make display of yourself. Your time is not come yet. It was cutting cold. The days which now come brought not a single sunbeam. It was weather that might break such a little flower in two with cold. But the flower had more strength than she herself knew of. She was strong in joy and in faith in the summer, which would be sure to come, which had been announced by her deep longing and confirmed by the warm sunlight. And so she remained standing in confidence in the snow in her white garment, bending her head, even while the snowflakes fell thick and heavy and the icy wind swept over her. You'll break, they said, and fade and fade. What did you want out here? Why did you let yourself be tempted? The sunbeam only made game for you. Now you have what you deserve, you summer gawk. Summer gawk, she repeated in the cold morning hour. Oh, summer gawk, cried some children rejoicingly. Yonder stands one. How beautiful! How beautiful! The first one, the only one. These words did the flowers so much good, they seemed to her like warm sunbeams. In her joy, the flower did not even feel when it was broken off. It lay in a child's hand, and it was kissed by a child's mouth, and carried into a warm room, and looked on by gentle eyes, and put into water. How strengthening, how invigorating! The flower thought she had suddenly come upon the summer. The daughter of the house, a beautiful little girl, was confirmed, and she had a friend who was confirmed too. He was studying for an examination for an appointment. He shall be my summer gawk, she said, and she took the delicate flower and laid it in a piece of scented paper, on which verses were written, beginning with summer gawk and ending with summer gawk. My friend, be a winter gawk, she had twitted him with the summer. Yes, all this was in the verses, and the paper was folded up like a letter, and the flower was folded in the letter too. It was dark around her, dark as in those days when she lay hidden in the bulb. The flower went forth on her journey, and lay in the post-bag, and was pressed and crushed, which was not at all pleasant, but that soon came to an end. The journey was over, the letter was opened and read by the dear friend. How pleased he was! He kissed the letter, and it was laid, with its enclosure of verses, in a box, in which there were many beautiful verses, but all of them without flowers. She was the first, the only one, as the sunbeams had called her, and it was a pleasant thing to think of that. She had time enough, moreover, to think about it. She thought of it while the summer passed away, and the long winter went by, and the summer came again, before she appeared once more. But now the young man was not pleased at all. He took hold of the letter very roughly, and threw the verses away, so that the flower fell on the ground. Flat and faded she certainly was, but why should she be thrown on the ground? Still, it was better to be here than in the fire, where the verses and the paper were being burnt to ashes. What had happened? What happened so often? flower had made a gawk of him. That was a jest. The girl had made a fool of him. That was no jest. She had, during the summer, chosen another friend. Next morning the sun shone in upon the little flattered snowdrop, that looked as if it had been painted upon the floor. The servant girl, who was sweeping out the room, picked it up and laid it in one of the books which were upon the table, in the belief that it must have fallen out while the room was being arranged. Again the flower lay among verses, printed verses, and they are better than written ones. At least more money has been spent upon them. And after this years went by. The book stood upon the bookshelf, and then it was taken up, and somebody read out of it. It was a good book, verses and songs by the old Danish poet, Ambrosius Stubb, which are well worth reading. The man who was now reading the book turned over a page. "Why, there's a flower," he said. "Snowdrop, a summer gawk, a poet gawk. The flower must have been put in there with a meaning. Poor Ambrosius Stubb, he was a summer fool too, and a poet fool. He came too early before his time, and therefore he had to taste the sharp winds, and wander about as a guest from one noble landed proprietor to another, like the flower in a glass of water, a flower in rhymed verses. Summer fool, winter fool, fun and folly, but the first, the only, the fresh young Danish poet of those days. Yes, thou shalt remain as a token in the book, thou little snowdrop. Thou hast been put there with a meaning." And so the snowdrop was put back into the book, and felt equally honoured and pleased to know that it was a token in the glorious book of songs, and that he who was the first to sing and to write had also been a snowdrop, had been a summer gawk, and had been looked upon in the winter time as a fool. The flower understood this in her way, as we interpret everything in our way. That is the story of the snowdrop. End of The Snowdrop.
Chapter 21 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H. P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Bird of Popular Song. It is winter time. The earth wears a snowy garment, and looks like marble hewn out of the rock. The air is bright and clear. The wind is sharp as a well-tempered sword, and the trees stand like branches of white coral or blooming almond twigs. And here it is keen as on the lofty Alps. The night is splendid in the gleam of the northern lights, and in the glitter of innumerable twinkling stars. But we sit in the warm room by the hot stove, and talk about the old times, and we listen to this story. By the open sea was a giant's grave, and on the grave mound sat at midnight the spirit of the buried hero who had been a king. The golden circlet gleamed on his brow, his hair fluttered in the wind, and he was clad in steel and iron. He bent his head mournfully, and sighed in deep sorrow as an unquiet spirit might sigh. And a ship came sailing by. Presently the sailors lowered the anchor and landed. Among them was a singer, and he approached the royal spirit and said, "Why mournest thou, and wherefore dost thou suffer thus?" And the dead man answered, "No one has sung the deeds of my life. They are dead and forgotten. Song doth not carry them forth over the lands, nor into the hearts of men. Therefore I have no rest and no peace." And he spoke of his works and of his warlike deeds, which his contemporaries had known, but which had not been sung, because there was no singer among his companions. Then the old bard struck the strings of his harp, and sang of the youthful courage of the hero, of the strength of the man, and of the greatness of his good deeds. Then the face of the dead one gleamed like the margin of the cloud in the moonlight. Gladly and of good courage the form arose in splendor and majesty, and vanished like the glancing of the northern light. Naught was to be seen but the green turfy mound, with the stones on which no runic record had been graven. But at the last sound of the harp there soared over the hill, as though he had fluttered from the harp, a little bird, a charming singing bird, with ringing voice of the thrush, with the moving voice pathos of the human heart, with a voice that told of home, like the voice that is heard by the bird of passage. The singing bird soared away, over mountain and valley, over field and wood. He was the bird of popular song, who never dies. We hear his song. We hear it now, in the room while the white bees are swarming without, and the storm clutches the windows. The bird sings not alone the requiem of heroes. He sings also sweet, gentle songs of love, so many and so warm, of northern fidelity and truth. He has stories in words and in tones. He has proverbs and snatches of proverbs, songs which, like runes laid under a dead man's tongue, force him to speak. And thus popular song tells of the land of his birth. In the old heathen days, in the times of the Vikings, the popular speech was enshrined in the harp of the bard. In the days of knightly castles, when the strongest fist held the scales of justice, when only might was right, and a peasant and a dog were of equal importance, where did the bird of song find shelter and protection? Neither violence nor stupidity gave him a thought. But in the gabled window of the knightly castle, the lady of the castle sat with the parchment roll before her, and wrote down the old recollections in song and legend, while near her stood the old woman from the wood, and the traveling peddler who went wandering through the country. As these told their tales, there fluttered around them, with twittering and song, the bird of popular song, who never dies so long as the earth has a hill upon which his foot may rest. And now he looks in upon us and sings. Without are the night and the snowstorm. He lays the runes beneath our tongues, and we know the land of our home. Heaven speaks to us in our native tongue, in the voice of the bird of popular song. The old remembrances awake. The faded colors glow with a fresh luster, and story and song pour us a blessed draught which lifts up our minds and our thoughts so that the evening becomes as a Christmas festival. The snowflakes chase each other, the ice cracks. The storm rules without, for he has the might. He is Lord, but not the Lord of all. It is winter time. The wind is sharp as a two-edged sword. The snowflakes chase each other. It seems as though it has been snowing for days and weeks, and the snow lies like a great mountain over the whole town, like a heavy dream of the winter night. Everything on the earth is hidden away. Only the golden cross of the church, the symbol of faith, arises over the snow grave and gleams in the blue air and in the bright sunshine. And over the buried town flies the birds of heaven, the small and the great. They twitter and they sing as best they may, each bird with his beak. First comes the band of sparrows. They pipe at every trifle in the streets and lanes, in the nests and the houses. They have stories to tell about the front buildings and the back buildings. We know the buried town, they say. Everything living in it is beep, beep, beep. The black ravens and crows flew on over the white snow. Grob, grob, they cried. There's something to be got down there, something to swallow, and that's most important. That's the opinion of most of them down there, and the opinion is good. The wild swans come flying on whirring pinions, and sing of the noble and the great that will still sprout in the hearts of men, down in the town which is resting beneath its snowy veil. No death is there. Life reigns yonder. We hear it on the notes that swell onward like the tones of the church organ, which sees us like sounds from the elf hill, like the songs of Oisin, like the rushing swoop of the wandering spirit's wings. What harmony! That harmony speaks to our hearts and lifts up our souls. It is the bird of popular song whom we hear. And at this moment, the warm breath of heaven blows down from the sky. There are gaps in the snowy mountains. The sun shines into the clefts. Spring is coming. The birds are returning, and new races are coming with the same home sounds in their hearts. Hear the story of the year. The night of the snowstorm, the heavy dream of the winter night, all shall be dissolved. All shall rise again in the beauteous notes of the bird of popular song, who never dies. End of The Bird of Popular Song. Recording by The Story Girl.
Section 22 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.J. Ploeg. October 4th, 2014. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul. The will-o'-the-wisp is in the town, says the Moor-Woman, by Hans Christian Andersen, 1865. There was a man who once knew many stories, but they had slipped away from him, so he said. The story that used to visit him of its own accord no longer came and knocked at his door. And why did it come no longer? It is true enough that for days and years the man had not thought of it, had not expected it to come and knock, and if he had expected it, it would certainly not have come, for without there was war, and within was the care and sorrow that war brings with it. The stork and the swallows came back from their long journey, for they thought of no danger, and behold, when they arrived, the nest was burnt, the habitations of men were burnt, the hedges were all in disorder, and everything seemed gone, and the enemy's horses were stamping in the old graves. Those were hard and gloomy times, but they came to an end. And now they were past and gone, so people said. Yet no story came and knocked at the door, or gave any tidings of its presence. I suppose it must be dead, or gone away with many other things, said the man. But the story never dies, and more than a whole year went by, and he longed, oh so very much, for the story. I wonder if the story will ever come back again and knock. And he remembered it so well in all the various forms in which it had come to him, sometimes young and charming, like spring itself, sometimes as a beautiful maiden, with a wreath of thyme in her hair, and a beechen branch in her hand, and with eyes that gleamed like deep woodland lakes in the bright sunshine. Sometimes it had come to him in the guise of a peddler, and let silver ribbon come fluttering out, with verses and inscriptions of old remembrances. But it was most charming of all when it came as an old grandmother, with silvery hair, and such large, sensible eyes. She knew so well how to tell about the oldest times, long before the princesses spun with the golden spindles, and the dragons lay outside the castles guarding them. She told with such an air of truth that black spots danced before the eyes of all who heard her, and the floor became black with human blood, terrible to see and hear, and yet so entertaining, because such a long time had passed since it all happened. Will it ever knock at my door again? Said the man, and he gazed at the door, so that black spots came before his eyes, and upon the floor he did not know if it was blood or morning crape from the dark heavy days. And as he sat thus, the thought came upon him whether the story might not have hidden itself, like the princess in the old tale, and he would now go in search of it. If he found it, it would beam in new splendor, lovelier than ever. Who knows? Perhaps it has hidden itself in the straw that balances on the margin of the well. Carefully, carefully, perhaps it lies hidden in a certain flower, that flower in one of the great books on the bookshelf. And the man went and opened one of the newest books to gain information on this point, but there was no flower to be found. There he read about Holgodansky, and the man read that the tale had been invented and put together by a monk in France, that it was a romance, translated into Danish and printed in that language, that Holgodansky had never really lived, and consequently could never come again, as we have sung and have been so glad to believe. And William Tell was treated just like Holgodansky. These were all only myths, nothing on which we could depend, and yet it is all written in a very learned book. Well, I shall believe what I believe, said the man. There grows no plantation where no foot has trod. And he closed the book and put it back in its place, and went to the fresh flowers at the window. Perhaps the story might have hidden itself in the red tulips, with the golden yellow edges, or in the fresh rose, or in the beaming camellia. The sunshine lay among the flowers, but no story. The flowers which had been here in the dark, troublous times had been much more beautiful, but they had been cut off, one after another, to be woven into wreaths and placed in coffins, and the flag had waved over them. Perhaps the story had been buried with the flowers, but then the flowers would have known of it, and the coffin would have heard it, and every little blade of grass that shot forth would have told of it. The story never dies. Perhaps it has been here once and has not, but who had eyes or ears for it in those times? People looked darkly, gloomily, and almost angrily at the sunshine of spring, at the twittering birds, and all the cheerful green. The tongue could not even bear the old merry, popular songs, and they were laid in the coffin with so much that our heart held dear. The story may have knocked without obtaining a hearing. There was none to bid it welcome, and so it may have gone away. I will go forth and seek it, out in the country, out in the wood, and on the open sea beach. Out in the country lies an old manor house, with red walls, pointed gables, and a red flag that floats on the tower. The nightingale sings among the finely fringed beech leaves, looking at the blooming apple trees of the garden, and thinking that they bear roses. Here the bees are mightily busy in the summertime and hover round their queen with their humming song. The autumn has much to tell of the wild chase, of the leaves of the trees, and of the races of men that are passing away together. The wild swans sing at Christmas time on the open water, while in the old hall the guests by the fireside gladly listen to songs and to old legends. Down into the old part of the garden, where the great avenue of wild chestnut trees lures the wanderer to tread its shades, went the man who was in search of the story. For here the wind had once murmured something to him of Waldemar Daa and his daughters. The dryad in the tree, who was the story mother herself, had here told him the dream of the old oak tree. Here in the time of the ancestral mother had stood clipped hedges, but now only ferns and stinging nettles grew there, hiding the scattered fragments of old sculptured figures. The moss is growing in their eyes, but they can see as well as ever, which was more than the man could do who was in search of the story, for he could not find that. Where could it be? The crows flew past him by hundreds across the old trees and screamed, "Quack-aw! Quack-aw!" And he went out of the garden and over the grass plot of the yard into the alder grove. There stood a little six-sided house with a poultry yard and a duck yard. In the middle of the room sat the old woman who had the management of the whole, and who knew accurately about every egg that was laid, and about every chicken that could creep out of an egg. But she was not the story of which the man was in search. That she could attest with the Christian certificate of baptism and of vaccination that lay in her drawer. Without, not far from the house, is a hill covered with red thorn and broom. Here lies an old gravestone which was brought here many years ago from the churchyard of the provincial town, a remembrance of one of the most honored counselors of the place. His wife and his 5 daughters, all with folded hands and stiff ruffs, stand around him. One could look at them so long that it had an effect upon the thoughts, and these reacted upon the stones as if they were telling of old times. At least it had been so with the man who was in search of the story. As he came nearer, he noticed a living butterfly sitting on the forehead of the sculptured counselor. The butterfly flapped its wings and flew a little bit farther, and then returned fatigued, to sit upon the gravestone, as if to point out what grew there. 4-leaved shamrocks grew there. There were 7 specimens close to each other. When fortune comes, it comes in a heap. He plucked the shamrocks and put them in his pocket. Fortune is as good as red gold, but a new charming story would be better still, thought the man, but he could not find it here. And the sun went down, round and large. The meadow was covered with vapor. The Moor-Woman was at her brewing. It was evening. He stood alone in his room and looked out upon the sea, over the meadow, over the moor and coast. The moon shone bright. A mist was over the meadow, making it look like a great lake. And indeed, it was once so, as legend tells, and in the moonlight eye realizes these myths. Then the man thought of what he had been reading in the town, that William Tell and Holger Danske never really lived, but yet live in popular story, like the lake yonder, a living evidence for such myths. Yes, Holger Danske will return again. As he stood thus and thought, something beat quite strongly against the window. Was it a bird, a bat, or an owl? Those are not let in even when they knock. The window flew open of itself, and an old woman looked in at the man. "What's your pleasure?" said he. "Who are you? You're looking in at the first floor window. Are you standing on a ladder?" "You have a 4-leaved shamrock in your pocket," she replied. "Indeed you have 7, and one of them is a 6-leaved one." "Who are you?" asked the man again. "The Moor-Woman," she replied. "The Moor-Woman who brews. I was at it. The bung was in the cask, but one of the little moor imps pulled it out in his mischief, and flung it up into the yard, where it beat against the window, and now the beer's running out of the cask, and that won't do good to anybody." "Pray tell me some more," said the man. "Yes, wait a little," answered the Moor-Woman. "I've something else to do just now," and she was gone. The man was going to shut the window when the woman already stood before him again. "Now it's done," she said, "but I shall have half the beer to brew over again tomorrow if the weather is suitable." "Well, what have you to ask me? I've come back, for I always keep my word, and you have 7 4-leaved shamrocks in your pocket, and one of them is a 6-leaved one. That inspires respect, for that's an order that grows beside the sandy way, but that everyone does not find. What have you to ask me? Don't stand there like a ridiculous oaf, for I must go back again directly to my bung and my cask." And the man asked about the story and inquired if the Moor-Woman had met it in her journeyings. "By the big brewing vat," exclaimed the woman, "haven't you got stories enough? I really believe that most people have enough of them. Here are other things to take notice of, other things to examine. Even the children have gone beyond that. Give the little boy a cigar and the little girl a new crinoline. They like that much better. To listen to stories? No, indeed, there are more important things to be done here, and other things to notice." "What do you mean by that?" asked the man. "And what do you know of the world? You don't see anything but frogs, and the will-o'-the-wisps." "Yes, beware of the will-o'-the-wisps," said the Moor-Woman, "for they're out, they're let loose, that's what we must talk about. Come to me in the moor where my presence is necessary, and I will tell you all about it. But you must make haste and come while your 7 4-leaved shamrocks, for which one has 6 leaves, are still fresh and the moon stands high." And the Moor-Woman was gone. It struck 12 in the town, and before the last stroke had died away, the man was out in the yard, out in the garden, and stood in the meadow. The mist had vanished, and the Moor-Woman stopped her brewing. "You've been a long time coming," said the Moor-Woman. "Witches get forward faster than men, and I'm glad that I belong to the witch folk." "What have you to say to me now?" asked the man. "Is it anything about the story?" "Can you never get beyond asking about that?" retorted the woman. "Can you tell me anything about the poetry of the future?" resumed the man. "Don't get on your stilts," said the crone, "and I'll answer you. You think of nothing but poetry, and only ask about that story, as if she were the lady of the whole troop. She's the oldest of us all, but she takes precedence of the youngest. I know her well. I've been young too, and she's no chicken now. I was once quite a pretty elf maiden, and have danced in my time with the others in the moonlight, and have heard the nightingale, and have gone into the forest, and met the Story Maiden, who was always to be found out there running about. Sometimes she took up her night's lodging in a half-blown tulip, or in a field flower. Sometimes she would slip into the church and wrap herself in the mourning crape that hung down from the candles on the altar. You are capitally well informed, said the man. I ought at least to know as much as you, answered the Moor-Woman. Stories and poetry, yes, they're like 2 yards of the same piece of stuff. They can go and lie down where they like, and no one can brew all their prattle and have it all the better and cheaper. You shall have it for me for nothing. I have a whole cupboard full of poetry in bottles. It makes essences, and that's the best of it, bitter and sweet herbs. I have everything that people want of poetry, in bottles, so that I can put a little on my handkerchief on holidays to smell. Why, these are wonderful things that you're telling, said the man. You have poetry in bottles? More than you can require, said the woman. I suppose you know the history of the girl who trod on the loaf, so that she might not soil her shoes? That has been written, and printed too. I told that story myself, said the man. Yes, then you must know it. And you must know also that the girl sank into the earth directly, to the Moor-Woman, just as the old bogey's grandmother was paying her morning visit to inspect the brewery. She saw the girl gliding down and asked to have her as a remembrance of her visit, and got her too, while I received a present that's of no use to me, a traveling druggist's shop, a whole cupboard full of poetry in bottles. Grandmother told me where the cupboard was to be placed, and there it's standing still. Just look, you've your 7 4-leaf shamrocks in your pocket, one of which is a 6-leaved one, and so you will be able to see it. And really in the midst of the moor lay something like a great knotted block of alder, and that was the old grandmother's cupboard. The Moor-Woman said that this was always open to her and to everyone in the land, if they only knew where the cupboard stood. It could be opened either at the front or at the back, and at every side and corner, a perfect work of art, and yet only an old alder stump in appearance. The poet of all lands, and especially those of our own country, had been arranged here. The spirits of them had been extracted, refined, criticized, and renovated, and then stored up in bottles. With what may be called great aptitude, if it was not genius, the grandmother had taken, as it were, the flavor of this and of that poet, and had added a little devilry, and then corked up the bottles for use during all future times. Pray let me see, said the man. Yes, but there are more important things to hear, replied the Moor-Woman. But now we are at the cupboard, said the man, and he looked in. Here are bottles of all sizes. What is this one? And what in that one yonder? Here is what they call Maybalm, replied the woman. I have not tried it myself, but I have not yet told you the more important thing you were to hear. The will-o'-the-wisps in the town. That's of much more consequence than poetry and stories. I ought indeed to hold my tongue, but there must be a necessity, a fate, a something that sticks in my throat and that wants to come out. Take care, you mortals. I don't understand a word of all this, cried the man. Be kind enough to seat yourself on that cupboard, she retorted, but take care you don't fall through and break the bottles. You know what's inside of them. I must tell of the great event. It occurred no longer ago than the day before yesterday. It did not happen earlier. It has now 363 days to run about. I suppose you know how many days there are in a year? And this is what the Moor-Woman told. There was a great commotion yesterday out here in the marsh. There was a christening feast. A little will-o'-the-wisp was born here. In fact, 12 of them were born altogether, and they have permission, if they choose to use it, to go abroad among men, and to move about and command among them, just as if they were born mortals. That was a great event in the marsh. And accordingly all the will-o'-the-wisps, male and female, went dancing like little lights across the moor. There are some of them of the dog species, but those are not worth mentioning. I sat there on the cupboard, and had all the 12 little newborn will-o'-the-wisps upon my lap. They shone like glowworms. They already began to hop, and to increase in size every moment, so that before a quarter of an hour had elapsed, each of them looked just as large as his father or his uncle. Now it's an old established regulation in favor that when the moon stands just as it did yesterday, and the wind blows just as it blew then, it is allowed and accorded to all will-o'-the-wisps that is, to all those who are born at that minute of time, to become mortals, and individually to exert their power for the space of 1 year. The will-o'-the-wisp may run about in the country, and through the world if it's not afraid of falling into the sea or of being blown out by a heavy storm. It can enter into a person and speak for him, and make all the movements it pleases. The will-o'-the-wisp may take whatever form he likes, of man or woman, and can act in their spirit and in their disguise in such a way that he can effect whatever he wishes to do. But he must manage, in the course of the year, to lead 365 people into a bad way, and in a grand style, too, to lead them away from the right and the truth, and then he reaches the highest point. Such a will-o'-the-wisp can attain to the honor of being a runner before the devil's stagecoach, and then he'll wear clothes of fiery yellow and breathe forth flames out of his throat. That's enough to make a simple will-o'-the-wisp smack his lips. But there's some danger in this, and a great deal of work for a will-o'-the-wisp who aspires to play so distinguished a part. If the eyes of the man are open to what he is, and if the man can then blow him away, it's all over with him, and he must come back into the marsh. Or if, before the year's up, the will-o'-the-wisp is seized with a longing to see his family, and so returns to it and gives the matter up, it is over with him likewise, and he can no longer burn clear, and sometimes becomes extinguished, and cannot be lit up again. And when the year is elapsed, and he has not led 365 people away from the truth, and from all that is grand and noble, he is condemned to be imprisoned in decayed wood, and to lie glimmering there, without being able to move. And that's the most terrible punishment that can be inflicted on a lively will-o'-the-wisp. Now all this I know, and all this I told to the 12 little will-o'-the-wisps, whom I had on my lap, and who seemed quite crazy with joy. I told them that the safest and most convenient course was to give up the honor and do nothing at all. But the little flames would not agree to this, and already fancied themselves clad in fiery yellow clothes, breathing flames from their throats. "Stay with us," said some of the older ones. "Carry on your sport with mortals," said the others. "The mortals are drying up our meadows, they've taken to draining. What will our successors do? We want to flame. We will flame. Flame!" cried the newborn will-o'-the-wisps, and thus the affair was settled. And now a ball was given a minute long. It could not well be shorter. The little elf maidens whirled around 3 times with the rest, that they might not appear proud, but they preferred dancing with one another. And now the sponsors' gifts were presented and presents were thrown them. These presents flew like pebbles across the sea-water. Each of the elf maidens gave a little piece of her veil. "Take that," they said, "and then you'll know the higher dance, the most difficult turns and twists, that is to say, if you should find them necessary. You'll know the proper deportment, and then you can show yourself in the very pick of society." The night raven taught each of the young will-o'-the-wisps to go "Goo-goo good," and to say it in the right place, and that's a great gift which brings its own reward. The owl and the stork, but they said it was not worth mentioning, so we won't mention it. King Waldemar's wild chase was just then rushing over the moor, and when the great lords heard the festivities that were going on, they sent a couple of handsome dogs, which hunt on the spoor of the wind, as a present, and these might carry 2 or 3 of the will-o'-the-wisps. A couple of old Alpa spirits who occupy themselves with out-pressing were also at the feast, and from these the young will-o'-the-wisps learned the art of slipping through every keyhole as if the door stood open before them. These Alpas offered to carry the youngsters to the town, with which they were well acquainted. They usually rode through the atmosphere on their own back hair, which is fastened into a knot, for they love a hard seat, but now they sat sideways on the wild hunting dogs, took the young will-o'-the-wisps in their laps who wanted to go into town to mislead and entice mortals, and whisk! Away they were. Now this is what happened last night. Today the will-o'-the-wisps are in the town and have taken the matter in hand, but where and how? Ah, can you tell me that? Still I've a lightning conductor in my great toe that will always tell me something. "Why, this is a complete story," exclaimed the man. "Yes, but it is only the beginning," replied the woman. "Can you tell me how the will-o'-the-wisps deport themselves, and how they behave, and in what shapes they have aforetime appeared and led people into crooked paths?" "I believe," replied the man, "that one could tell quite a romance about the will-o'-the-wisps in 12 parts. Or, better still, one might make quite a popular play of them. You might write that, said the woman, but it's best let alone. Yes, that's better and more agreeable, the man replied, for then we shall escape from the newspapers, and not be tied up by them, which is just as uncomfortable as for a will-o'-the-wisp to lie in decaying wood, to have to gleam and not to be able to stir. I don't care about it either way, cried the woman. Let the rest write, those who can and those who cannot likewise. I'll grant you an old bung from my cask that will open the cupboard where poetry's kept in bottles, and you may take from that whatever may be wanting. But you, my good man, seem to have blotted your hands sufficiently with ink, and to have come to that age of satiety that you need not be running about every year for stories, especially as there are much more important things to be done. You must have understood what is going on. The will-o'-the-wisps is in town, said the man. I've heard it and I've understood it, but what do you think I ought to do? I should be thrashed if I were to go to people and say, look yonder, there goes a will-o'-the-wisp in his best clothes. They also go in undress, replied the woman. The will-o'-the-wisp can assume all kinds of forms and appear in every place. He goes into the church, but not for the sake of the service, and perhaps he may enter into one or other of the priests. He speaks in the parliament, not for the benefit of the country, but only for himself. He's an artist with the color pot as well as in the theater, but when he gets all the power into his own hands, then the pot's empty. I chatter and chatter, but it must come out, what's sticking in my throat, to the disadvantage of my own family. But I must now be the good woman that will save a good many people. It is not done with my good will, or for the sake of a medal. I do the most insane things I possibly can, and then I tell a poet about it, and thus the whole town gets to know of it directly. The town will not take that to heart, observed the man. That will not disturb a single person, for they will all think I'm only telling them a story if I say, the will-o'-the-wisp is in the town, says the Moor-Woman. Take care of yourselves. End of The Will-o'-the-Wisp is in the town, says the Moor-Woman.
Chapter 23 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Little T. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.B. Paul. 1812 to 1888. The Windmill. A windmill stood upon the hill, proud to look at, and it was proud too. I am not proud at all, it said, but I am very much enlightened without and within. I have sun and moon for my outward use, and for inward use too, and into the bargain I have stearine candles, train oil, and lamps, and tallow candles. I may well say that I'm enlightened. I'm a thinking being, and so well constructed that it's quite delightful. I have a good windpipe in my chest, and I have 4 wings that are placed outside my head, just beneath my hat. The birds have only 2 wings, and are obliged to carry them on their backs. I am a Dutchman by birth. That may be seen by my figure, a fine Dutchman. They are considered supernatural beings, I know, and yet I am quite natural. I have a gallery round my chest, and house room beneath it. That's where my thoughts dwell. My strongest thought, who rules and reigns, is called by others the man in the mill. He knows what he wants, and is lord over the mill and the bran, but he has his companion too, and she calls herself mother. She is the very heart of me. She does not run about stupidly and awkwardly, for she knows what she wants. She knows what she can do. She's as soft as zephyr, and as strong as a storm. She knows how to begin a thing carefully, and to have her own way. She is my soft temper, and the father is my hard one. They are 2, and yet 1. They each call the other my half. These 2 have some little boys, young thoughts, that can grow. The little ones keep everything in order, when lately, in my wisdom,
I let the father and the boys examine my throat and the hole in my chest to see what was going on there, for something in me was out of order, and it's well to examine oneself. The little ones made a tremendous noise. The youngest jumped up until my hat, and shouted so there that it tickled me. The little thoughts may grow, I know that very well, and out in the world thoughts come too, and not only of my kind, for as far as I can see, I cannot discern anything like myself. But the wingless houses, whose throats make no noise, have thoughts too, and these come to my thoughts, and make love to them, as it is called. It's wonderful enough, yes. There are many wonderful things. Something has come over me, or into me. Something has changed in the millwork. It seems as if the one half, the father, had altered and had received a better temper and a more affectionate helpmate. So young and good, and yet the same, only more gentle and good through the course of time. What was bitter has passed away, and the whole is much more comfortable. The days go on, and the days come nearer and nearer to clearness and to joy, and then a day will come when it will be over with me. But not over altogether. I must be pulled down that I may be built up again. I shall cease, but yet shall live on, to become quite a different being, and yet remain the same. That's difficult for me to understand. However enlightened I may be with sun, moon, sterling, train oil, and tallow, my old woodwork and my old brickwork will rise again from the dust. I will hope that I may keep my old thoughts, the father and the mill, and the mother, great ones and little ones, the family, for I call them all great and little, the company of thoughts, because I must and cannot refrain from it. And I must also remain myself, with my throat in my chest, my wings on my head, the gallery round my body. Else I should not know myself, nor could the others know me, and say, there's the mill on the hill, proud to look at, and yet not proud at all. That is what the mill said. Indeed, it said much more, but that is the most important part. And the days came, and the days went, and yesterday was the last day. Then the mill caught fire. The flames rose up high, and beat out and in, and bit at the beams and planks, and ate them up. The mill fell, and nothing remained of it but a heap of ashes. The smoke drove across the scene of the conflagration, and the wind carried it away. Whatever had been alive in the mill remained, and what had been gained by it has nothing to do with this story. The miller's family, one soul, many thoughts, and yet only one, built a splendid mill, which answered its purpose. It was quite like the old one, and people said, why, yonder is the mill on the hill, proud to look at. But this mill was better arranged, more according to the time than the last, so that progress might be made. The old beams had become worm-eaten and spongy. They lay in dust and ashes. The body of the mill did not rise out of the dust as they had believed it would do. They had taken it literally, and all things are not to be taken literally. End of the Windmill. Recording by Little T.
Section 24 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by C.J. Ploeg. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen, translated by H.P. Paul. In the Nursery. Father and mother and brothers and sisters were gone to the play. Only little Anna and her grandpapa were left at home. "We'll have a play too," he said, "and it may begin immediately." "But we have no theater," cried little Anna, "and we have no one to act for us. My old doll cannot, for she is a fright, and my new one cannot, for she must not rumple her new clothes." "One can always get actors if one makes use of what one has," observed Grandpapa. "Now we'll go into the theater. Here we will put up a book, there another, and there a third, in a sloping row. Now 3 on the other side, so now we have the side scenes. The old box that lies yonder may be the back stairs, and we'll lay the flooring on top of it. The stage represents a room, as everyone may see. Now we want the actors. Let us see what we can find in the plaything box. First the personages, and then we will get the play ready, one after the other. That will be capital. Here's a pipe head, and yonder an odd glove. They will do very well for father and daughter." "But those are only 2 characters," said little Anna. "Here's my brother's old waistcoat. That play in our piece too?" "It's big enough, certainly," replied Grandpapa. "It shall be the lover. There's nothing in the pockets, and that's very interesting, for that's half of an unfortunate attachment. And here we have the nutcracker's boots with spurs to them. Row-dow-dow, how they can stamp and strut. They shall represent the unwelcome wooer, whom the lady does not like. What kind of a play will you have now? Shall it be a tragedy or a domestic drama?" "A domestic drama, please," said little Anna, "for the others are so fond of that. Do you know one?" "I know 100, said Grandpapa. "Those that are most in favor are from the French, but they are not good for little girls. In the meantime, we may take one of the prettiest, for inside they're all very much alike. Now I shake the pen. Cockalorum. So now here's the play, Bryn, Bran, Span, New. Now listen to the playbill." And Grandpapa took a newspaper and read as if he were reading from it. "The Pipehead and the Goodhead, a family drama in 1 act. Characters: Mr. Pipehead, a father; Miss Glove, a daughter; Mr. Waistcoat, a lover; Mr. De Boots, a suitor. And now we're going to begin. The curtain rises. We have no curtain, so it's risen already. All the characters are there, and so we have them at hand. Now I speak as Papa Pipehead. He's angry today. One can see that he's a colored meerschaum. Snick, snack, snurp, basilure. I'm the master of this house. I'm the father of my daughter. Will you hear what I have to say? Mr. De Boots is a person in whom one may see one's face. His upper part is of Morocco, and he has spurs into the bargain. Snick, snack, snack. He shall have my daughter." "Now listen to what the waistcoat says, little Anna," said Grandpapa. Now the waistcoat's speaking. The waistcoat has a lay-down collar, and is very modest, but he knows his own value, and has quite a right to say what he says. I haven't a spot on me. Goodness of material ought to be appreciated. I'm of real silk, and have strings to me. Ding day, but no longer. You don't keep your color in the wash. This is Mr. Pipehead who is speaking. Mr. De Boots is watertight, of strong leather, and yet very delicate. He can creak and clank with his spurs, and has an Italian physiognomy. But they are to speak in verses, said Anna, for I've heard that's the most charming way of all. They can do that too, replied Grandpapa, and if the public demands it, they will talk in that way. Just look at little Miss Glove, how she's pointing her fingers. Could I but have my love, who then so happy as a glove? Ah, if I from him must part, I'm sure 'twill break my heart. Bah! The last word was spoken by Mr. Pipehead, and now it's Mr. Waistcoat's turn. Oh, Glove, my own dear, though it cost thee a tear, thou must be mine, for Holger Danske has sworn it. Mr. De Boots, hearing this, kicks up, jingles his spurs, and knocks down 3 of the side scenes. "That's exceedingly charming," cried little Anna. "Silence, silence," said Grandpapa. "Silent approbation will show that you are the educated public in the stalls. Now Miss Glove sings her great song with a startling effect. I can't see, hi-ho, and therefore I'll crow, kikeriki in the lofty hall." Now comes the exciting part, little Anna. This is the most important in all the play. Mr. Waistcoat undoes himself and addresses his speech to you that you may applaud. But leave it alone. That's considered more genteel. I am driven to the extremities. Take care of yourself. Now comes the plot. You are the pipehead, and I am the good head. Snap! There you go. Do you notice this, little Anna? Said Grandpapa. That's a most charming comedy. Mr. Waistcoat seized the old pipehead and put him in his pocket, and there he lies, and the waistcoat says, "You are in my pocket. You can't come out till you promise to unite me to your daughter, Glove on the left. I hold out my right hand." That's awfully pretty, said little Anna. And now the old pipehead replies, "Though I'm all ear, very stupid I appear, where's my humor? Gone, I fear, and I feel my hollow stick's not here. Ah, never, my dear, did I feel so queer. Oh, pray let me out, and like a lamb led to slaughter, I'll betroth you, no doubt, to my daughter." Is the play over already? Said little Anna. By no means, replied Grandpapa. It's only all over with Mr. de Boots. Now the lovers kneel down, and one of them sings, "Father," and the other, "Come do as you ought to do, bless your son and daughter." And they receive his blessing and celebrate their wedding, and all the pieces of furniture sing in chorus, "Clink, clanks, 1,000 thanks." And now the play is over. And now we'll applaud, said Grandpapa. We'll call them all out, and the pieces of furniture too, for they are of mahogany. And is not our play just as good as those which the others have in the real theater? Our play is much better, said Grandpapa. It is shorter, the performers are natural, and it has passed away the interval before tea time. End of In the Nursery. Recording by C.J. Plogue.
Chapter 25 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul, 1812 to 1888. The Golden Treasure. The drummer's wife went into the church. She saw the new altar with the painted pictures and the carved angels. Those upon the canvas and in the glory over the altar were just as beautiful as the carved ones, and they were painted and gilt into the bargain. Their hair gleamed golden in the sunshine, lovely to behold. But the real sunshine was more beautiful still. It shone redder, clearer through the dark trees when the sun went down. It was lovely thus to look at the sunshine of heaven, and she looked at the red sun, and she thought about it so deeply, and thought of the little one whom the stork was to bring, and the wife of the drummer was very cheerful, and looked and wished that the child might have a gleam of sunshine given to it, so that it might at least become like one of the shining angels over the altar. And when she really had the little child in her arms, and held it up to its father, then it was like one of the angels in the church to behold, with hair like gold. The gleam of the setting sun was upon it. "My golden treasure, my riches, my sunshine," said the mother, and she kissed the shining locks, and it sounded like music and song in the room of the drummer. And there was joy and life and movement. The drummer beat a roll of joy, and the drum said, the fire drum that was beaten when there was a fire in the town. "Red hair. The little fellow has red hair. Believe the drum, and not what your mother says. Rub-a-dub, rub-a-dub." And the town repeated what the fire drum had said. The boy was taken to church. The boy was christened. There was nothing much to be said about his name. He was called Peter. The whole town, and the drum too, called him Peter, the drummer's boy with the red hair. But his mother kissed his red hair and called him her golden treasure. In the hollow way in the clayey bank, many had scratched their names as a remembrance. "Celebrity is always something," said the drummer, and so he scratched his own name there, and his little son's name likewise. And the swallows came. They had, on their long journey, seen more durable characters engraven on rocks and on the walls of the temples in Hindustan, mighty deeds of great kings, immortal names so old that no one now could read or speak them. Remarkable celebrity. In the clayey bank the martins built their nest. They bored holes in the deep declivity, and the splashing rain and the thin mist came and crumbled and washed the names away. And the drummer's name also, and that of his little son. "Peter's name will last a full year and a half longer," said the father. Fool, thought the fire drum, but it only said, "Dub, dub, dub, rub-a-dub." He was a boy full of life and gladness, this drummer's son with the red hair. He had a lovely voice. He could sing, and he sang like a bird in the woodland. There was melody, and yet no melody. "He must become a chorister boy," said his mother. "He shall sing in the church and stand among the beautiful gilded angels who are like him." "Fiery cat," said some of the witty ones of the town. The drum heard that from the neighbors' wives. "Don't go home, Peter," cried the street boys. "If you sleep in the garret, there'll be a fire in the house, and the fire drum will have to be beaten." "Look out for the drumsticks," replied Peter, and, small as he was, he ran up boldly, and gave the foremost such a punch in the body with his fist that the fellow lost his legs and tumbled over, and the others took their legs off with themselves very rapidly. The town musician was very genteel and fine. He was the son of the royal plate washer. He was very fond of Peter, and would sometimes take him to his home, and he gave him a violin and taught him to play it. It seemed as if the whole art lay in the boy's fingers, and he wanted to be more than a drummer. He wanted to become a musician to the town. "I'll be a soldier," said Peter, for he was still quite a little lad, and it seemed to him the finest thing in the world to carry a gun, and to be able to march 1, 2, 1, 2, and to wear a uniform and a sword. "Ah, you learn to long for the drumskin, drum, drum, dum," said the drum. "Yes, if he could only march his way up to be a general," observed his father. "But before he can do that, there must be a war." "Heaven forbid," said his mother. "We have nothing to lose," remarked the father. "Yes, we have my boy," she retorted. "But suppose he came back a general," said the father. "Without arms and legs?" cried the mother. "No, I would rather keep my golden treasure with me." Drum, dum, dum. The fire drum and all the other drums were beating, for war had come. The soldiers all set out, and the son of the drummer followed them. Redhead, golden treasure, the mother wept. The father in fancy saw him famous. The town musician was of opinion that he ought not to go to war, but should stay at home and learn music. "Redhead," said the soldiers, and little Peter laughed. But when one of them sometimes said to another, "Foxy," he would bite his teeth together and look another way into the wide world. He did not care for the nickname. The boy was active, pleasant of speech, and good-humored. "That is the best canteen," said his old comrades, and many a night he had to sleep under the open sky, wet through with the driving rain or the falling mist. But his good humor never forsook him. The drumsticks sounded. Rub-a-dub, all up, all up. Yes, he was certainly born to be a drummer. The day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but the morning was come. The air was cold. The battle was hot. There was mist in the air, but still more gunpowder smoke. The bullets and shells flew over the soldiers' heads and into their heads, into their bodies and limbs, but still they pressed forward. Here or there, one or other of them would sink on his knees, with bleeding temples and a face as white as chalk. The little drummer still kept his healthy color, He had suffered no damage. He looked cheerfully at the dog of the regiment, which was jumping along as merrily as if the whole thing had been got up for his amusement, and as if the bullets were only flying about that he might have a game of play with them. "March! Forward! March!" This was the word of command for the drum. The word had not yet been given to fall back, though they might have done so, and perhaps there would have been much sense in it. And now, at last, the word "retire" was given, but our little drummer beat "forward! March!" for he had understood the command thus, and the soldiers obeyed the sound of the drum. That was a good roll, and proved the summons to victory for the men, who had already begun to give way. Life and limb were lost in the battle. Bombshells tore away the flesh in red strips. Bombshells lit up into a terrible glow the straw heaps to which the wounded had dragged themselves to lie untended for many hours, perhaps for all the hours they had left to live. It's no use thinking of it, and yet one cannot help thinking of it, even far away in the peaceful town. The drummer and his wife also thought of it, for Peter was at war. "Now I'm tired of these complaints," said the fire drum. Again the day of battle dawned. The sun had not yet risen, but it was morning. The drummer and his wife were asleep. They had been talking about their son, as, indeed, they did almost every night, for he was out yonder in God's hand. And the father dreamt that the war was over, and the soldiers had returned home, and that Peter wore a silver cross on his breast. But the mother dreamt that she had gone into the church, and had seen the painted pictures and the carved angels with the gilded hair, and her own dear boy, the golden treasure of her heart, who was standing among the angels in white robes, singing so sweetly, as surely only the angels can sing, and that he had soared up with them into the sunshine, and nodded so kindly at his mother. "My golden treasure," she cried out, and she awoke. Now the good God has taken him to himself. She folded her hands, and hid her face in the cotton curtains of the bed, and wept. Where does he rest now? Among the many in the big grave that they have dug for the dead? Perhaps he's in the water in the marsh. Nobody knows his grave. No holy words have been read over it. And the Lord's Prayer went inaudibly over her lips. She bowed her head, and was so weary that she went to sleep. And the days went by in life as in dreams. It was evening. Over the battlefield a rainbow spread, which touched the forest and the deep marsh. It has been said, and is preserved in popular belief, that where the rainbow touches the earth, a treasure lies buried, a golden treasure. And here there was one. No one but his mother thought of the little drummer, and therefore she dreamt of him. And the days went by, in life as in dreams. Not a hair of his head had been hurt, not a golden hair. Drum-a-rum, drum-a-rum, there he is, the drum might have said, and his mother might have sung, if she had seen or dreamt it. With hurrah and song, adorned with green wreaths of victory, they came home, as the war was at an end, and peace had been signed. The dog of the regiment sprang on in front with large bounds, and made the way 3 times as long for himself as it really was. And days and weeks went by, and Peter came into his parents' room. He was as brown as a wild man, and his eyes were bright, and his face beamed like sunshine. And his mother held him in her arms. She kissed his lips, his forehead, and his red hair. She had her boy back again. He had not a silver cross on his breast, as his father had dreamt, but he had sound limbs, a thing the mother had not dreamt. And what a rejoicing was there! They laughed, and they wept, and Peter embraced the old fire drum. There stands the old skeleton still, he said, and the father beat a roll upon it. One would think that a great fire had broken out here, said the fire drum. Bright day, fire in the heart, golden treasure, scratch, scratch, scratch. And what then? What then? Ask the town musician. Peter's far outgrowing the drum, he said. Peter will be greater than I. And yet he was the son of a royal plate washer, and all that he had learned in half a lifetime, Peter learned in half a year. There was something so merry about him, something so truly kind-hearted. His eyes gleamed, and his hair gleamed too. There was no denying that. He ought to have his hair dyed, said the neighbor's wife. That answered capitally with the policeman's daughter, and she got a husband. But her hair turned as green as duckweed and was always having to be colored up. She knows how to manage for herself, said the neighbors, and so can Peter. He comes to the most genteel houses, even to the burgomaster's, where he gives Miss Charlotte pianoforte lessons. He could play. He could play, fresh out of his heart, the most charming pieces that had never been put upon music paper. He played in the bright nights, and in the dark nights, too. The neighbors declared it was unbearable, and the fire drum was of the same opinion. He played until his thoughts soared up and burst forth in great plans for the future, to be famous. And Burgomaster Charlotte sat at the piano. Her delicate fingers danced over the keys and made them ring into Peter's heart. It seemed too much for him to bear, and this happened not once but many times. And at last, one day, he seized the delicate fingers and the white hand and kissed it, and looked into her great brown eyes. Heaven knows what he said, but we may be allowed to guess at it. Charlotte blushed to guess at it. She reddened from brow to neck, and answered not a single word. And then strangers came into the room, and one of them was the state councilor's son. He had a lofty white forehead, and carried it so high that it seemed to go back into his neck. And Peter sat by her for a long time, and she looked at him with gentle eyes. At home that evening he spoke of travel in the wide world, and of the golden treasure that lay hidden for him in his violin. To be famous. Tum-malum, 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 said the fire drum. Peter has gone clear out of his wits. I think there must be a fire in the house. Next day the mother went to market. Shall I tell you news, Peter? She asked when she came home. A capital piece of news. Burgomaster Charlotte has engaged herself to the state councilor's son. The betrothal took place yesterday evening. No, cried Peter, and he sprang up from his chair. But his mother persisted in saying yes. She had heard it from the baker's wife, whose husband had it from the burgomaster's own mouth. And Peter became as pale as death and sat down again. Good heaven, what's the matter with you? Asked his mother. Nothing, only leave me to myself, he answered. But the tears were running down his cheeks. My sweet child, my golden treasure, cried the mother, and she wept. But the fire drum sang, not out loud, but inwardly. Charlotte's gone, and now the song is done. But the song was not done. There were many more verses in it, long verses, the most beautiful verses, the golden treasures of a life. She behaves like a mad woman, said the neighbor's wife. All the world is to see the letters she gets from her golden treasure, and to read the words that are written in the papers about his violin playing. And he sends her money, too, and that's very useful to her, since she has been a widow. He plays before emperors and kings, said the town musician. I never had that fortune, but he's my pupil, and he does not forget his old master. And his mother said, his father dreamt that Peter came home from the war with a silver cross. He did not gain one in the war, but it is still more difficult to gain one in this way. Now he has the cross of honor. If his father had only lived to see it. He's grown famous, said the fire drum. And all his native town said the same thing, for the drummer's son, Peter, with the red hair, Peter whom they had known as a little boy running about in wooden shoes, and then as a drummer playing for dancers, was become famous. He played at our house before he played in the presence of kings, said the burgomaster's wife. At that time he was quite smitten with Charlotte. He was always of an aspiring turn. At that time he was saucy and an enthusiast. My husband laughed when he heard of the foolish affair, and now our Charlotte is a state councilor's wife. A golden treasure had been hidden in the heart and soul of the poor child, who had beaten the role as a drummer, a role of victory for those who had been ready to retreat. There was a golden treasure in his bosom, the power of sound. It burst forth on his violin, as if the instrument had been a complete organ, and as if all of the elves of a midsummer night were dancing across the strings. In its sounds were heard the piping of the thrush, and the full, clear note of the human voice. Therefore the sound brought rapture to every heart, and carried his name triumphant through the land. That was a great firebrand, the firebrand of inspiration. "And he looks so splendid," said the young ladies, and the old ladies too. And the oldest of all procured an album for famous locks of hair, wholly and solely that she might beg a lock of his rich, splendid hair, that treasure, that golden treasure. And the sun came into the poor room of the drummer, elegant as a prince, happier than a king. His eyes were as clear and his face was as radiant as sunshine, and he held his mother in his arms, and she kissed his mouth and wept as blissfully as anyone can weep for joy. And he nodded at every old piece of furniture in the room, at the cupboard with the teacups, at the flower vase. He nodded at the sleeping bench where he had slept as a little boy. But the old fire drum he brought out, and dragged it into the middle of the room, and said to it and to his mother, "My father would have beaten a famous roll this evening. Now I must do it." And he beat a thundering roll call on the instrument, and the drum felt so highly honored that the parchment burst with exultation. "He has a splendid touch," said the drum. "I've a remembrance of him now that will last. I expect that the same thing will happen to his mother from pure joy over her golden treasure." And this is the story of the golden treasure. End of The Golden Treasure. Recording by Jeff Machado.
Chapter 26 of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie Irene. Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865. By Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul. The Storm Shakes the Shield. In the old days, when Grandpapa was quite a little boy, and ran about in little red breeches and a red coat, and a feather in his cap, for that's the costume the little boys wore in his time when they were dressed in their best. Many things were very different from what they are now. There was often a good deal of show in the streets. Show that we don't see nowadays because it has been abolished as too old-fashioned. Still, it is very interesting to hear Grandfather tell about it. It must really have been a gorgeous sight to behold in those days when the shoemaker brought over the shield when the courthouse was changed. The silken flag waved to and fro. On the shield itself a double eagle was displayed, and a big boot. The youngest lads carried the welcome, and the chest of the workmen's guild and their shirt sleeves were adorned with red and white ribbons. The elder ones carried drawn swords, each with a lemon stuck on its point. There was a full band of music, and the most splendid of all the instruments was the bird, as Grandfather called the big stick with the crescent on the top, and all manner of dingle-dangles hanging to it, a perfect Turkish clatter of music. The stick was lifted high in the air, and swung up and down till it jingled again, and quite dazzled one's eye when the sun shone on all its glory of gold and silver and brass. In front of the procession ran the harlequin, dressed in clothes made of all kinds of colored patches artfully sewn together, with a black face and bells on his head like a sledge horse. He beat people with his bat, which made a great clattering without hurting them, and the people would crowd together and fall back, only to advance again the next moment. Little boys and girls fell over their own toes into the gutter. Old women dispensed digs with their elbows, and looked sour, and took snuff. One laughed, another chatted. The people thronged the windows and doorsteps, and even all of the roofs. The sun shone, and although they had a little rain too, that was good for the farmer, and when they got wetted thoroughly, they only thought what a blessing it was for the country. And what stories Grandpapa could tell! As a little boy he had seen all of these fine doings in their greatest pomp. The oldest of the policemen used to make a speech from the platform on which the shield was hung up, and the speech was in verse, as if it had been made by a poet, as indeed it had, for 3 people had concocted it together, and they had first drunk a good bowl of punch, so that the speech might turn out well. And the people gave a cheer for the speech, but they shouted much louder for the harlequin, when he appeared in front of the platform, and made a grimace at them. The fools played the fool most admirably, and drank mead out of spirit glasses, which they then flung among the crowd, by whom they were caught up. Grandfather was the possessor of one of these glasses, which had been given him by a working mason who had managed to catch it. Such a scene was really very pleasant, and the shield on the new courthouse was hung with flowers and green wreaths. "One never forgets a feast like that, however old one may grow," said Grandfather. Nor did he forget it, though he saw many other grand spectacles in his time, and could tell about them too. But it was most pleasant of all to hear him tell about the shield that was brought in the town from the old to the new courthouse. Once, when he was a little boy, Grandpapa had gone with his parents to see this festivity. He had never yet been in the metropolis of the country. There were so many people in the streets that he thought the shield was being carried. There were many shields to be seen. 100 rooms might have been filled with pictures, if they had been hung up inside and outside. At the tailor's were pictures of all kinds of clothing, to show that he could stitch up people from the coarsest to the finest. At the tobacco manufacturers were pictures of the most charming little boys, smoking cigars just as they do in reality. There were signs with painted butter and herring, clerical collars and coffins, and inscriptions and announcements into the bargain. A person could walk up and down for a whole day through the streets and tire himself out with looking at the pictures. And then he would know all about what people lived in the houses, for they had hung out their shields or signs, and, as Grandfather said, it was a very instructive thing in a great town to know at once who the inhabitants were. And this is what happened with these shields when Grandpapa came to town. He told me it himself, and he hadn't a rogue on his back, as Mother used to tell him he had when he wanted to make me believe something outrageous. For now he looked quite trustworthy. The first night after he came to the town had been signalized by the most terrible gale ever recorded in the newspapers. A gale such as none of the inhabitants had ever before experienced. The air was dark with flying tiles, old woodwork crashed and fell, and a wheelbarrow ran up the streets all alone, only to get out of the way. There was a groaning in the air, and a howling and a shrieking, and altogether it was a terrible storm. The water in the canal rose over the banks, for it did not know where to run. The storm swept over the town, carrying plenty of chimneys with it, and more than one proud weathercock on a church tower had to bow, and has never got over it from that time. There was a kind of sentry house, where dwelt the venerable old superintendent of the fire brigade, who always arrived with the last engine. The storm would not leave this little sentry house alone, but must needs tear it from its fastenings and roll it down the street, and wonderfully enough it stopped opposite to the door of the dirty journeyman plasterer, who had saved 3 lives at the last fire. But the sentry house thought nothing of that. The barber's shield, the great brazen dish, was carried away and hurled straight into the embrasure of the Councillor of Justice, and the whole neighborhood said this looked almost like malice, inasmuch as they, and nearly all the friends of the councillor's wife, used to call that lady the Razor, for she was so sharp that she knew more about other people's business than they knew about it themselves. A shield with dried salt fish painted on it flew exactly in front of the door of a house where dwelt a man who wrote a newspaper. That was a very poor joke perpetrated by the gale, which seemed to have forgotten that a man who writes in a paper is not the kind of person to understand any liberty taken with him, for he is a king in his own newspaper, and likewise in his own opinion. The weathercock flew to the opposite house, where he perched, looking like a picture of malice, so the neighbors said. The cooper's tub stuck itself up under the heads of ladies' costumes. The eating-house keeper's bill of fare, which had hung at his door in a heavy frame, was posted by the storm over the entrance of the theater, where nobody went. It was a ridiculous list: horseradish, soup, and stuffed cabbage, and now people came in plenty. The fox's skin, the honorable sign of the furrier, was found fastened to the bell-pull of a young man who always went to early lecture and looked like a furled umbrella. He said he was striving after truth, and was considered by his aunt a model and an example. The inscription, Institution for Superior Education, was found near the billiard club, which place of resort was further adorned with the words, Children brought up by hand. Now this was not at all witty, but you see, the storm had done it, and no one has any control over that. It was a terrible night, and in the morning, only think! Nearly all the shields had changed places. In some places the inscriptions were so malicious that Grandfather would not speak of them at all. But I saw that he was chuckling secretly, and there may have been some inaccuracy in his description, after all. The poor people in the town, and still more the strangers, were continually making mistakes in the people they wanted to see, nor was this to be avoided when they went according to the shields that were hung up. Thus, for instance, some who wanted to go to a very grave assembly of elderly men, where important affairs were to be discussed, found themselves in the noisy boys' school, where all the company were leaping over the chairs and tables. There were also people who made a mistake between the church and the theater, and that was terrible indeed. Such a storm we have never witnessed in our day, for that only happened in Grandpapa's time, when he was quite a little boy. Perhaps we shall never experience a storm of the kind, but our grandchildren may, and we can only hope and pray that all may stay at home while the storm is moving the shields. End of The Storm Shakes the Shield. Recording by Jessie Irene. End of Hans Christian Andersen, Fairytales and Short Stories, Volume 5, 1860 to 1865, by Hans Christian Andersen. Translated by H.P. Paul.